Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm going to continue the series What If Deku and Ochako Were an Evil Duo Part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
As snow gently fell outside, Ochako sat down on the commons couch with a hot cup of green tea, the warmth of the ceramic warming her icy fingers. Since the other members of Class 1A were currently in the middle of their tests, the oddball teenager was left to wait for them to return by wandering around the dorms. After Recovery Girl received the all-clear medically, she would have to make up the finals, at least the written part. Ochako was now physically recovered, but they continued to keep an eye on her mental health because a sudden return of zero gravity may cause a total breakdown. She had been trying to figure out how to deal with the loss of her quirk and learn to rely on those closest to her ever since the acerbic conversation in the hospital. Just a few days prior, she had finally brought everyone together to discuss the circumstances and how she needed their help in order to heal. Without Bakugo, who simply went off to bed and complained about how he was losing sleep over the pointless argument, they all agreed right away. To her chagrin, Deku was the first to offer his complete support and immediately took out his notebook to assist her in putting her thoughts on paper. One day, Deku would be a fantastic hero, and Uraraka would support him just as he was supporting her, even if he was now quirkless, possibly permanently. Even though she shook her head lightly, the idea of eventually confessing to him amid the snow-covered sky frequently crossed her mind during the extended silences. Since he never displayed any evidence of acting anything other than his typical awkward self when they were together, there was no chance that the feelings would be reciprocated. Her mouth twitched in a frown. Or did she simply misinterpret the signs? As she recovered from her injuries, he had been spending more time with her lately. She even observed that he was less apprehensive about touching her flesh and getting a little closer than usual, but surely that worried his friend. It wasn't very unusual for friends to touch her arm, but what really stood out to her was his attempt to console her by covering hers with his palm. He was clearly agitated by it, but he appeared to be overcoming his nervousness to assist her. In addition to that, she was suddenly hugged while sitting on the bench. In their brief time at UA, he had never done anything like that. And to be honest, it caught her off guard. She could only conceive of it as a terrified response to witnessing her breakdown. She put down the mug to respond when a ding on her phone alerted her to the table. She usually laughed when she saw the wallpaper on the main screen, especially when Bakugo's phony smile and furious eyebrows attracted her attention. The electrical hero was tackled as he struggled to regain his phone, apparently as soon as Kaminari showed him the altered version. A short press brought up a new message from Deku in the messaging app. As she skimmed the brief text he had sent, warmth flooded her body. "How are you doing, Uraraka? I hope spending time by yourself in the dorms isn't too boring for you. We have a brief pause before the fighting section since we have completed the textual component. Have you noticed that it is snowing? Later on, there should be a lot of snow, so perhaps tomorrow we can all go sledding. We don't have sleds, do we? I haven't gone sledding since I was a child. Perhaps we ought to try to get some later. I'll notify you as soon as we're finished, but I have to go get ready now." "You mean sledding?" "In the commons, I'm just sipping some tea. Perhaps take a quick stroll to relieve the boredom. I hope you do well on the practical test. Don't break any legs, please. Please don't damage anything, fingers, arms, or anything else." Ochako hit send and huffed as he leaned back against the cushions. This time, hopefully, he didn't hurt himself too much. There could have been time to go sledding earlier because Mr. Aizawa indicated that she had a meeting tomorrow to go over the updated exam schedule. Ochako stretched her arms wide and made the decision to take a quick stroll in order to combat the restlessness that was beginning to develop in her legs. Fortunately, her warmer boots had been used instead of her usual shoes, so she put them on at the threshold and put on a heavier coat before forcing open the dorm doors. The brunette let out a quick breath in response to a cold blast of air that struck her face. As she made her way around the school grounds down the main pathway, the snow was just starting to adhere to the ground. The metropolis was lulled into a profound, peaceful hymal slumber by the gray, cloudy sky that hung low over it. Even though Ochako loved the other seasons, the teen always felt more at ease and at peace during the winter. Regardless of whether the weather was bad enough to cause a blizzard, she would constantly pull her parents to do things in the cold when she was younger. Snowball fights, sledding, and snowmen. Every aspect of her early years that contributed to the development and nurturing of her affection for the winter months. A group of geese flying overhead on their way south to warmer temperatures diverted her attention when she heard honks from above. Uraraka watched them realign into an arrowed configuration before slowing to a halt. She felt something when they honked at each other. Cooperation. As the flock moved south, every bird played a vital role in keeping the formation firmly together and ensuring that no one was left behind. The way they supported one another seemed so natural, and Ochako lowered her head gently as she thought. Recovery Girl was correct. Their profession required teamwork, not just for their own safety but also for the safety of the innumerable residents who depended on them for assistance. Ochako examined her palm's elevated finger pads for a moment before clenching them downward. Her students enthusiastically agreed to give her their complete support if she was to have any chance of making a comeback to the hero field. However, a few more challenges needed to be overcome before the aspirations could once again come true. Learning to recover from the trauma she experienced during the incident was the first step. Class 1A would be able to explain everything in detail, even though she wouldn't be able to recall anything. Perhaps it would reopen her peculiarity by bringing out the suppressed memories. Alternatively, it would plunge her into a psychotic episode that would ultimately end her heroic career. It was time for Ochako to stop sitting around sulking and start doing something. Hovering her palms over each other, Uraraka concluded out loud, "First things first, I need to see if my quirk still exists at all." After a few seconds passed, she laughed sheepishly and carefully pulled them apart. It might be better to try it on a rock or something first. Ochako grabbed the closest medium-sized rock and rolled it in her hands to be ready. The strange feeling of holding something with the intention of making it float was caused by the fact that her quirk had vanished more than a month ago. Inhale deeply, hold it, then release it slowly. The stone was touched by all 10 finger pads. After a minute, nothing happened, so she pushed harder, concentrating more on the picture of it weightlessly soaring into the sky. As her finger slid from the new sweat and the chunk of minerals fell to the floor, a sharp edge cut into it. Ow, that really hurt. A thin line of blood beaded up on Uraraka's elevated pad, and she watched. As the essential fluid slowly etched a route down her finger, a scowl crossed her face. So it hadn't come back yet. Her expectations were not that it would have miraculously returned. Rather, they were that her somewhat lofty expectations had been dashed. She clenched her palms together as a sigh slipped across her lips. This was going to be more difficult than she anticipated. She stopped and blinked quickly in shock as a momentary glow struck her vision as she was separating her hands. With wide eyes, Ochako brought the appendages up to her face and then carefully separated them again by pressing her palms together once again. The teenager felt the burning sting of tears starting to form as she saw another flash of pink. Her quirk was still there, it was there. Even though it was only a fleeting, faint glow, it nonetheless indicated that her abilities were still present deep within. Oh my gosh, my quirk is coming back. I have to let Mr. Aizawa know and Recovery Girl then Deku. The brunette's breath was suddenly sucked out of her lungs, and she fell to her knees in despair as pain erupted across Ochako's temple. Todoroki's flames were matched by the searing fire that blazed through her veins, burning her from the inside out. With every agonizing thump of her thumping heart, Ochako tightened her grip on the front of her jacket. There was a serious problem. After weeks of dormancy, it seemed as though her body was refusing to use zero gravity. Uraraka struck the ground and then clenched into a ball as the cold air around her dwindled to nothingness and everything started to blur. She opened her eyes to see the snow falling over her with blurry vision as all the hubbub faded to a quiet buzzing. Before it reached the third vibration, the phone in her pocket started to vibrate frantically as she fell into a deep sleep. With the others murmuring their agreements, Kaminari stretched his arms high above his head and muttered, "Man, that was rough. The test was a killer, then throw a class battle on top of that for a final and I'm beat for the day." Yaoyorozu moaned as she shuffled to the kitchen to make some tea, the cold soaking into her bones. But it was nice to fight against quirks opposite of ours so we can continue to grow our own strengths. Though I wasn't prepared for Mr. Aizawa replacing Uraraka as a battle partner. Has anyone heard from her lately? I don't think she's down here, so maybe she's in her room. Or the baths, we could check there also. Deku took out his muted phone to check his messages and said, "Oh, I got a text from Uraraka earlier before the battle exam. I haven't been able to read it since we had to change." There were a few from his mother as usual, but Uraraka's name had a single red exclamation. After tapping on it, he swiftly skimmed the words. He hadn't broken anything throughout the test, so her words of good luck seemed to have worked, and he smiled slightly when she mentioned sipping tea. Given that she was a huge fan of green tea and that Christmas was quickly approaching, perhaps he could find enough cash to buy her some high-quality items. She mentioned drinking some green tea in the commons but also said she might go for a short walk. The rest of the class jolted in astonishment as Mineta leapt onto the couch and said, Who would want to go out in this wee? Only to have something slam against his head a few seconds later. Broken parts of a mug littered the carpet, and the purple-haired teen, astonished, leaked green tea onto the couch cushions and floor. Shoji went to check on Kaminari as he raced to collect rags. All eyes turned to the spot where the glass had fallen, and the room fell silent in shock. After adjusting his spectacles, Iida looked up at the ceiling and asked, "What in the world? Where did that come from? Mugs certainly didn't float so high on their own." Mina gasped sharply and pointed at the soaking pervert. "From up there? There's nothing up there to hold it, so why, oh my god," she said. "Uraraka must have gotten her powers back. I bet she floated the mug up. Oh my god, we need to find her so I can hug the shit out of her. This is so exciting." Toru turned around as Mina caught her by the hands, and the two of them swung and danced joyfully. But where is she to have released the cup? I don't think it was set up to be a prank, especially one that could cause injury. After Sue was pulled into it, the three of them joyfully swung around until they began to trip over each other. Jiro hurriedly called the number on her phone and put it to her ear as it rang. "Let me try calling her," she said. Everyone held their breath in anticipation until she shook her head and removed the phone from her ear. It rang, then went to voicemail. Did she leave it in her room? I don't think she'd go without it even for a walk. When Sue said, "It's possible, but let's still check everywhere." After the girls nodded, Todoroki said, "Why don't they check out her room and the baths while we look around down here? That way we can cover all of the bases." The girls then headed upstairs. "Let's check around down here before looking outside. Maybe she went somewhere specifically or to a vending machine." With terror tearing at his chest, Midoriya said, "I'm going to check outside in case she's still making her way back to the dorms." He then dropped his bag and ran for the doors. Had she drifted off without a trace? In case she had, he should also look up into the sky, but what would have caused her to float away? He wasn't sure what could have caused her quirk to reappear, but unless something made it happen. After they left the USJ, the snow began to accumulate more heavily and was getting thicker every hour. If she had remained in the world. "Midoriya, I'll join you since we can cover more ground faster," Iida said as she jogged to a stop next to him. "I'll go back the way we came while you go left. Call me if you find her. I'm going to let the teachers know if there aren't any signs of her." Izuku said, "Right," before letting go of his quirk and flying away at superhuman speed. He could be confident Uraraka was okay the sooner he located her. It may be disastrous for her body and mind to digest everything at once if her quirk had suddenly returned. His body responded brutally to the unexpected surge of power, inflicting fractured bones, severe pain, and several other injuries, just as it had when he obtained One for All. He wasn't sure to what degree it would have the same effect if the circumstances were reversed. Izuku simply prayed that wherever she was safe. With a strong hammering in her head, Uraraka slowly woke up to take a blearily glance around her. Everything appeared to be gray. The brunette lifted a hand to swipe at the object that had fallen on her eye. As she sat up, white powder dripping from her hair onto her already white-coated lap, a chill went down her spine. Ochako used numbed fingers to shake the remaining snow out of her hair and then wiped it off her clothing. Standing up, the heavy snow blanketed everything in a stark colorlessness that made it hard to tell exactly where she was. Her attention was diverted to the coat pocket where the device was resting by a vibration in her pocket. "Hello?" Ochako said, his teeth trembling. Was she truly that icy? Deku's desperate voice echoed across the speaker. "Uraraka, are you all right? Are you injured at all? Do you know where you are?" She winced and snatched the phone away. It had been a long time since she had heard him so desperate. "Deku, I'm all right, just a little cold. I'm not sure where I am. I woke up on the ground. What's going on?" Yeah. She really needed to quit bothering him. She would have called Mr. Aizawa right away if she had realized her quirk would attempt to activate, but her body didn't exactly give her time to comprehend what was happening. Izuku gave a brief explanation before the line crackled sporadically, the storm jumbling the signal. "We all got back from the finals and then a cup of green tea fell on Minetta's head from the ceiling, so we figured your quirk had returned. But then we couldn't find you, so now half of us are out searching for you in the snowstorm." Izuku said. "Out looking for you now. Do you know where you are? Are there any landmarks nearby that are familiar?" Ochako looked around for anything that would help her locate herself. Such buildings she was familiar with. Everything around her was covered in a thick blanket of snow, but one building stood out among the flakes. "The closest one is the PE building, I think. I'm not entirely sure though with all of this snow. I'm going to head inside." The busy tone echoed loudly over the speaker as Izuku's voice abruptly stopped saying, "I," as the call ended. Before putting the phone away, Ochako scowled at its glowing screen. I hoped he had heard her destination in time. In reaction, the brunette shivered as a cool wind blew across her. She needed to go inside before it got worse because it was becoming colder by the minute. Before the blood started to flow to the cold limbs again, the first few steps were unsteady. Since that seemed to be her recent luck, she resolved that Ochako would only wear clothing appropriate for situations in which she would be stranded in chilly regions after she returned to the dorms. As the teenager trekked through the snow to the gym, she took some comfort in the fact that nothing had broken again. With a blistering intensity, the wind stung her face. It would have been convenient to have a scarf in addition to gloves. She might be able to warm up by using the hot water in the locker room, but that didn't help with the garments sticking to her body. As another wind sprang up, Ochako began to jog as the gym doors closed. She was eager to get out of the bitter cold and warm up. Ochako gasped in pleasure as warmth touched her skin as her hand finally found the doorknob and gave a forceful yank, causing the gym door to fly open with minimal resistance. She was able to get farther into the building because the lights were still on. As Uraraka entered the building's main room and looked around at the empty fight scene, she whispered to herself, "Should I wait for Deku or get rid of the wet clothes?" She reluctantly chose a position along the wall and slid down it, curling her body inward to warm up a little faster since, although taking a shower sounded like nirvana, a sudden change in body temperature could shock her system and cause more harm than good. She was forced to stay in very wet clothes till she got back to the dorms because she didn't have any additional clothes to change into. She quickly removed her jacket and placed it next to her. A hand reached into her pocket and took out her phone, pulling it out. When the signal bars alerted her to the extremely weak signal, she unlocked the screen and pressed the call button to call Deku. Disappointed, she stuffed it back into her pocket with a grimace on her lips. Why was there never a signal when she needed to call in an emergency situation? Perhaps she simply needs to switch to a carrier with a better signal and fewer dead spots. Or perhaps she ought not to have selected the cheapest offer from the least expensive carrier she could locate. She was startled by a loud clunk, and Ochako leaned forward to examine the door that was tucked up in the wall across from her. Did Deku do it? However, if he were using his quirk, he would be moving extremely quickly, which seemed absurdly fast. When someone beat her to it and slammed the door wide open, she sprung to her feet and walked over to it, her hand out to open it. Seconds before they both fell across the floor in a mess of limbs, startled green eyes met widened auburn. As they drew to a halt, Ochako was forced firmly against a warm body, with one hand pressing into the back of her head and another holding her down across her back. Before cautiously raising her head, she inhaled deeply against the damp fabric that touched her face. When Deku's eyes opened, Ochako stood up to leave as his face was slightly twisted in agony. "Deku? Are you alright?" "Uraraka, sorry, I didn't think you'd be right behind the door." He let out a breath of relief before sitting up, supporting the weight of them both with his elbows. "Are you okay? Do you remember what happened?" "Oh, you're soaked? You should get out of those damp clothes soon or you'll catch a cold." Ochako blinked a few times before laughing. Typical Deku is constantly more concerned with other people than with himself. "You never worry about yourself, do you?" "I'll be alright, Deku, but what about you? Did you hit your head on the floor or something?" "Ah, no, I'm fine, it's just from the hard landing on the floor." Heat rushed to their cheeks as they gazed at each other for a minute before quickly pulling away from the precarious position they were in. When Uraraka realized she had been straddling him in an uncomfortable way, pressing her hands against his chest and keeping the gap between them uncomfortably close, she slapped her palms to her face in embarrassment. With Deku, this was the most terrible thing that had ever happened. It would be ideal if she could just float away right now, for no matter what she tried to say, there was no good way to gosh. As she attempted to go smaller and smaller, Ochako babbled, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it, I wasn't paying attention and should have moved off of you sooner. Please forgive me." She would never be able to look at him the same again. Even if it wasn't their plan, they somehow found themselves in that situation without recognizing it. Deku said, "Uraraka." Looked down, but it sounded so far away, too ashamed to open her eyes. Uraraka shook her head. For at least the following 2 years at UA, she would never again glance at him. "Move your hands from your eyes and look down, trust me." Ochako lowered her hands down to her cheeks and saw that her classmate was getting farther away from her. "Deku, there's nothing happening." She began to squirm around a little as a headache started to build and fear flooded her chest. The brunette began to fear at the prospect that she would die if she fell from this height. Before she instinctively pressed her hands together, she started to spin violently in circles. Uraraka started to fall toward the ground as gravity took over again after they flashed pink to turn off her quirk. Auburn fell headlong to the ground, squeezing her eyes shut. She put her hands over her mouth, fighting the want to throw up everywhere as nausea coiled hard in her belly. Her ringing ears were struck by a burst of strength, and then she felt powerful arms beneath her legs and supporting her back. Deku lowered the force in his legs to make the landing as soft as possible so as not to harm the arena's floor. Your quirk is back, Uraraka. When Ochako opened her eyes, she saw a tearful Deku grinning down at her. She virtually rolled out of Deku's arms to get to the closest trash can as her hands briefly relaxed over her mouth before tightening once more. She clenched the sides of the container with both hands and spat fiercely into it. Ochako felt nauseous, with a pounding headache and a fast thumping heart, even after she had completed emptying the small amount of food in her stomach. She was swiftly pulled to the ground in a heap against the metal container, as if her whole body were weighted down with anchors. How do you feel? Deku questioned quietly before squatting next to her sagging body, his initial joy quickly giving way to worry. When her quirk reappeared, he anticipated some reaction, but he didn't anticipate that she would become so ill. Sick, the teenager spit out, allowing herself to drop to the ground. The warmth spreading across her face was aided by the floor's coldness. Deku moved so that he was kneeling before her. I passed out earlier when I tried to float a rock, then there was an excruciating pain in my head followed by nothing. It was like my body was rejecting zero gravity, or rather not used to it. Deku took out his phone to notify the teachers, but Uraraka stopped him with a trembling palm. We should let Recovery Girl and Mr. Aizawa know what happened so they can help. Not yet, I just want to stay like this for a while, Deku. There's no energy left in my body. Izuku said, alright. At least let me find a cold towel for you, and left Uraraka to lie on the ground while he went in search of a towel. Tears filled the eyes as they gazed up at the training area's imposing peaks. She wasn't sure if it was the cold, damp clothes or the fact that her quirk was fighting her body, but she didn't feel this bad since she was hurt. Every part of her body was burning. Her fingers fell limply against the hard floor after swiping at the tears streaming down her face. In addition to always worrying about Deku, she was getting tired of fighting to lead a normal life again. After storming into the room, he had even hurt himself shielding her from the hard floor. Ochako said to herself, I don't know how much longer I can do this, and then she closed her eyes and leaned deeper into the chilly floor. Her hair was drenched, and drops of water slid down her forehead before softly landing on the polished concrete. Since a fiery fire had taken over the icy body, the teenager honestly no longer felt the cold. I just want to be done. Uraraka, Deku exhaled, his tired auburn eyes opening to meet emerald ones that were empathetic. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder as she attempted to sit up, startled awake by the anguish that still lingered beyond the facade. You're not alone in this struggle. We're all here to support each other, especially when one of us falls to our lowest point. Now that we know your quirk is attempting to return, we can focus on readjusting your body to the power. It won't be an easy journey, but with all of us together, we can do it. As he carefully laid the towel over her hair to help absorb some of the melting snow, Ochako breathlessly blurted, Deku, I'm so tired of falling behind, her head going hazy from the heat of her body. He moved one carefully under her head to remove it from the hard, chilly floor. Even though the hair towel partially blocked her view of his face, she didn't bother to move it. It's taken a toll mentally and emotionally. Even though physically I'm healed now, my body is rejecting my quirk. All I do is worry you and everyone else whenever something happens. It's not fair that I'm holding you back from becoming the #1 hero. Deku gave her a puzzled look and then slowly shook his head while furrowing his brows. Was she bothered by that all along? Her body temperature was gradually increasing when he pressed the back of his hand against her forehead. After spending so much time outside in the snow, she must have become ill. You're not holding anyone back, Uraraka. We're choosing to help you get through this because we care about you. You're starting to burn up. I should really call the teachers and let the others know we're here. The faster we can get you into the infirmary, the sooner you'll be back on your feet and back with the class to become a hero. Ochako turned her head to give him a closer look, but the towel completely obscured half of her face. You know what's funny? She asked. When the words she had been holding onto for so long finally came out of her mouth, the teenager felt lost and slack-lipped due to the intense heat that was pulsing through her veins. The whole reason I lost control of my powers is because I didn't have the courage to tell you that I'm in love with you, Deku. All of this happened just because I couldn't say those few words, and now I'm quirkless. It took a while for me to realize, but the more I tried to push it down, the faster it surfaced. Funny, isn't it? On the hard, cold floor, Izuku Midoriya froze. His pulse rate soared against his ribs as a blast of heat shot up to his face. The unnatural screech threatened to escape, but he clapped his trembling palms over his mouth to stop it. She just said what? It couldn't have been anything other than the fever, could it? Deku fought the need to plunge his head into some cold water and then flee in a panic when his head started to steam from the severity of the blush. Uraraka pulled the towel all the way over her face, hiding whatever emotion she was showing, and his whole body trembled. They normally made people deluded and babble at random if they were hot enough, so it had to be the fever talking. Correct? Yes. Izuku finally choked out, Uraraka WW, what are you saying? Her confused look quickly shifted from apprehensive and alarmed, or even elated. All of this was occurring too quickly for him to comprehend. He never thought Uraraka would be the one to come clean about it. After a minute of uncomfortable stillness, Uraraka muttered, "It's nothing, Deku," her words muffled by the towel covering her entire face. "Forget I said anything. My mind is a bit fuzzy and I think it's messing with me. Go ahead and call the teachers. I'm going to close my eyes for a bit now." Izuku grabbed the opportunity and hurriedly moved aside to make the call, the phone practically buzzing out of his hands from anxiety. Oh okay. I'll go call them now." He was unsure of how to respond to her remarks, whether he should think they were true or only irrational chatter. What if she really did mean what she said? What would have happened next? Yes, they were friends, almost his first true friend. And they frequently spent time together, but that was about all. Correct? Was that friendship boundary line all that was meant to exist? Did he see her like that? Certainly, he enjoyed their time together, and she always seemed to be supporting and motivating him to keep going. Izuku was shocked when Aizawa's sour voice crackled over the phone. "What do you want, Midoriya?" "I'm in the middle of an important meeting." He had apparently called his teacher without noticing. With a hand over the microphone, he shuffled a bit farther away after giving Uraraka another look. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa, but it's about Uraraka. What happened?" he said sharply, and Izuku could just make out the faint sound of the other voices in the distance going quiet. That is to say, Uraraka's statements left no suitable explanation for the existing state of affairs without making one blush. "Midoriya, concentrate. To ensure that your classmate receives the medical care she requires, set aside your emotions. Now concentrate on rescue procedures. Rescue. Help a friend, classmate, or someone in need. I can't help if you don't spit out what's going on. Pay attention, Midoriya." Her quirk is trying to return, but her body is rejecting it. I don't really have a better way to describe it. For a minute, Midoriya believed the call had ended when there was silence on the line, but then his teacher's voice came back. He became aware that Aizawa was moving when he heard a door open. "Where are you?" "The PE building." Apparently her quirk tried to activate earlier, but she passed out in the snow during a walk. "I just found her not too long ago and she was completely soaked but alert." It activated again, though she lost control near the ceiling before falling and getting sick. She's picked up a low fever now, probably from being out in the cold for so long. The kid stared at the blank screen as a click signaled that the call had terminated. "We'll be there in 5 minutes." Aizawa's voice had a somewhat unsettling tone, with a hint of wrath permeating the sentences. His teacher was aware of something about the paralyzed person that he was unaware of. He needed to text the others to let them know he had located their missing classmate, but he would ask All Might later. The class representative called, and Ida's name appeared on his screen as soon as he pushed submit. After halting his search, he must have been keeping a close eye on his phone. Over the shouts of their relieved classmates, Ida asked, "Midoriya, you found Uraraka? Is she all right? What happened?" Izuku pulled the phone away from his ear as the volume went up, reassuring him that, "It's a little difficult to explain right now, Ida, but she's safe for now and the teachers are on their way to the PE building." When he looked back, he saw Uraraka crouched over the garbage bin again, a smirk spreading over his face as he heard how serious it was. "Midoriya, put her on the phone." Mina's voice echoed over the phone as an irate Ida objected to stealing land without consent. Toru encouraged him to back off because a woman's comfort was needed in an emergency. The teenager groaned as the pinkette hurriedly screamed out that she was coming to help them both before Ida regained control of the phone. "That's not really possible right now, Ashido, she's currently vomiting rather violently," she said. "Mr. Aizawa is on his way here so she'll be taken to the infirmary to be looked over. You owe us an explanation later, Midoriya. I'll keep things here under control so please take care of Uraraka in place of us." "Of course." Before anyone else could pick up the phone, the call ended, and Midoriya moaned as a scarred hand uncertainly combed through his untidy hair. Although he still needed to be by her side at the moment, he didn't want their uneasy relationship to continue. Izuku walked slowly back towards Uraraka, who was now leaning against the wall with a towel to her mouth, hoping that his troubled feelings weren't evident on his face, which they most likely were because he was terrible at disguising them. Even though her complexion had turned pale, her cheeks' redness shone brilliantly. He sat softly next to her on the floor, and she hardly looked at him. The teachers are on their way and I've let Iida and the others know you're safe. Uraraka closed his eyes and nodded silently into the towel. After his silent response to her spilled confession, she was unable to look at him at the moment. Even while it still hurt to receive the recognition, she had a gut feeling he wasn't interested dating in relationships. At least now she could cut the line that was preventing them both from moving forward. Quietly, Ochako muttered, "Thanks. Why, you're welcome." Deku stammered, staring at her in any direction as the heat burned his skin and anxieties caused his hands to flutter aimlessly. It was hard to concentrate on anything else since the sound of her voice kept repeating the phrases in his mind. As the minutes passed and Uraraka eventually removed the towel from her face, silence descended upon them both. A new path of blood trickled from her nose, soaking deeply into the once white cloth. "Oh, I didn't realize my nose started bleeding." Deku was shocked by her statement and turned to face the towel, his eyes immediately meeting the considerable amount of blood that was smearing it. He snapped out of his daze as he saw pictures of her panic episode, holding the back of her head motionless and gently placing the towel back on her nose. She obliged silently, averting her eyes as she gazed at him in dizzy uncertainty. "Lean your head forward while pinching the lower part of your nose to help it stop. Kachin used to constantly give me bloody noses, so I learned how to quickly stop them. Do you often get nosebleeds after getting sick?" Ochako bit the inside of her cheek and shook her head no. Why was he still attempting to assist after he had already rejected her confession? Following this occurrence, it was best for them both if they stopped hanging out together. Or did it stem from her unwillingness to accept his conclusion? The doors exploded once more, but this time it was Principal Nezu, Recovery Girl, All Might, and Mr. Aizawa. All Might took Uraraka by the arm and pulled him away from the others while Izuku retreated to let the teachers inspect him. "Are you okay, young Midoriya? What happened? Aizawa took your phone call and then abruptly left the meeting, so we followed. Is Uraraka okay? Is that your blood or hers?" All Might hurried out, casting a quick glance at his successor. He reached for his hand to examine the red smear on it. Izuku questioned, "Blood?" before glancing down at his hand. As he saw the apparent stain on his flesh, the blood seeping into every line of his palm, his heart sprang. Had he overlooked the extent of her bleeding as he had only used one hand to stop it? "This isn't my blood, it's Uraraka's from her nosebleed. I think the force of throwing up caused some blood vessels to rupture." "You're starting to give me some serious scares, young Midoriya. Don't worry about Miss Uraraka, we'll get her taken care of in the infirmary." With his arms folded across his chest and Nezu emerging from beneath the layers of his scarf, Aizawa broke off their private conversation, saying, "Midoriya, I need you to tell me exactly what happened when her quirk tried to activate. The police are going to need a report as well since it pertains to the paralytic. I don't know why it's always you with her when something goes wrong, though I suppose in this case it was a blessing in disguise." "Don't worry about a thing. Izuku Midoriya, Recovery Girl will take great care of your classmate. Now, since you were involved in the matter, I'm going to need you to come with me to the office so we can discuss the events. All Might, would you kindly call Detective Tsukachi back in? I would like him to hear everything as well." Toshinori put a firm hand on Izuku's shoulder and turned away, his phone out, saying, "Of course, Principal Nezu. I'll get him on the phone right away. Midoriya, go with them for now, but I'll give you a call later. Don't worry about Uraraka, Chio will take great care of her." With his hands clutched at his sides, the teenager fell in line behind the teacher as Aizawa commanded, "Let's go." Uraraka was on a stretcher when two medical robots straightened her up, and Recovery Girl gave them instructions to return her to the infirmary as soon as possible. Her trembling body was covered by a blanket, and although he couldn't see her face well, he could tell she wasn't staring at him. As she was led out through the doors into the bitter cold, a bewildering feeling flitted across his chest. What was the reason behind his perception that their relationship would never be the same? Hawks, with keen vision, hovered above his patrol area at a leisurely pace through the wintry air. All he needed to do now was wait for one of the scouter feathers that had previously been placed across the area to pick up specific talks. Even Endeavor hadn't been as busy as normal, and thus far everything had been quiet, which wasn't common in his line of work. He had swept through villain rings with a few professionals and the police since the warehouse break to gather the paralytics and apprehend the filth behind it, but something didn't set right with the hero. The culprits responsible for the paralytic distribution appeared to have vanished out of thin air. Tracing the thread back to the ball of yarn was becoming increasingly challenging, but he wasn't sure if he had been put into hiding or just eliminated by the higher-ups. He would have to search farther into his bag of connections to find even a frayed strand of the string if things kept going the way they were. Hawks listened as one of his feathers began to vibrate uncontrollably. Back a ways down a secret passageway or two low, scratchy sounds. With a finger pushed to the side of his face, he paused in midair to sharpen his gaze. His thoughts flashed the words, "secret cargo," and a smile spread across his face. He was looking for males, and they were clearly some of them. Hawks sent Endeavor a fast text with his locations, fell backwards toward the ground, and then, while putting on a show for the women, he torpedoed to save himself and made his way back to his tracker feather. For the time being, he would stay out of the way and allow them to proceed to their hiding place before leaping in with some flaming strength to complete the task. When it's all over, he might even have time to go on a date with the cute person from the diner down the street. Mama Uraraka reassured her daughter by patting her hair and hugging her head till she almost choked. "Ochako, if there's anything you need at all, don't hesitate to ask us. We're here for you, sweetheart." Due to his wife's protective grip on their daughter, Ochako's father was unable to go too close, so he affectionately patted the back of her hand. Ochako had barely had time to catch his breath because she hadn't let go of their daughter since she got home. Shota Aizawa calmly explained from across from the two anxious parents, All Might, who sat silently next to him. "Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka, we want to emphasize the importance of allowing Ochako to remain at home during the winter break. While the other students have some time to return to their families, their risk levels are much lower than your daughter's. If she were to lose control of her quirk in an outdoor area, then it could become fatal quickly for more than one reason." Despite objections from some of her instructors and classmates, Uraraka herself had asked to be sent home during the break, and Principal Nezu had decided it would be beneficial for her to leave an environment that would continue to trigger her peculiarity. It would allow her to sort out her troublesome ideas in a peaceful setting, he said. At last, Mrs. Uraraka let go of her daughter and turned to face the two teachers again. "We understand the risks, but if this is what Ochako has decided, then we fully support her choice. I think it will be good for her to take some time away from the school and focus on healing more. I'm sure her friends are understanding as well. If there's anything you need us to do, we'll try our absolute best to ensure everything goes smoothly. While we may not fully understand what it's like to have quirks, or lose them, we'll give our all to support her as best we can. Thank you for all of the care you have given our daughter." Before bowing to the parents, All Might said, "It was our pleasure. I'd like to see Ochako get healed so she can continue on the path towards becoming a great hero. If I may speak to her separately for a moment while Shota goes over the guidelines for her staying home." In order to give them both some privacy from the conversation, Ochako looked between the teachers before apologizing to follow All Might to the kitchen. After pouring the former professional a cup of tea, the brunette took a seat across from him. She looked at her teacher with some trepidation since she never thought he would desire a private conversation with her. Usually, that was Deku's domain. "Is everything all right, All Might?" Toshinori asked nonchalantly as he blew on his steaming cup. "Yeah, I just wanted to step away from the formalities for a moment. How are you handling everything? I know you've physically healed, but I'm sure the trauma has affected you greatly." A chilly, snowy day was always an excellent time for a delicious cup of green tea. "I can't imagine how you've been feeling these past few weeks. The teachers and your classmates have been worried sick." Ochako spoke softly. "I don't know how I'm supposed to feel anymore." Following a minute of contemplation, she hardly noticed that the cup had almost burned her palms. "I figured I would be excited to have my quirk return, but it's been traumatizing to say the least. I've had a panic attack, fallen unconscious at least once, injured myself multiple times. I don't know what to feel anymore except confused and stressed. No matter what I try, I just can't get back to who I used to be." "I understand that feeling completely. When my quirk finally lost its power, all I could think of was what now? What do I do now that I'm no longer the symbol of peace? I can't save people with this weak and frail body anymore, so what has my purpose become?" While recovering in the hospital, I had plenty of time to think just as you have. I finally understood that there is no going back to who you used to be. That's just not how it works, so the only thing left to do is move forward and try to understand who you are now. It takes time to heal from traumatic injuries and experiences, but that's why you have your classmates, teachers, and even your family to support you through these turbulent times. The fact that your quirk is attempting to return is a good sign. Things may not go smoothly as your body readjusts to the powerful quirk you were born with, but I have no doubt you'll be back on your feet maybe by the first of the year, Ochako. But, Deku, the teenager began, but abruptly closed her mouth and turned her head away in apparent sorrow. All Might took a sip, pausing for a time. Oh. After they were discovered in the PE, Midoriya had said something about the brunette abruptly shunning any touch with him. Building, but suddenly everything was beginning to make sense. He could tell that every time her name was mentioned, his predecessor would become extremely tense and jittery, and his cheeks would frequently flush. When questioned about the odd behavior, Midoriya immediately sidestepped the subject and chose to talk about anything else. He was starting to question whether they were exchanging specific words. From the end, sitting across from him, anyway. He might as well assist the two since young love was always so awkward and embarrassing in the beginning. Perhaps it would aid somewhat in the healing process. You're tired of making him worry all the time, aren't you? Ochako groaned uneasily into her cup. It's not fair to put that burden on him since he has his future planned out already. I would just be getting in the way of his dream. She had been avoiding Deku like the plague ever since that day. She had been withdrawing in her room once more to forget the obvious rejection, while everyone else rejoiced at the conclusion of finals. Ochako asked to go home for the break as soon as Recovery Girl gave her the all-clear on how her injuries had healed. The other students received the same amount, but divided between the campus and their homes, for roughly 2 weeks, but her phone was turned off as soon as she left the school grounds. She didn't find out about the teacher's visit until they contacted the house phone, which had been almost a week ago. No calls, texts, emails, or anything else from her pals. Before calling everyone together to speak, it was ideal for her to assist her sort the feelings and thoughts into a more orderly tangle. All she could hope was that they would see her point. When Toshinori suddenly burst out laughing, Ochako looked at her teacher with owlish eyes and snapped her head up in surprise. With a bright smile, his thin figure transformed into his hero body, and he gently put down the mug before spilling any tea. Was she concerned about that? Forgive me, Ochako, but what you believe is hindering him only fuels him closer to becoming the #1 hero in Japan. Young Midoriya wouldn't have made it this far without your full support and encouragement along the way. There were times that not even I could get to him, yet just a few words from you seemed to do the trick. You are the one who gave him his hero name and he holds that close to his heart. He's not the best at telling what he's feeling, but I know he cares deeply about you and I can sense you feel certain emotions about him. Try being straightforward with him. Trust me that it'll all work out in the end. I believe in you to go plus ultra. Ochako smiled at her teacher as he poofed back into his tiny shape and said, Thank you, All Might. Every time he did that, she was still astonished, and if her parents saw, they would undoubtedly pass out from shock. With a crisp thumbs up, All Might finished his tea and put it back on the saucer. Aizawa poked his head around the kitchen and said, All Might, we're done here. We've been summoned back to the school regarding new information. I'll keep in touch with you via email, Uraraka, so make sure to check it every now and then. Until then, try to enjoy your break, and when you're ready, let your classmates know you're doing fine. They keep pestering me for an answer. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Toshinori thanked his student for the tea and then followed his partner to the door in his reverted form, with her parents following closely behind to bid them farewell. I see. Ochako, please try to take what we talked about to heart, and I know you'll soon figure out what you need. Feel free to contact me at any time. Take care of yourself. Ochako gazed in a daze after him. He practically pretended to understand her feelings for Deku. She clapped her hands over her face in embarrassment as heat flared across her face. Her teacher was aware, too. Was it that clear? The teen's quirk caused the chair beneath her to abruptly vanish, whirling slowly in circles toward the ceiling. Mama Uraraka sighed casually and flagged her husband down after glancing into the kitchen and seeing her daughter floating away. Honey, get the broom. She's floating away again. Izuku Midoriya would lie in bed at home for hours on end, tossed and turning, thinking about what Uraraka had told him. There was something that disturbed him about the way she said it, even though on some points it appeared like the sensible explanation was that she had a fever, had experienced some head trauma, and was emotionally and psychologically worn out from her quirk's reappearance. She didn't tell him in advance, which set off a chain of events that resulted in zero gravity being lost for a little more than a month. Even with his considerable studies on future vision oddities, he couldn't have predicted such a thing, so how could she have known? Had Uraraka simply let it go from her chest, how would things have turned out? With his hands clasped behind his head, the teenager slid over till he was on his back. Was it that she was hesitant to speak up? It would make sense that she wouldn't want to destroy their friendship in that way because, to be honest, he thought they were best friends. Was it even the point, though? Did this whole situation go beyond the need to keep the relationship intact, or was it more than that? Izuku gazed thoughtfully at the All Might poster that was affixed to his ceiling. Something was lacking, a rationale for her abrupt avoidance of him. Since the students learned that she was leaving campus, her phone had remained off, and Mr. Aizawa refused to provide her address or home phone number, even though they begged him to. Despite the fact that other pupils could not access school information due to privacy concerns, Class 1A nonetheless made an effort. Inattentionally, the teenager bit on the inside of his cheek. Was Uraraka hoping for a better answer than his own? It seemed obvious that the best way to react to an unexpected love confession was to stutter like a fool and keep quiet, but it had thrown him completely off. Before this, no girl had ever expressed interest. Did that imply that he liked her? He enjoyed spending time with her, and she always seemed to be there for him no matter what. The words echoed in his mind for the 1000th time, and he covered his flushed face with a pillow. As someone who had never felt such complex emotions before, he didn't fully understand them. His poor mother suffered enough to raise a child practically alone, and his father was never around to assist explain these things. Before acquiring All Might's power and enrolling in UA, he became a recluse and had no companions in middle school to offer guidance. On his way to faceplant against the cobblestones, he saw Uraraka. Perhaps they happened to cross paths at the front gate, just as they did during the entrance skirmish. However, it might have been something else, like. Izuku dropped his pillow to reach for the bright item in the dark after a ding from his phone almost sent him crashing into the ceiling in shock. He slipped his fingers a couple of times, then grabbed the gadget and held it up to his face. He had no idea who it might be, unless there was an emergency from All Might, and it was already getting close to 9:30. When he saw the well-known name flash across his computer with a little message hidden behind it, his virescent eyes flared. His pulse thumping, his fingers shaking, he opened the texting app and skimmed the brief sentence. I apologize for the late letter. Are you awake, Uraraka? As he repeated the words, the phone shook in his hands. At last, her phone was back on. Is there a good or bad reason to wait? He moved cautiously because he wasn't sure if he should be happy or scared by the unexpected contact. I'm still conscious. How are you? A shaky finger pressed send, and Izuku anxiously watched as Uraraka attempted to type her message out while the 3 typing dots jumped in time, vanished, and then reappeared. We haven't heard from you for a few days. He bit the end of his thumb, waiting for an answer, as she struggled to think of a way to reply. The response appeared shortly after the 3 dots finally stayed firm. I apologize. I hope my text message didn't wake you up. I suppose everything is all right. A scowl pulled at his lips as he said, Mr. Aizawa and All Might came by earlier to review the rules for me being home. Had they paid her a visit at home? She might not have been reachable because her cell was off, but there must have been other ways to get in touch with her family. He would not delve too further into the text's apparent hidden significance for the time being. No, I was up already. I wasn't up because I've been having problems sleeping recently, so don't worry. How was the visit? The way it was written made it clear that Uraraka was disturbed by something. He had to be cautious since pushing too hard into it may make her shut off and stop the conversation. Uraraka gazed for a minute at the question. Until she could properly work out her feelings and ideas this time, she was not going to tell him what All Might had spoken to her. Why, though, was he having problems falling asleep? It was all right. They were summoned back to the school with some fresh information, so they didn't stay long. I spoke with All Might. What's causing your poor sleep? Deku, are you bothered by something? Did she talk to All Might? What was meant by that? And some new information led to the teachers being called back. He would discuss that with All Might first thing in the morning. Oh, fuck, she was worried about his lack of sleep. Really, it's nothing, most likely due to the stress of the exams. A few days of recuperation should be sufficient for me. Have you already made any arrangements for Christmas? Not really, as I was told not to leave the house alone. I might accompany my folks on a few errands, but nothing noteworthy. How about you? She was confined in the infirmary and then the dorms, and now she couldn't leave the house alone. It'll be just me and my mom again, maybe a few of the neighbors as well, but we usually have a quiet Christmas. Therefore, rather than being truly free, it was more like a revolving prison. He was sorry for her. Why don't you spend Christmas with us? Uraraka dropped her phone on her bed and slapped her red cheeks after realizing what had happened as soon as she pushed send. Was that really what she asked him? Do you want to invite him over for Christmas? In what location would he meet her parents? Ochako lost his weight once more and started to drift in the direction of the now cushioned ceiling. It slipped. It didn't happen on purpose. it just happened, and it was too late before her mind could comprehend what she had just done. After a minute, her phone came on, and Ochako softly lowered her hands before putting her pads together. After noticing that her quirk occasionally activated and deactivated, her parents came up with the idea to use the additional blankets piled on the floor to help cushion her weight as gravity returned. It saved her from a bumpy landing more times than she could remember. That seems like a really good idea. We can bring some food so you don't have to worry about that part. But only if it doesn't cause any inconvenience to your family, since I wouldn't want to put any pressure on them. Did he not find it an odd suggestion? Oh, he responded with almost no hesitation, but she could still tell he was anxious because of how quickly he wrote the reply. When he was anxious, he always had a way of babbling. I would have to go get your parents a housewarming present. Mom would be overjoyed to celebrate Christmas at your house, but I'll check with her first thing in the morning, naturally, after your parents give their okay. It seems like a good plan. I'll surely speak with my folks in the morning, but I guess I'm going to bed now, Deku. I appreciate you speaking with me tonight. As she waited for a reaction, Ochako bit her lip and said, "It's helped." She put a hand over her pounding heart as All Might's words soared to the top of her thoughts. After his initial reaction, she honestly wasn't sure if telling him straight was a smart idea. He might believe that it wasn't a true confession due to feigned delusions, so perhaps she had a chance to change her ways. The brunette leaned back on her pillows, exhausted, as he bid her good night. Ochako had to make a decision quickly because tomorrow was a fresh day and Christmas was just 3 days away. Izuku, let me fix your hair again, it's gotten all rustled up. Mom, I'm fine. It's always this messy. Even if you flatten it down it won't stay down. You've messed with enough times already, they're going to open the door in a second. Nonsense, let me just, Deku, you're here. With her auburn eyes blazing with joy, Ochako threw open the door to her parents' house with a radiant smile. When both mother and son flinched in surprise, she stumbled. Mama Midoriya was tampering with her son's hair as the latter was attempting to tear the woman away from him. The two lowered their heads anxiously, repeating continuous apologies, and she burst out laughing. She was now aware of its source. Mama Uraraka stepped behind her daughter, smiling warmly and placing her hands lightly on her shoulders. "Oh, welcome to our home. Please come in and make yourselves at home. I have green tea ready if you would like some," she said. She gave them both a short glance, and as soon as her eyes touched Deku, a knowing gleam appeared in them. His beauty alone was enough to confirm her motherly intuition that her daughter's crush was compassionate and kind. As Ochako held the door wide for them, Inko led Izuku inside and said, "Thank you very much, that sounds wonderful right now with all of this snow. Please excuse us for intruding. Go ahead and take a seat anywhere in the living room while we get the tea. Are either of you hungry yet? I have some snacks if you'd like." Izuku turned to his mother after graciously declining the offer, saying, "I'm fine, but maybe you want something, Mom?" Food and tea were usually the first things his mother would eat when it started to get cold because she would have problems staying warm. He tried his best to keep her healthy while he was at home because she became frailer as she grew older. He observed that she appeared quite thin at times, and his mother acknowledged that she found it difficult to eat for a few days at a time when he was in danger. Inko bowed quickly before putting her hands together in front of her and said, "I wouldn't mind something small. The cold always seems to make me so hungry these days. Forgive me, I should have done introductions first. I'm Inko Midoriya and this is my son Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Fumi laughed behind her hand as the teenager flushed and nervously rubbed the back of his neck. "Fumi Uraraka, my husband is Kato, though he isn't home yet from the office. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I was very impressed with your battles during the school festivities, Izuku. You have such drive and tenacity for a young boy." She was clearly starting to understand what Ochako had told her. She was beginning to see why her daughter admired him so much. Although he was a quiet and reclusive individual, Fumi could tell from watching his battles on TV that he was always ready to help anyone in need, especially those who were close to him. In addition, he was a rather handsome young man who, if he hadn't already, would definitely win Ochako's heart someday. Fumi was already starting to plot the details of their wedding day. One child had the advantage of giving enough of time to start organizing Ochako's major life events. It was pleasant to dream, even though her daughter didn't know about any of it. Later, she would have to make some changes to the scrapbook. After putting the tea tray down carefully, Ochako shuffled back into the room and said, "I guess I should introduce myself as well," before turning to bow to Izuku's mother. "Ochako Uraraka. I'm in the same class as Deku. It's nice to meet you." Inko smiled as her son flushed and attempted to cover his face in the crook of his arm. Very nice to meet you as well. Izuku's told me all about you already, Ochako, she said. I'm thankful that you're one of his closest friends. I hope you'll always stay by his side, he could use more caring friends like you. You're such a pretty young woman, so I'm surprised at how well Izuku acts around you. He always gets nervous around women. Izuku was so ashamed that his mother was already blurting out that he had told her everything about his classmate that he murmured, Mom, cut it out," while covering his rubescent face with a hand. Ochako turned away, her face burning, and slapped a hand across her cheeks. Did he mention her to his mother? He told her how much? The brunette blurted out, "I'll get the snacks," and hurried into the other room to escape. As she raced back and forth across the floor, she quickly fanned her cheeks to help them cool off. Her courage to have him over would be shattered if she became all agitated now. The teen almost felt lightheaded from the heat staining her cheeks, but as she twisted away, she discovered the room was suddenly upside down. She had turned it on once more. It appeared to primarily activate when her emotions were elevated, which is exactly what they are right now. Naturally, this meant that unless someone caught her, she would fall to the ground with a painful thunk. As long as she was in the middle of the room, she could at least try to catch herself. The table and refrigerator had caught her a few of times. At last, those bruises were getting yellow and going away. "You Uraraka, your mother asked me to help you, where did she go?" Confused, Izuku looked about the kitchen, trying to find his now missing classmate. As he warily looked about the room, even looking under the table, Ochako pressed her fingertips to her mouth. It seemed like forever even though she hadn't seen him in more than a week. His untidy green hair, his glowing eyes, and the way his mouth formed a tiny pout when he was perplexed or anxious. Izuku's eyes darted up at the faint sound when her back struck the ceiling. The two gazed at each other for a moment before Ochako's little laugh broke the stillness. Izuku let out a little breath and then shook his head and laughed quietly. "Sorry, Deku, it happened again." His shoulders were rigid, but he smiled in relief and said, I can see that. Do you need some help? Or if you want to stay up there all day?" Ochako gestured to the corner where a broomstick with a pillow at the end was kept. "I think I've seen enough of the ceiling for 1 week and the spider that lives up here, thank you. His name is Kumo, by the way. There's a broom in the corner my parents use to guide me to a softer part of the house when my quirk won't deactivate right away." As Deku examined it, he gave it a strange look, and the gravity user burst out laughing. As her classmate hesitantly looked from her to the modified broom, her hands clenched around her stomach. To be honest, her dad came up with the concept because he was having too much problems moving a chair around the home. One day, he marched into the living room to demonstrate his carpentry talents. Ochako initially believed it to be a joke, but one day he triumphantly used it to slap her into another room. Let's just say it accomplished its goal. Izuku scratched the back of his head and swung it test-wise in the air, asking, "Do they just poke you with it, or I'm not understanding the logic of this modification?" Although the soft broom's function didn't make much sense, the weight proportions were off, causing wrist pain when using it with one hand. Using it with two hands assisted with leverage on the back end. Do your parents use it to push you away since they can't reach you? This almost seems like a medieval torture device. Ochako put a palm against the ceiling to prevent herself from whirling around again and answered, "Something like that. My quirk still deactivates randomly, so they use it to shove me towards my room, which is padded. You don't have to use the broom, but it makes for some comedic relief with visitors." She needed to get down quickly to avoid losing her lunch all over the kitchen and her classmate because her stomach was starting to get a little tight. She was working on tummy control once more, but she appeared to be getting back to her regular self every day. With a beet red face, Deku became agitated and began to wave his hands wildly, saying, "I can just catch you. I mean, if you're fine with that. I don't want to make things awkward if you don't want me to catch you or anything like that." Ochako chewed on the inside of her cheek after giving him a weird look. Suddenly, his behavior was completely out of character. What was causing his reddening? As a particular memory started to come back in her head, Ochako slammed her palms together in front of her mouth as realization creeped into the back of her mind. She saw a sudden burst of pink, and her mouth curved into an O. Oh, Ochako felt her peculiarity violently release, and she was about to fall to the ground when she suddenly came to a stop a few seconds later. Izuku gently placed her on the ground, supporting her with a hand on her elbow until she was able to regain her equilibrium. "Whoops, thanks Deku. That was a bit of bad timing to start floating away. Nice catch though. Your reflexes are really improving." He gave her a worried smile while scratching his cheek. "Don't worry about it, Uraraka. I'd rather not let you hit the floor. It might make Kumo sad," he said. Ochako was about to move away from him when the hand on her elbow tightened just a little bit, making her pause and turn to face him inquisitively. Izuku looked at her with obvious nervousness, his cheeks flushed. She knew what was going to happen next, and panic took hold of her heart. See, can we talk for a minute? Who are you and why do you have your hand on my daughter? With their eyes concentrated on the adolescent boy snatching his daughter, both teenagers turned to see Kato Uraraka standing in the kitchen doorway with his heavy arms folded tightly across his chest. Izuku's eyes darted to his hand, which was now securely gripping Uraraka's elbow, and he blinked slowly as he absorbed the situation. Ochako gazed owlishly at her father, who appeared to becoming increasingly irritated with each passing second. Tension rose in the air, and even Fumi poked her head around the corner to investigate the disturbance. Dad, this is Izuku Midoriya, my classmate? He's the one I told you was coming over for Christmas dinner today? I lost control of my quirk and he caught me so I wouldn't hit the floor. Over his daughter's objections, Kato said, answer the question, boy. Why are you grabbing my daughter? Izuku pulled his hand back as though it were scorched as he finally awoke from his paralytic sleep. Immediately he dropped into a deep bow, his trembling arms firmly clasped at his sides. With a stiff jaw and fiery eyes, her father walked up to her classmate, and Ochako huffed indignantly. He was so protective of her that she might have neglected to mention it. Izuku spoke loudly to the tiled floor, avoiding the visibly irate man standing in front of him. Forgive me, sir, I meant Uraraka no harm. Her quirk activated so I caught her then held onto her elbow to help stabilize her. He was not at all ready to meet her father, much less in a way that the overly protective guy would find unsuitable. To be honest, it was all just one huge mistake, but as the tall Mr. Uraraka stooped down to be on his level, he was unable to speak anymore. That spoke a lot because he was scarier than when he first saw Shigaraki. After reprimanding him, Fumi grabbed her husband by the earlobe and violently yanked him away from the motionless Izuku. Dear, leave the poor boy alone. He's already shaking like a leaf, so quit terrorizing Izuku. The situation was explained, so come now, don't be rude to our guests. I'm so sorry, Izuku. My husband can be a bit overprotective of Ochako, especially when it comes to any boy. Please don't worry about a thing and just try to relax for a minute. You, dear, on the other hand, are in serious trouble tonight. Now go apologize to Inko for your disrespectful actions. You've made us look bad in front of our guests. Ochako sighed and turned to face her buddy, who was in shock. Izuku had raised his head once more, but his expression was still one of disbelief. She was fairly certain that he had even changed the color of his skin. I'm sorry, Deku. Dad can be a bit overprotective and come off as aggressive, but he really isn't. Do you need anything? Water? Tea? I promise once you get to know him it'll get better. Deku sat shakily in the closest chair and put a palm over his fast-thumping heart, crackling. Some water would be nice, Uraraka. That was close. All right. Ochako chirped before rushing around the tiny kitchen. Glasses clinked softly as she pulled them from the cabinet before pulling a pitcher from the fridge. Any bit of a distraction was needed as the brunette took the time to compose herself once more. Oh, it looks like we're almost out of eggs again. Mom probably won't want me to go out by myself, but I should ask her if she wants me to get some. Especially since there will soon be another snowstorm. Because your quirk happened to activate at random? Ochako nodded before uncrossing her arms to examine her palms. Izuku thanked her for the water and took slow sips while his friend leaned against the opposite counter to gaze at him. Although she appeared to be happy on the surface, she had already used her quirk once in front of him, so perhaps something was bothering her. I still can't be left alone outside due to my peculiarity, which has resulted in some awkward situations when I've had to wear a rope around my wrist. Unfortunately, a lot of individuals here are aware that I'm a ravity, so I need to manage my emotions or else I'll start to unconsciously drift away. Although it's been a major pain, I suppose having a broken quirk is preferable than having none at all. He strained his brows as he stared into his cup of water, thinking, so her emotions were causing her quirk to activate. It was odd, but in a way it made sense because seeing blood had previously caused a PTSD attack. Perhaps there was a connection between the blood and a recessed memory that was keeping her quirk from stabilizing enough to resync to her body, though there had also been recent trauma from her unintentionally activating her quirk, so that could be another piece of the puzzle. When her classmate jolted upright and blurted a sheepish apology, Ochako muttered, Deku, you're muttering again. He had spent a lot of time and effort investigating her quirk, and while she was grateful for the assistance, he began babbling about potential explanations for it, muttering into his water cup almost immediately. Hey, could you please explain me what transpired on the night of the attack? I still can't recall anything, and I believe that hearing it from someone would help me get over the horror. Izuku blinked owlishly twice and put down his cup to consider her request. Truthfully, he hadn't given much thought to the explosion since it had occurred, but now that she had brought it up, the trauma likely caused a lapse in memory because of the seriousness of the incident. Even if he wanted to, the teen could never get the horrifying scene out of his head. He clasped his hands around the glass and exhaled deeply before mentally preparing himself. Uraraka, are you certain? It might cause you to experience anything uncomfortable. Yes. Something about my quirk rehabilitation seems to be missing. Ochako nodded gravely and then moved to stand a little taller against the counters. The demons had to be faced sooner rather than later, and with Deku present, she was confident that his support would enable her to overcome them. I've prepared myself in case it's going to be difficult, but I'm sure I can handle it. Please, Ochako, could you hurry over to the store for me? It appears that when I last went, I neglected to bring enough rice vinegar, and I only remembered this after your father returned home. With a few bills in front of the brunette, Fumi poked her head around the corner to ask her daughter, you can pick yourselves up a treat as well for the misunderstanding with Kato. Please take Izuku with you in case you try to float away again. Dinner will be served in about an hour and a half, so try not to arrive too late. Please hurry, as the stores should be open for a short period. Obviously, Mother. Would you mind, Deku? The memory retrieval would have to wait until later. I understand if you wouldn't want to leave your mom alone here. Ochako took the money and squeezed it into her pocket, making sure it was there several times. Since money was important to her family and her parents worked extremely hard to support their small family, losing it would be devastating. Obviously not. Izuku jumped out of his chair and bowed to Fumi as he walked past her to enter the living room. After making sure he was far enough away from the women, Fumi shuffled to her daughter, who eased into her open arms as a worn hand gently stroked down her chestnut locks in a slow, soothing motion. The trauma her child had experienced over the past few weeks was enough to break her heart a million times over, and being so far away from Ochako made matters worse. The worried mother was only able to watch from a distance as villains attacked UA continuously, and poor Izuku seemed to be the main target. As a mother, she felt pain for both Inko and Izuku. A mother has a responsibility to worry about her children, even though I know I shouldn't worry about you all the time, Ochako. You'll be careful out there, promise me? Don't worry, Mom, I will. When it came to love, intuition was always right. I've got Deku with me, the mother said with a knowing smile. I know he'll take good care of you since I can sense he cares about you a lot. In order to avoid floating into the sky, remember to bring your gloves. I don't want to receive any calls on Christmas about my daughter going into orbit. Ochako smiled softly as her mother kissed her head tenderly and then withdrew, saying, all right, I know. We'll be back soon enough. Mom, are you certain you'll be all right? Izuku worried about his mother, who was only smiling amusedly and shaking her head while holding a steaming cup of tea. She seemed perfectly content, but he didn't want to leave her alone in case something went wrong. I don't have to go if you're nervous to stay here alone, Izuku said. Don't worry, Izuku, here, I'll be safe and okay. In addition, I haven't sat down to tea with anyone in a long time, so this is a chance for us to learn more about one another. Please try to avoid getting into any arguments and take care of yourself. I've witnessed your conflicts, and they may be really frightening. I'll do my best. If you need anything at all, give me a call. The hero slipped his jacket back on and said, we'll be back soon. He caught Uraraka's father frowning at him and twitched nervously before yanking his eyes to the wall in a phony interest. Fumi slapped her husband on the arm, but all he got in return was a huff of amusement. Now he was just doing it for fun. Are you set, Deku? She was wearing a simple brown button-down jacket with a pink-paneled scarf tucked around her neck, and Ochako bounded over to her waiting classmate with gloved hands clasped together. Her typical tights and shorts completed the ensemble, though he wondered if she ever got cold wearing them, especially in the winter. It took him a few seconds to realize that it was nearly the exact same outfit she had worn to the entrance exams, where they first met. Heat tinted his cheeks, and he coughed a little as he made his way to the door. She looked adorable in it. Why yeah, we'll be right back. Enjoy, watch out, you too. Just as the door quietly closed, Inko yelled. Ochako had been out of the house for a few days, and the freedom felt great despite the cold biting at her bare skin. Fortunately, her scarf and gloves provided a little extra warmth. The snow was always so pretty. The air had turned bitterly cold as thick flakes of snow floated down to the ground in a heavy coat. Ochako practically skipped down the hallway that led to the stairwell, a joyful hum passing her lips. I'd like to go sledding with you. Yes, we had planned to go sledding at some time. Izuku blew on his fingertips to warm them up. He should have brought gloves, but he was so anxious to get everything ready for dinner at Uraraka's house that he forgot about them until now. All he had to do was press them against his burning cheeks to warm them up. Perhaps there will be time when we return to school for the upcoming semester. The brunette hummed softly, keeping her eyes forward. The next semester, huh? I may not be able to join for the next semester since I'm so behind now. She was already about a month behind, and making up all those tests could take longer than that because controlling her quirk was taking up most of her concentration. Even if I haven't taken the final retest yet, Mr. Aizawa will have me take remedial classes first. Until I can stop drifting away, that is, assuming they ever allow me to return to the class. All of us can assist you in catching up on your studies. There is a study guide that covers every topic covered in each lesson, and I carried the notebook with all of the final notes. Yayorozu and Iida also contributed their assistance. Even outside of school, her friends were doing everything they could to keep her on the path to becoming a hero. I am sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry. Deku shuffled around the inside of his jacket until he produced a small notebook with Uraraka's name neatly written on the front. Gloved hands carefully took the book and opened it, and each note was written with such care and detail that it made Ochako teary-eyed the more she flipped through it. Is the present really so awful? A hand curled lightly over her heart as it began racing faster, a gentle heat flushing her wind-grazed cheeks. Thank you, Deku, Ochako said softly, closing the book before taking a deep breath and lifting her gaze to meet his. The wind died down enough to settle the flakes to a gentle float, giving her a clear focus of the man who had stolen her heart. Even at my darkest moments, you have always supported me and still do. Since my quirk was blocked, I've considered quitting the school for weeks. Even when it started to come back, I was still afraid I wouldn't be able to control it completely. When a hero is unable to save oneself, how can they help others? Every night, I've tormented myself by wondering about everything that transpired and how I could have done something different to achieve a better result. Mirio talked about attempting to maintain a smile, but how can I when I'm still experiencing a lot of turmoil? The truth was painful, but it had to be spoken. Uraraka, Deku began, but trailed off with a bite of his cheek. He wanted nothing more than for her to continue the healing process, even if it meant keeping his ears shut and not speaking. If he interrupted her now, while she was pouring her heart and soul out, she might close herself off. During the trip, I gave the circumstances leading up to the attack a lot of thought, Deku. I've repeatedly looked for other approaches and results that would have produced a brighter future, but I've been unsuccessful. I've retained what All Might said to help me continue on the right course in life. I finally realized that there's no way to go back to who you used to be, that's just not how it works, so the only thing left to do is move forward and try to understand who you are now. Ochako focused on the small mound of snow that was slowly accumulating on the fire hydrant next to her as her hands gripped the notebook. She was certain that there would be no going back to just friends after this, but sitting around moping didn't help as the emotions piled up inside her like a ticking time bomb. The first time she had said those words, it was because she had a fever and some blood loss, but now that she was alone in the calm winter. What I said in the PE, Deku, it was now or never. Ever since the hero licensing exams, I've recently come to realize the feelings that have been growing inside of me, Ochako said, taking a deep breath through her nose and turning to face her now flustered and bewildered friend, whose face was turning red and who she could tell had at least some idea of what she was about to say. The butterflies in her chest hummed loudly as she forced the words out of her mouth. I've attempted to suppress them and keep them imprisoned since doing so would only make it more difficult for you to become the greatest hero. I haven't spoken up yet because I didn't want these emotions to destroy our friendship. Deku, I lo. Squealing tires followed by a thunderous crash abruptly ended her heartfelt confession and both teens looked over to see a massive pileup happening in the street. Cries of pain and fear filled the still air as more vehicles lost control on the slippery roads. Izuku immediately launched his black whip to stop a moving truck from colliding with a van full of kids and Ochako surged forward instinctively only to falter to a stop. What could she do with an out-of-control quirk? Right now she was more dangerous than helpful, but useless was no longer in her vocabulary. Uncertainty trembled through her body as the cries grew louder, smoke filling the air as one of the vehicles began catching fire. Deku had already launched himself into the scene without hesitation, leaving the brunette to hesitate on the sidewalk. A young whale caught her attention, causing auburn orbs darting to the source. A small girl stumbled from between some vehicles with a torn teddy in her arms as fat tears rolled down pink cheeks. She was alone, afraid, confused and possibly injured. Brakes screeching reached her ears and deep down she instinctively knew where the vehicle was headed. The notebook slipped from her grasp as she took off running towards the girl with fingertips pressed together. Ochako slid across the slick street, pushing herself faster as the truck drew closer with every breath. The girl's eyes widened, and she slowly reached out her arms to the hero, with the teddy bear falling to the ground in response. The truck bumped into them both as it tried to regain control on the icy road, and they both tumbled violently through the air, spinning out of control, and Ochako couldn't tell which way was up or down as they floated higher and higher. The collision wasn't hard enough to damage anything, but she would be sore for the next few days at the very least. Something moved in her arms, so she looked down at the moving black hair. Her pain could wait. She needed to make sure the child was safe and sound. "How are you?" Rescue training kicked in, and Ochako did her best to stay calm because the child was her top priority at the moment. Fearful wide eyes brimmed with tears as they looked up. Ochako asked gently, her grip tightening around the trembling child. The girl couldn't have been older than 5 or 6 years old. "Yeah. Are you Uravati?" The name pinged across her heart so the brunette nodded. A child who looked up to her as a hero. It warmed her chest to know someone so small watched and idolized her. Thank you Uravati, for saving me. When I get big and strong, I want to be like you because I've always thought you're the finest hero ever. What's your name?" In the distance, sirens started to cry out. Surely, they would see 2 individuals floating away, particularly Deku. Was he still assisting the accident victims? "Sylvia. My quirk is magnetism." The child's jacket was probably still in one of the damaged vehicles, and the only thing keeping Sylvia warm was a long-sleeved shirt and jeans with boots. "I tried to push the truck back from me but I think it just pushed us away," Sylvia said, sniffing into her arm as she cuddled closer to her savior. "I tried to push the truck back from me but I think it just pushed us away." "It's a great quirk to have, and that's a gorgeous name, Sylvia. Make a vow to me that you will always use your peculiarity to help people in need. I understand that everything is frightening at the moment, but might you use your peculiarity to draw us back to the ground? I swear I won't let you fall. I'm confident you can succeed." Sylvia looked into the reassuring eyes of the hero holding her safely in her arms and nodded. Squeezing an arm free from the restrictive hold around her small frame, the child aimed her hand towards what she hoped was the ground. A low rumbling quivered within her small body as atomic electrons began separating within her bloodstream, creating small sparks of magnetic fields that rapidly spread like wildfire. Unpaired electrons started spinning wildly, causing Sylvia to become a magnetic human being. Ochako felt her phone jerk towards the child through her jacket pocket as she raised the level of magnetism even higher. After a few more tumbles through the air, the two floated to a stop right side up. With a sigh of relief, the hero glanced over their surroundings. They'd been sent flying at least a few hundred feet into the sky as the street they were on looked more like a snow globe with square and rectangular buildings. Landing would be problematic without her gear, and her quirk couldn't be entirely trusted to work on command. Ochako looked around for a safe spot to land, but there really weren't any nearby. A river not too far from the accident scene could work, and it hadn't frozen over yet. An icy bath was the better alternative than splattering on concrete. "Sylvia, you're doing fantastic. Try to maintain your peculiarity so that we can gradually descend again." As they started to descend back to the ground, Ochako reassured the girl that if she could keep this up, they could land safely without her deactivating her quirk. But what if her quirk failed while they were so far up? It was risky to rely on the little girl in her arms to control more than 3 times her weight, and even now it still occasionally deactivated on its own. The hero shook her head. No, she was done thinking that way. Right now, with a small life in her arms, she had to concentrate on getting them both back to the ground safely. Even if they had to land in the river, she would absorb the full force of the impact. Even if it broke every bone in her body, Ochako would save the life wrapped around her body. Sylvia opened her eyes and looked down, her black eyes widening at the dizzying height. "I'm terrified, Uravati," she whispered. "I want to go back to mommy. I want to go down." "It's all right. Sylvia, I've got you." Were her emotions boosting the power output? A child her age would find it difficult to master a powerful quirk so easily, and the hero had a feeling they were about to lose control completely. "Take a deep breath and then let it out through your mouth." They began descending faster, and Ochako's stomach lurched at the sudden force of the drop. "I know it's hard and scary, but I need you to stay focused on holding your quirk steady just long enough for us to get to a safe distance." "I am at a loss for control." Deactivating her quirk now could work, then reactivating before they hit the ground would definitely make it safe, but the problem was if her quirk didn't reactivate. On several occasions, it took a while for the quirk to deactivate before she fell onto her cushioned floor. The heavy pull of the magnetism quirk fizzled out, and the two found themselves free-falling towards the snowy ground. Ochako searched her mind for the least damaging strategies, but ultimately became frustrated because she lacked Deku's air force, black whip, or superhuman strength that would safely return them to the ground, which was getting closer by the second. Think, Ochako, think, the brunette bit her lower lip anxiously as their time was running out. She was startled out of her tumultuous thoughts by a song ringing against her hip and she glanced down at her pocket, her phone. She could tell Deku where they were. Sylvia, please latch your arms around my neck and your legs around my waist. Are you able to do that? The girl looked up in panic, but after receiving a comforting nod, she started to comply. Ochako reached into her pocket for the electronic device, and when one arm secured against her back, she slapped her thumb over the green symbol several times until the screen recognized Deku's name. What happened, Uraraka? You're where? People were shouting in the background, making it hard to understand him, and he was in a panic as sirens blared. They say you jumped in front of a truck and then vanished. Was your quirk activated? Ochako lifted her voice over the annoying wind that was tearing at them, saying, I activated my quirk to save a child but we floated away from the accident. She could see the approaching dots of cars growing into more detailed objects, and she could tell that the quirk's control was starting to wane as they sped up and then slowed down again. If she didn't hurry, she would have to try to deactivate and then reactivate her quirk in a second, but she couldn't control our descent. The young girl with me used her magnetic ability to point us back toward the ground as we were making our way to the river, ensuring that we would arrive hot. Where are you positioned? How far are you from the site of the wreck? It was nothing compared to the break itself, but it distorted her focus for a few seconds at a time. We're headed towards the docks on the river, where the fishermen store their equipment for winter. Ochako felt her body starting to rotate from the force of the wind, so she tightened her grip on the small child and balanced their weight with her legs, winced a little as pain shot up them. Are you hurting? Ochako managed to smile before shaking her head slightly in response to Sylvia's worried question in her ear. She needed to concentrate or else neither of them would survive. If anything, the pain now strengthened her will to save the kid, as Deku had sustained more severe wounds and continued to fight. The police have the accident handled, so I'm going to head to the river now. Before you go to the river, make sure everyone is safe. If I have to take a cold bath, I can manage it. Deku, they're the top focus. There aren't many heroes in this area, and the number of casualties will overwhelm the cops. Uraraka, when we land, I'll meet you up. I'm capable. Believe me, Deku. Ochako said with assurance, and she could almost hear him arguing in her head. All right. After a brief pause, Deku said, when I'm finished, I'll see you at the river. After the call ended, Ochako pushed the phone back into her pocket and pressed her pads together. Gravity took over, and she clung resolutely to Sylvia, knowing that she would save them both. At the moment, she needed to concentrate before reactivating her quirk a few feet off the ground, as they were now going straight for the river, and she needed to try to lessen the impact. Being struck by a truck wasn't expected, but as long as she held the tiny life in her arms, it was worth every bit of the agony. We will have to land in the river, Sylvia. I will not let you go for a moment. Before we enter, I want you to take a deep breath since it's going to be quite cold. It's similar to diving from a diving board into a pool. Is that something you've done before? The poor thing must have been freezing so high up in the icy winds when Ochako asked the youngster, who was quivering in her arms. Like when you were learning to swim. Ochako smiled back down at Sylvia, who questioned with a hint of eagerness. Good. That meant she knew how to swim and was used to jumping from heights. Exactly. Imagine that we are plunging into a large, frigid pool from a towering diving board. Do you still know how to swim to the top? By pushing down with my arms and kicking my legs, in my class, I'm the best swimmer. Exactly. Prepare to hold your breath, please. In less than 15 seconds, we will be on the water. Are you ready? This is going to require us to use plus ultra. In addition to ultra, Ochako counted down and motioned for the child to hold her breath, doing the same thing while straightening her legs out for impact. Just before reaching the waters, the hero pulled out her phone and threw it towards the snow piled on the riverbank. It would help Deku find them faster if he could track the GPS to narrow down the search area. Ochako then locked her fingers together and closed her eyes, hoping for the best. The icy waters punched the air from her lungs the moment the two slammed through the surface, and Ochako felt some bubbles of oxygen escape from her mouth from the impact. It took a few seconds for her to force her eyes open to see how far down they'd sunk. The surface was a good distance away, the escaping air bubbles showing the way, though it wouldn't be impossible to reach with her now half-emptied lungs. Sylvia was still holding onto her breath the best she could and blearily looked up at the hero through the waters. With a free hand, Ochako pointed towards the surface, then began kicking her legs. The hero was thankful to have trained hard enough to be able to swim with added weight, but until they were safe on snowy land, she wouldn't relax. She made a mental note to thank Sue later for the underwater swimming lessons. Docked boats with their anchors down swayed gently in the flowing water, the large chains intertwined with billowing stalks of freshwater seaweed. They would have to swim through a dense patch to reach the river's edge, having already successfully navigated through the thinner patches lining the riverbed. If they tried to swim directly towards the surface, they'd have to deal with rippling currents and piercing winds, though staying underwater meant a higher risk of drowning from cold shock. Either route was a losing option, but she wanted to make sure Sylvia reached the shore faster. Ochako tried her best to avoid the tangling vines, yet a few managed to snag around her leg with a sway of the current and halt their escape. Air bubbles hit her in the face and she looked down to see Sylvia expelling what remained in her lungs. She couldn't hold it any longer. The hero glanced between her tangled foot and the small child squirming in her arms. Without another thought, Ochako motioned for her to keep swimming upward as she released her grasp on the child and moved to grab her feet. There were less than 10 feet to the surface, so she could make it with a strong boost. Making sure Sylvia was ready, the hero pressed all 5 finger pads against her legs, then pushed up against from her feet as hard as she could. As soon as the child broke the surface with a visible splash, Ochako canceled the gravity alteration and turned to the pesky weeds that kept her bound to the river. Her lungs were burning from the lack of fresh oxygen and she didn't have long to try and free herself, so she got right to work. Her fingers wrangled with the plant, pulling and ripping at the leaves and stems, but they were slick and difficult to break. There was nothing left on her person that could cut through the tricky weeds, and pulling on them wasn't working. She kicked her leg out in hopes of them entangling, though that resulted in more vines latching onto the ones she was trying to get off. She took a few seconds to think before removing her remaining glove, then unbuttoning the waterlogged jacket. With zero gravity in effect, the lightened weight load should give her a small boost towards the surface. As soon as she dropped the apparel, her leg tugged harder against the weeds, but it wasn't enough. She'd become too tangled up to just slip through the vines. Ochako let out a few small puffs of air to ease the growing strain on her lungs, but everything started to become sluggish. Every movement she made slowed down to a crawl, her fingers slipping from the vines before just floating up, her legs stopping their useless struggle. It wouldn't be long before water entered her lungs, and then it was over. It only took a few seconds to fully drown once water entered. That was if the cold didn't completely shut her body down first. The waters around her rippled violently, and auburn orbs darted upwards to see what caused it. A shadow grew larger and larger until, with a hard blink, her brain realized it was a person, and a familiar one at that. Ochako tried flapping her arms to reach the nearest anchor chain, but it was useless, and she was unable to break free and reach the surface in time to get air. Her mind was beginning to go numb from the lack of oxygen, and she began to accept the looming fact that she wouldn't make it out. He nodded and pushed his way down to the weeds after Deku reached for her hand and grabbed it to pull her up, but she shook her head and pointed at her leg. It took him a moment to grab onto the slippery plant, and with a strong yank, he broke it off her leg. Ochako felt herself slowly rising, but she lacked the strength to kick her way to the surface, and she started to weakly flounder as the last of the bubbles of air left her mouth and the world turned dark around the edges. Deku kicked himself in her direction, grabbed on tight, and pointed his fingers down. With a burst of air, the two of them shot to the surface, and greedily soaked up the cold winter weather. Ochako coughed hard as they swam the short distance to shore quickly, and Izuku stood up as soon as his footing struck the rocks at the water's edge. He quickly picked her up and held on tight as he clambered up the snowy incline. She was shivering violently, her body temperature dropping even lower due to the air, and puffs of condensation billowed out with every exhale. If he had been any later, his classmate would have drowned in the river. "A medic is what I need." As people started to rush over to pull them up the bank, Deku called out. Her leg got caught on seaweed, so she may have inhaled some water. His footing slipped a couple of times, but he dug his shoes in harder to get traction until a few men pulled them up the last few feet, guiding him as quickly as they could while attempting to get vitals. The paramedics immediately began administering oxygen and a warming blanket to her, and offered Deku the same blanket after he refused other medical care. Ochako lay inside the ambulance to warm up and recuperate from the near-drowning experience while an officer asked Deku some questions about the accident outside, while paramedics attended to those injured in the crash and the police cleared the wreckage. After a short time, Ochako regained her composure and removed the mask once she felt well enough to breathe on her own. She took a moment to give thanks to the heavens for sending Deku to her, because she wouldn't be sitting there breathing fresh air if he hadn't risked his life. Uraraka. Are you conscious? How are you doing? Deku asked anxiously, and she turned to see him sitting on the bench next to her. He was wrapped in a warm blanket and had a towel on his hair to help dry it, but his face was one of pure terror, tears streaming down his cheeks despite his best attempts to stop them. A little breathless and cold, but alive. She reached out and lightly touched the hand resting on his knee, and the pain in his cries caused her own tears to burst through the dam. As soon as I realized I was stuck, I pushed Sylvia up then tried to free myself, Ochako began, but her voice broke as tears welled up in her eyes and the hero next to her covered his face with his arm as his emotions overcame him and he started to cry. I wouldn't be here speaking if you hadn't arrived when you did. I'm so happy you're all right. You ought to give Sylvia credit for warning me. She yelled out my name, which she recognized from our phone call and the sports festival. After briefly regaining control of his emotions, Deku responded roughly, "That's how I knew where to find you. She guided us to where you were underwater." His trembling hands were clenched tightly against his lap, acting as the last physical barrier preventing him from breaking down again, and he went into panicked overdrive as soon as he saw her simply floating there without struggling to surface. She must have gotten tangled up in the seaweed trying to get them both closer to the shore. Uraraka was seconds away from drowning in the cold river, and he would never have forgiven himself for that. Is she okay? Did she and her parents get back together? Ochako asked weakly. She needed to know if she was fine, if she'd saved that little girl. Deku gave her a wavering smile and nodded. Oh, thank goodness. I hoped she would make it to the surface safely because she informed me she was the strongest swimmer in her class. I pushed her more quickly by using my peculiarity. She was brought to another ambulance for treatment after her parents followed me to the riverbank. She told me how courageous and strong you were for rescuing her by jumping in front of the truck. She then enthusiastically described how you assisted her in bringing her quirk to life in order to bring you both back to Earth. Uraraka, you were extraordinary. Without hesitation, you sprang in front of the truck to save a child, and you managed to get her to safety. You went against the odds and used your hero training to not only save a life, but also ensure that she remained composed the entire time, even if your quirk hasn't returned to normal yet. You're a hero even if you don't feel like it at the moment. Your prompt response today demonstrated that, as did the little girl's life. Deku, they are currently on their way because Mom called me a short while ago and they are aware of what transpired. She was relieved that Jiro had placed a sturdy phone case on it. Here, your phone is a little damaged from hitting the ground, but I think we can get it repaired. Deku handed her the phone, and she carefully examined it. The screen had a crack in the top corner that didn't really interfere with usage, but otherwise it appeared to be in good shape. A quick press of the unlock button revealed the class photo wallpaper, which she looked over before locking it. Deku, thank you. If you can tell me where Sylvia is, I'd like to go see her right now. Before they leave, I want to make sure she's okay. Ochako accepted the offered hand to help her up and set the phone down on the bench next to her. The brunette felt more at ease as he led the way to another ambulance that was sitting with its doors open and two people hovering at the entrance. Auburn eyes took in the chaos of the scene and saw families huddled together to recover after the accident, with most of the injuries appearing to be minor, probably because Deku had jumped in and stopped the out-of-control vehicles. She went on to say that we needed to go plus ultra. I swam like I did in swim class, holding my breath for a very long time underwater. She pushed me up so I could call her friend over, but it was still fantastic until she got hooked by some horrible seaweed. Did you know that he is also a hero? Deku and Uravati came to my rescue. Both of them attended the sports festival. Mommy, I want to be a hero like them. Deku put a kind touch against her shoulder when she began to cry and tremble, and Ochako put a hand against her chest in sheer relief when Sylvia's voice cut through the rest of the noise. I'm so happy that you're okay, my love. After the crash, we kept running around yelling your name when we couldn't find you. Before going to speak to the paramedic, Sylvia's mother brushed a loving hand down her child's dripping wet hair. Thank goodness that hero heard us and brought us to the river. Sylvia leaned over, her eyes wide with excitement as she spotted Uraraka and Deku coming. It's Uravati and Deku, Mama, look, they both saved me. In an instant, both parents spun around, and before Ochako could react to the young girl, she was thrown off balance by a powerful embrace. To the surprise of the hero, who cautiously reciprocated the gesture, the mother cried into her shoulder and rubbed her back. I can't thank you enough for saving Sylvia. I'm so grateful you were here when everything happened. You risked your life to save my little girl and I'm forever indebted to you, Uravati. More people surrounded the heroes, who were stranded in the middle of the crowd with nowhere to go. Everyone praised them on a great save, with others exclaiming that they had captured the entire affair and that it was already receiving thousands of views online. After being virtually crushed by admirers and appreciative locals for a few minutes, the two heroes were able to breathe easier after the police helped disperse the gathering. After the almost frantic mother let go of her hand, Ochako felt something tugging at it. She looked down to find Sylvia motioning her down with excitement. The little girl was almost leaping with delight, so she knelt down to meet her eye level. Ochako gave the girl a warm pat on the back and said, "I'm glad to see you're doing good, Sylvia. You were very brave today and I know someday you'll make a great hero." The child smiled at the compliment. Sylvia proudly retrieved a small Uravati pin and placed it in Ochako's icy palm. "You were super awesome. Thank you again for saving me, Uravati. You're my new favorite hero. Here, I want you to have this pin. I kept it for good luck but I want you to have it now so that you'll kick some villain butt and be safe." After giving her a deep neck hug, the toddler skipped back to the ambulance for another examination. As he crouched by her and grinned down at the pin, Deku remarked, "You've really impacted her life, Uraraka. Thanks to you, she's going to become a strong hero one day in the future." It was a very adorable small Uravati trinket in a floating position. "I guess I have," she quietly answered. Deku reached out his hands for her to take, but she only gave him a feeble laugh, much to his perplexity. "We should get you back to the ambulance to warm up before our parents show up. You're going to freeze even more sitting in the snow like this. Can I help you up?" he said. "Don't worry so much about me, Deku," Ochako puffily said, her lips moving in a comforting motion. "One day he was going to stress himself to death. If anything, today's made me stronger and renewed my vigor on becoming a hero. I know it's a long way to go, but I'm ready to get back on track. Also, I may or may not have injured my legs a bit from the impact of the truck, then the river and now I can't get up. I don't have any strength left, sorry. This is a bit embarrassing." Deku shifted in front of her, his face clouded with worry, blinking a few times. Ochako looked at him fondly. He appeared unconcerned despite being completely soaked from diving in to save her. Without thinking twice or considering his personal safety, he had leapt into a frigid river. He was only thinking about saving her. She put a gentle hand to her chest as her heart began to race. He was making it more and more difficult to suppress the emotions that were developing inside of her, to the point where her lips parted slightly as something in her head finally made sense. "I have to worry about you, Uraraka, because you mean too much for me to lose you. You almost lost your life today and I should have." Ochako's cold hands delicately grasped his face, then yanked it down to hers, causing their lips to meet. As all of the suppressed feelings spilled over onto wind-scratched and flushed cheeks, Auburn's eyes squinted shut. Though in this case it was more of an impulsive response than anything else, actions frequently spoke louder than words. Izuku gazed owlishly at Ochako, whose auburn eyes wavered with emotion as she slowly parted her lips from his. His entire body was on fire, and all he could do was look at the brunette in front of him in a daze. The fire radiating through every cell in his body was so intense that he could not even feel the cold water sticking to him. Although she made an effort to properly convey her sentiments before to the crash, he was not at all expecting her to do that. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but stare at her in disbelief as heat flowed from his face that was hotter than the sun. Ochako gingerly pressed her fingers against her slightly swollen lips and mumbled, "I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking when I did that," her warm eyes widening in understanding. With his hands trembling over his mouth, Deku was glowing crimson and gazing into Auburn with what may be called shell-shocked eyes. I don't know what I was thinking, Deku, you kept being worried and I." Fumi rushed to the two teenagers, Kato following closely behind, and said, "There you two are. What happened? You've been gone for less than 15 minutes and then the news came on that there was a major crash. Izuku called and told us what happened. Are you okay? You're both soaked to the bone. We need to get you home and out of those soaking clothes." Ochako blinked slowly before trying to stand up with stiff, painful movements, but Deku leapt to his feet and grasped her arm to stop her, his mixed feelings suddenly shifting from anger to worry. "Why you can injure yourself more, Uraraka, please let the paramedics take another look at you." "I don't need it, Deku," Ochako said softly as their parents approached, looking at him resolutely yet smiling trustingly. "I can handle a bruise or two because that's what heroes do, right? Sacrifice their blood, sweat, and tears for the sake of those who can't fight. If I can't save one small girl in front of me, how can I become a hero that saves everyone?" Just as the anxious parents arrived, Izuku paused and then nodded with a hesitant smile, Uraraka, but swiftly released her arm when he realized what he was doing. When it came to his daughter, Kato was a frightening man to be around. With his friend's determination evident through the suffering and unshed tears concealed behind the crumbling mask, the tide was starting to turn towards the finish line. Izuku Midoriya had no doubt that Uraraka would return to the hero route with him and their classmates, as she was focused on doing so. Finding the villains behind the paralyzing mist and assisting her in remastering her quirk were the only tasks left to complete. His attention was diverted lower by a tug on his jacket sleeve, and he saw Sylvia grinning cheekily as she looked up at him eagerly. The teenager knelt down to meet the young girl's eye level and said, "Sylvia, how are you holding up? Are you getting ready to leave?" She was still drenched, but she seemed unconcerned as she fiddled with her cozy blanket. It brought back memories of Eri playing with Mirio's cape, the young girl leaping around like a superhero. "Yeah, but I wanted to say thank you for saving Uravity and she helped me control my quirk so we could reach the ground safely. We went for a super cold swim, but it was fun. It was like jumping off a diving board." She shook her head vigorously, and Izuku grinned and said, "I'm glad to hear that. Your quirk is magnetism, isn't it? That's a pretty cool quirk to have. Do you really want to be a hero one day?" One day, she would be a fantastic hero. The strength she possessed as a young child will undoubtedly grow into something bigger in the future. Deku, I have a question," Sylvia said tremblingly as she clasped the blanket's borders in her tiny hands. She snuggled closer to him, gesturing for the hero to bend down farther, and Deku tilted his head quizzically. "Does it mean Uravity likes you 'cause she kissed you?" The mere mention of it caused Izuku's face to burn up, and he jerked back in astonishment, landing butt first in the icy stuff that covered the ground. In an attempt to explain it, he waved his hands around and spoke in random jumbles, but the girl only smiled at his response and thanked him again to go back to her worried mother. He wasn't sure how that information had escaped his mind. It had just happened, but now there was a third item to try to understand. Sorting out his conflicted romantic sentiments may have been the most difficult thing the hero had to do out of everything that had happened to him since joining UA. Foreman Shinso Takachi frowned uneasily as he glanced down at the search warrant that the local police had given him. Along with Endeavor, Hawks, and even UA's Eraserhead, a sizable police task force had unexpectedly exploded onto the docks, demanding an itemized inventory of all the containers that had just been delivered for departure. "What you're telling me is that there could be massive quantities of a paralytic poison in some of these containers. How in the world do you expect me to know which ones are which? There are dozens upon dozens of containers in this yard alone. It would take days to search through everything, and even then stuff is moving out constantly. Not to mention everything coming in. I can't just shut the yard down, otherwise there would be supply shortages for a minimum of weeks." "Foreman Takachi, I understand that your operations are running nearly 24/7 to keep up with supply demands, but this has become an issue of national safety. We need to find those containers or else they'll be shipped out to other countries where they'll be used to take down heroes. There have been a few victims already, including a young student. My men will move as fast as they can, but this yard is being shut down due to the threat of a terroristic attack," Detective Tsukachi said as he started to wave his men forward to begin the search. The foreman started to object, but his words were lost as he stared at the frightening police officers and the warrant, so he shook his head and gave up. The foreman rubbed the back of his head and then grabbed the radio that was fastened to his breast, saying, "I heard about that, poor kid. All right, I'll shut the yard down, but they won't be happy about it at all. Attention all dock workers. As of this moment the dock is being shut down due to a police investigation. I need all hands to meet at the office. I repeat, the dock is now shut down, so head to the main office. No cargo goes in or out of this port." Endeavor snarled as he strode ahead with a purpose, with Hawks and Eraserhead after the top hero. "We'll get this over with quickly." The yard was enormous, yet the three of them could move across it more quickly than any police department could. Hawks kicked a boulder with his shoe before jumping to a float, his crimson wings softly flapping to keep him level. "This is a massive port, Endeavor. How do you suppose we search the entire yard before someone slips away with the cargo?" Hawks asked. "I've already sent tracker feathers out, but I can't spare any more unless I leave myself completely defenseless and unable to fly." Before separating from the other heroes and vanishing behind a pile of shipping containers, Eraserhead gave the order, "We'll split up for now. Search for any containers with the symbol of Quantum Council. Move your way towards the outer perimeter and signal when you find one." Hawks pondered, "Bossy one, ain't he?" before launching himself forward with a powerful wingbeat. It was funny to be bossed around by an instructor, but he didn't blame the stealth pro. Endeavor huffed to himself as he ignited his flames, saying, letting feelings guide your judgment is why he never became a top hero in the first place. With hidden eyes darting over every corner, Shota ran through the containers on a quest. Since they began apprehending villains who worked for the gang, the leads on the Quantum Council had been waning, and now the candle that illuminated the way straight to them was on the verge of going out. He would hold them accountable for everything his student had gone through, including her broken body, mind, and spirit. He would never again allow one of his pupils to sustain such severe injuries while still breathing. He would personally see to it that the League was smashed back down like the bugs they were, even though they had been recruiting more brazenly lately. The pro turned on a dime to pursue a shadow that caught his eye. There shouldn't be anyone strolling around, especially not hidden deep inside rows of containers, since all of the dock workers are congregated towards the entrance of the yard. With a quick flick of his wrist, he was able to wrap his scarf around a tall aisle marker and effortlessly climb to the top, giving him the upper hand he needed. The police had obtained a search warrant within an hour of the court's opening, and there was still plenty of daylight left. Although he understood why the principal had sent him, Principal Nezu had told the teacher to accompany him in case things became tough. Nezu was aware of how crucial any information concerning the Quantum Council was to Aizawa, and he made it apparent that it was for his strong quirk and scouting abilities while also expressing concern for his students' welfare. Shota could hear cries of agony in the distance behind him, but he was certain that the top hero had discovered some lingering individuals in between the containers. The expert swung to the next aisle marker to stay high in the air when keen eyes caught sight of another shadow running between containers. He was able to fortify his defenses and map out the dock by remaining high above. He was in the best position strategically since he was running erratically between containers, which limited his perspective and created open blind spots. His current skill set is the result of years of behind-the-scenes work. As he looked over the arrangement, glimmers of darkness crept between the containers. As soon as Eraserhead observed two shadows move past one another with the smallest overlap of arms, he realized they were being utilized as decoys. They were pushing him more into the dockyard, which meant they were either keeping him away from their valuable cargo that was tucked away nearby or leading him in the direction of the crooks who were ready to ambush him. Since 3 professional heroes were scouting the area, it was more logical for them to pose as decoys in order to give them time to evacuate the cargo before it was seized. Hawks, Endeavor, they're using decoys to distract us from where the cargo is. I'm following a villain's quirk right now that'll lead me straight into the hive. Endeavor moaned into his headset, that much is obvious, Eraserhead. I'm only finding low-level grunts over in this section. Hawks, what's your status? I'm picking up major vibrations just to the west of where Eraser is. Seems like they're moving some serious cargo towards the water. I'm on my way over there. Hawks responded. Aizawa's jaw was tightened. They had no intention of running away again. I'm almost to the water's edge, keep an aerial view of both of us, don't let them leave this dockyard. Eraser started swinging from pole to pole until he came to a large line of containers arranged in front of an inlet at the yard's edge. The pro landed silently on top of the container nearest to the gang of villains who were scuttling through the confined aisles with heavy boxes in their arms. He looked at the glaring hazard label. They were using another route, one that might have been misconstrued for a rainwater exit, to smuggle the paralyzed out of the nation. A man wearing a dark cloak over his body said, "Get this stuff moved before the pros reach us. I didn't work this hard just for them to ruin my damn job," and pointed a finger at the water to guide the lackeys. My shadows aren't enough to keep 3 pros off for long. You've also weakened your abilities by using them during the day with limited darkness. Maybe next time you should focus on strengthening your plans ahead of time. Eraser interrupted the ringleader, wrapped his scarf tightly around him, and yanked him towards the skies. You're right, your shadows were sloppy enough to see right through. While some of the other villains used their peculiarities defensively, others jolted in surprise and dropped the boxes before running for it. The shadow user wriggled a hand out of the restraints and pointed it straight down at the hero, saying, "Stop making this harder than it has to be, hero. Just let us go about our business and you won't get hurt. Shadow images aren't the only thing I can do. Take this, shadow spear." His palm exploded into a black, jagged projectile that was aimed directly at the hero. Eraserhead simply raised his head just enough to activate his quirk, which turned the shadow assault into dust. "Is that all you've got? Disappointing. I've dealt with dust bunnies more terrifying than you. Maybe you should have stuck to something other than villainy if that's all you can manage against a hero." The villain was flung around forcefully, whirling in broad circles, until the material relaxed enough to send him hurtling towards the waves. What the hell are you?" the villain said as the ties tightened around him. With a loud splash, he landed, and Eraser gave the surviving baddies beneath him his hardened, blazing eyes. As Hawks flew overhead with Endeavor just behind him, the other players shakily raised their arms in surrender, with the top pro landing heavily on a shipping container. One angry teacher. _B_Detective Sukachi said, "Great work today, you three. We've managed to secure their cargo and it's being sent to a testing facility so we can analyze and hopefully neutralize the paralytic. I'm just glad we were able to catch the cargo before it left the docks, as the villains who had been apprehended were carted away in an armored van. In order for the authorities and local heroes to start collecting the toxic containers, Eraserhead had compelled the paralytic's other locations from the drowned Shadow user. All in a day's work for 3 top heroes," Hawks said, grinning and placing an arm across the shoulders of the heroes. While Endeavor heated up to deter the too amiable blonde from touching him, Aizawa simply sighed in disapproval. The blonde's effortless smile never wavered as he tucked his wings farther away from the heat and yanked his arm away. "Today, there will be no roasted fowl. Only 2 of us are top heroes. A disgruntled UA teacher who chose to take the darker path of heroism is barely better than your average quirked citizen." With pocketed hands, Eraserhead shot back easily, turning his head away as the temperature around them suddenly skyrocketed. "My decision to stay out of the spotlight doesn't alter my status as a pro. Unlike you, Endeavor, I don't have to constantly keep up my appearance in the public eye 24 hours a day. Besides, I've accomplished more in my younger years discovering underground operations than you have parenting Shoto." The smile turned to pursed lips and furrowed eyebrows as Hawks leapt back to avoid the flames licking at his wings. Someone was a bit peppery today, damn it. Because of their disparate upbringings, it was clear that the two had never gotten along, yet on missions, they typically kept things amicable. Eraserhead had been losing his temper and making mistakes ever since his student was hurt because his emotions mixed with his heroic persona. Even for those near the Human Torch, it was a low blow to go so far as to bring up the delicate topic of Shoto Todoroki. It was a pretty good poke at the now enraged number 1, despite his reluctance to acknowledge it. Hawks always responded well to sarcastic family humor. The wing hero swiftly interrupted, keeping a safe distance from the man who was destroying the pyromania and quirks. "Easy, boys, let's not burn the dockyard down when the nice people have work to do. Detective, do you have all you need for the time being? I think it's about time we head our separate ways within the next 30 seconds before we all become barbecue." He had a hot date with Tiffany from the Sunglass Hut tonight, and he wasn't interfering. After that, he was getting ice cream with Yumi. There was a sleepover with Candace following that. He had to remember Utsumi for their movie night, of course. There may be something he needs to reschedule. Detective Sukachi bowed quickly before hurriedly leaving with his stack of documents. Yes, that should be all I need for the time. Thank you once again, gentlemen, for your time and efforts today. Eraserhead, I'll be in touch with you once I have the results of the analysis. Good day. Aizawa relaxed his jaw's stiffness. The direction this was taking didn't sit well with him. They couldn't respond without the necessary documentation to close the shipyard and recall all barges, but there was still a potential that a shipment had gotten past them before they ever got there. While the Japanese warriors defended their own nation, the United Nations, which had been alerted to the possible threat that might reach other nations' shores, would take care of matters on that end. Eraserhead, Shota said, turning his head for a covert look back at the flaming powerhouse. He was undoubtedly going to lash out at him over the delicate subject of his son, but he realized it was much more serious when the top hero turned down the heat on his peculiarity. Shoto's classmate, the gravity manipulator, how is she doing? He refuses to answer my calls and texts with an update. Might as well ask the main source while it's here. She's still recovering, but her quirk seems to be remanifesting. The school is keeping an eye on her while she's resting at home. Why the sudden interest? While my team investigates everything UA sends, it's better to have direct information from someone who doesn't filter anything. I understand your feelings for your students, though you're beginning to slip when in combat. You've noticed it too, haven't you? Endeavor finally looked down upon the teacher passively, his severely scarred face showing no signs of emotion. Any crucial evidence should be reported to the rest of us heroes in case we happen upon the paralytic. A frown appeared on Aizawa's lips. When it came to villains transporting the paralyzed, he had been allowing his emotions to control him. He knew better than to allow his feelings to control him, but every time he recalled the infirmary's unexpected warning and how nearly he lost one of his students due to the drug. My personal feelings are irrelevant to the missions. Our goal is to end the distribution of the paralytic poison before it spreads to the rest of the world and incapacitates any more heroes. If we find anything else out, the school will contact your agency with the information. If you'll excuse me, I have classes to return to now if there's nothing else. Shota stumbled a little before raising his head slightly higher. Shota Aizawa, I will be holding you to your words. If for any reason you fail to control yourself in the midst of battle, then I personally will subdue you for the safety of those around you. He would have to do things the hard way. Endeavor had no right to pry into other people's lives, much less his students. Then so be it. Mrs. Ashido called to her daughter at the bottom of the stairs, Mina, dinner is almost ready. Why don't you wash up before you head down? Out of boredom, the pink teen fell on her bed and used her phone to browse social media with her head held high. She stalked her friends' pages to see what they were up to because the Christmas charm was a little slow today. Her fingers quickly skimmed over her friends' posts, pausing only to scroll back up and look at the photos they shared of their vacations. Sure, I'll be down in a minute, Mom, she said. Some of her students started a little earlier than expected in order to enjoy a more sedate Christmas day, even if it was still tomorrow. She was going to close the app when she noticed something and swung the page back up to take a look. A news report about a significant traffic accident in another city was starting to gain popularity. After looking at the main shot, Mina quickly skimmed through the crash data until two names appeared like neon lights, her mouth and yellow eyes expanding. With a wide grin, the teenager flopped onto her stomach and held the phone to her face while tracing over her well-known names. No way, no freaking way. Those two are together on Christmas Eve. I knew it, Ochako, girly. I always believed you had it in you. Oh my god, I was right this whole time. Kirishima owes me 20 big ones, I'm gonna call him. The teen could hardly contain her excitement when the phone rang twice before the connection connected. As she waited for him to say something, she excitedly kicked her legs against the pillow. Hey, Ashido. What's up? Midoriya and Ochako together on Christmas Eve, that's what, I'm sending you the link, but they were together on scene of an accident in the city where Ochako lives. There's totes pictures of them together. This can't be a coincidence. Seriously. Damn, Midoriya, not wasting time on those moves. Hey, wait. Someone just sent me the same link through text. I don't recognize the number, but maybe it's someone from middle school. Holy crap. Mina stared down at the phone screen and yelled, What? What is it? Don't leave me hanging here, Kirishima. Give me the juicy deets. In order to text the other girls the good news, she pressed the speaker button. She was making a group text with the link attached while her fingers were racing across the screen. She had to move quickly to plan an ambush because they were all returning to the dorms in a few days. I don't know who sent this, but it's just a picture of them, kissing. Kirishima dropped the phone on his bed to shield his ears from Mina's ear-piercing shriek. He rolled out of bed to close the door because he was fairly certain that everyone in the house had heard it. Trying to explain what was happening to his family would be too much trouble. In addition, he didn't want any of the neighbors to hear the noise. Send it to me now. All right. Just try not to blow out my eardrums again. Can't be a hero if I can't hear. This is pure gold. I don't know who took that picture or sent it to you, Kirishima, but I owe you big time. I've got to go organize the girls so we can confront Ochako. Rally the boys. This is going to get fun. Have a good Christmas. See you at school. Bye. With a toothy smile, Kirishima shook his head after staring at the call-ending screen. When it came to other people's romantic lives, Ashido was quite spirited. However, there was only one aspect of her character that appealed to him. In her bedroom, Ochako stood in front of the mirror, continuously removing imaginary hairs and fluff. She was a nervous mess on the first day of the new semester when she was permitted to return to the classroom. Even though it had been more than a month since she had entered the room, the professors had determined she was sufficiently recovered to return to class in order to avoid falling further behind. Ochako nodded to herself and shifted the bag over her shoulders, making one last adjustment to her clothing. In order to surprise the rest of the class, she decided to arrive early. When she eventually turned her phone back on over break, the messages about how she was and the reasons the device had been turned off were nearly unending. It wasn't that they were being deliberately ignored, rather, it was that the teenager needed some time to process everything, both emotionally and mentally. She quickly slapped her palms against her cheeks, her face burning, as the memory of kissing Deku returned. Since that day, their relationship had been uneasy. Neither could look the other in the eye for longer than a few seconds, and any physical contact between them was accompanied by a sigh of apprehension. It wasn't until she pulled back and saw his frozen, shocked face staring back at her that she realized what had happened. She did the first thing that sprung to mind because he continued worrying about her. Given that they were both avoiding one another for the time being, it appears that might not have been the best course of action. The Midoriyas said goodbye to the Urarakas for the evening after a rather awkward Christmas Eve supper, and then they went to the train station to go back home. Ochako thanked them appropriately for coming over and walked them out into the cold, though a little stiff from the truck and the plunge into the river. Inko grinned broadly and thanked the brunette for the amazing evening, gushing over her. She provided Ochako her personal number in case she ever needed it because they had a great rapport. Deku gave his classmate a brief thank you before turning away in a panic, a hand resting against his mouth. Since then, neither has texted the other. Had she overreached herself? Fumi worried as her lone kid tapped her foot against the floor to fix her shoe. Ochako, are you sure you're ready? We can always ask for an extension if you're not ready to return to the school, she said. You have everything, right? You don't need your sleeping gloves? With a modified broom in hand, Kato said gravely, do you need the broomstick? From next to his wife. Ochako spat out a chuckle at the absurd device. Even Deku had trouble understanding how the gadget worked. Ochako waved before rushing out the door and into the winter air. I'm fine, both of you, really. I've been looking forward to returning since I'm really behind in the classes now. I'll call you once I get there, but I need to go before I miss the train. Love you both, bye, her brother said. She pulled the heavy scarf around her neck a bit tighter because it had been really cold lately. When her mother found out that her original jacket and scarf were drowning in the river, she got her a new pair. It was only a short walk to UA once she caught the early train. She was eager to get back, so it was a lie to say she wasn't worried. She understood that Class 1A was concerned about her, but there were some things she simply had to handle on her own. Like giving Deku a kiss. The brunette shook the thoughts from her mind. She was obviously wrong to kiss him without his consent, and her remorse began as soon as she saw his shell-shocked expression. Perhaps she could have faked that everything was back to normal if the confession and vehicle accident hadn't occurred, but her body responded without thinking and made lip contact. Now how was she to look at him? Ever since he had saved her from drowning in the river, she had been dreading it. To be honest, Ochako was confident that Deku would save her, as he usually had. However, there was a fleeting fear that nobody would reach her in time. She was grateful that Sylvia was safe and sound, and the hero would have gladly sacrificed all to ensure her safety. Deku, however, had other ideas. He would not allow a friend to pass away so quickly. She was amazed at the intense determination with which he swam down to her. Making sure she was safe and sound was all that mattered to him. He was the epitome of what a hero should be. Deep in concentration, Ochako gripped the train's bar as they jolted along. She was unable to restrain herself, leaving everything between them unpleasant and tense. She had gotten into trouble because she had lost control of her emotions, and now they were spreading like wildfire. She had gotten everything off her chest and confessed in a logical manner, so why wasn't she pleased yet? Perhaps it simply wasn't the appropriate circumstance? Naturally, the first time wasn't, but her feelings were made apparent in the second confession. She had a frown on her face. Did she simply have trouble confessing? Perhaps it didn't seem like a romantic gesture to him. Before she knew it, the hero was outside the classroom door as the crowd dragged her along. When Ochako eventually snapped out of her reverie, she looked around and saw that there was still no one else nearby. Class didn't start yet, and she wanted time to get ready before her classmates barraged her with inquiries. In addition, she required the room to ignore the emotions that threatened to overtake her. The hardest thing was going to be that. As her thin fingers bowed to take hold of the door handle, she exclaimed, "At least I'll have some time to compose myself." "You can do it, Ochako." With ease, the enormous door opened, and she silently closed it behind her before turning to go to her seat. She was so shocked by a tangle of green hair beside the window that she slammed into the front desk, causing it to shriek and waking the one person she hadn't spoken to since Christmas Eve. Torn from the profound thoughts roiling inside his head, Deku pulled his head up from his raised palm to gaze at her, jaw open and eyes wide. As time passed, both gazed at each other, their features gradually turning rubescent. Because neither adolescent knew how to properly handle the situation, the air was awkward. Ochako tightened her grasp on her bag straps and shuffled back slightly when Deku stood up and raised a hand in greeting. "Good morn. Sorry, wrong room, ing?" Ochako rushed back through the door, her chest shaking as her body responded before her head caught up. How come he arrived so early? Was he anticipating her return? He never arrived in the classroom this early normally. As she pulled herself as far away from the classroom as she could to quiet her racing heart, her shoes clattered noisily on the tiled floor. This was not how it was meant to be. She came early to give herself time to gather her thoughts before confronting the reality of the tense relationship. But everything went out the door at this very moment, as Deku was already seated. To top it all off, she just claimed that the classroom they shared was in the wrong room. Bravo, Ochako, congratulations. Deku yelled behind her, Uraraka, wait, but she shook her head, turned a corner, and ascended the steps two at a time to the upper level. Not right now, please. Given that he had previously rejected her with his silence, he was most likely going to attempt to bring up the kiss. Damn it, the moment their eyes locked, she lost all the confidence she had when she had walked out the door this morning. Ochako Uraraka, the girl who openly confessed to her crush twice, was met with silence on both occasions. She hoped the school wouldn't catch on. Back on the stairwell, Ochako yelled, I didn't mean to interrupt, Deku. I'm sorry, in the hopes that he would take her weak warning seriously. He started to close the distance, his heavier, louder footsteps echoing up the stairs faster than hers. The brunette walked along an empty hallway after tapping her pads together to lighten her physique. She needed to find a location to hide where he couldn't find her because he could catch up to her in a matter of seconds. Running in this manner was cowardly, but facing it head-on was the better course of action at the time. With strength in his legs, Deku leapt up the stairwell and exclaimed, What are you sorry about? Just tell me what's wrong. If something's bothering you, then I'll listen and help. He bounced off the wall across from him and ran down the empty hallway. After entering the classroom, Uraraka abruptly left, and he had a strong suspicion as to why. For the rest of the break, he had refrained from texting her because every time he thought of their kiss, he was overcome with fresh feelings. Actually, it was her kiss since he was too stunned to react physically, much less speak. There wasn't time to adequately answer or even acknowledge her because everything had descended into mayhem during her sincere confession. During the interval, he had been thinking about everything that had happened in relation to his new feelings, thoughts, and viewpoint on his friend. Best friend. Now that Uraraka had spilled her heart and soul, it was his time to think frantically and excessively. I hoped he didn't look foolish, but there was no chance of that happening. As she turned another corner, Ochako looked back behind her, not knowing where she was or even where she was heading. She noticed a door and flung it open, then launched herself directly into the space. The teenager closed the door as quietly as she could, then shuffled further into the shadowed room. Although most of it was covered in a fine coating of dust, the partitioned tables with test tubes and beakers gave the impression that it was a science lab. She was enveloped in a soft darkness when the shades were pulled. To catch her breath, she moved carefully between the tables. The worst thing she could have done was run, but what else could she do? Bring up the fact that both of his responses had caused her great pain and left the teenager in a state of emotional turmoil. The silence came first, followed by the vehicle crash and near drowning, the impromptu kiss, and then the silence once more. She paused for a moment, All Might's words floating to the top of her head. Well, be direct, huh? Easy said than done was always the case. Ochako wiped at the tears that spilled over. She became increasingly aware of her own foolishness as she gave it more thought. Running away from her issues simply made matters worse rather than better. However, confronting a villain was easier than trying to bring it up to Deku. She partially opened the shutters to gaze at the softly falling snow. She had already begun to flee from him before the semester had even begun. Despite her best efforts to avoid him, she was unable to give him the late Christmas present she had brought, which she had seen on sale at a figurine store. The teenager leapt to one of the tables and gazed conflicted outdoors. Just when she had a complete understanding of her feelings and thoughts. As he closed the door behind him, Deku said, Uraraka, quietly so as not to startle her. They would be alone for the time being because this wing of the school had not been used in months because it was scheduled for repairs over the summer in preparation for the autumn school year. Because the chamber was slightly broken open and had some light coming through, he just surmised that he should inspect it. On the table farthest from the entrance facing the window, Uraraka sat calmly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Are you okay? Without taking her eyes off the winter scene outside, Ochako said gently, I'm not really sure, Deku. Everything's just been a lot to handle lately. I guess I'm just a bit overwhelmed right now. As she struggled to sort through the jumbled ideas, her fingers tightened on the edge of the tabletop. Because of his perseverance, Deku would wait all day for her to talk in order to make sure she was completely fine and to provide his help. He was the ideal hero and a fantastic buddy because of a peculiarity in his personality. Was it really her intention to destroy what they had? As his heart rate increased, Deku's palm automatically touched the back of his neck and he asked softly, Do you want to talk about it? Was it okay to start this conversation slowly? Even though he had spent hours rehearsing his response in front of the mirror, he seemed to be losing his memory of what he needed to say. Deku started to go ahead as she said, during the villain attack in the mountains, but paused at the next nearest table to wait for her to finish. He needed to let her know he was there to support her, but he didn't want to make her feel awkward by being too near. When I stepped in after Bakugo shoved you, I got so frustrated that he was still treating you like that. That's why I called him out on his actions and stood up to him, but I think in that moment, I was covering up my own weakness. Losing control of my quirk in class made me realize that even though I'm getting stronger physically, I'm still weak mentally. I let my emotions get the better of me, which is how I lost control so easily. And when I willingly tossed myself above the battlefield, it was to try and prove that I could be helpful. Instead, it took away a lot of my confidence that came from my quirk. I can empathize that feeling of losing control and feeling so weak. I've lost control of my anger so many times in a battle because I let the words and actions of others get to me. We push ourselves to get stronger as fast as possible, though we don't take into account that it's more than being physically strong. What you did on the mountain by shutting off the machine saved countless lives, Uraraka. The teachers wouldn't have been able to hold up forever, and your quick thinking saved the innocent bystanders in our class. That's what Mr. Aizawa told me, that it takes all of these little pieces put together to be a full hero. What I did on the mountain felt like I had to prove to myself that I could do it instead of being a burden. We train night and day to be the shining knights in armor the world needs, but what happens when it's the hero who needs saving? Who's supposed to save them, Deku? Friends, teachers, pros, and even our families. They're there to provide help when we need it, but the first step is always the hardest. It's admitting when you need help. We train to be tough, to work in teams, go on missions, learn from the pros and take down villains. Be the heroes the world needs us to be, Deku responded as she glanced over to him. Though he leaned against the table next to her, he continued to think while focusing on the snow outside. The image was just in her memory, and she wouldn't say out loud that he looked so great standing there with a serious face. A lot of people forget that we're still kids. It takes years of hard work and skill honing just to be allowed into the streets as a fully licensed hero. There will always be hard times and heartaches with each battle we wage. There are times when you just want to quit, to give in to the exhaustion that's dragging at every inch of your body. But remember the people we're helping, what we're doing for them and why. Everyone's offered their support without hesitation, Ochako said, letting go of the counter to softly open and close her hands while interlocking her fingers. The more she opened up, the more her nerves began to melt away. I'm grateful for the support, I truly am. But I'm afraid to rely on them too much, to distract them from continuing on their paths to become great heroes. Especially you, Deku. What do you mean? Deku tilted his head in curiosity. You're an amazing hero already, and you always risk yourself to save others, even to point of severely injuring yourself. I know one day you'll be the #1 hero, so I want to support you wholeheartedly on the way, but every time I mess up it seems like a burden when you have to save me. It takes you away from helping those in dire need. If I'd paid more attention to my surroundings, then maybe you could have stopped the villains before they detonated the bomb. You risked getting blown up to save me because I was careless and got my quirk blocked. And the only thing I could do when we were falling off the cliff was push you out of the way. There wasn't enough strength left in my body to do any more than that. With the Rough Raiders, you had to step in because I was weak and outnumbered. During the accident over Christmas break, how many more people could you have saved if? Deku firmly said, you will never be a burden to me, Uraraka, as he stood facing his comrade, Virescent, and sincerely bore into his auburn. Or anyone else in the class. You're my friend, so it's natural for me to want to protect you. Friends worry about one another and do everything they can to make sure they're always smiling, right? When I saw you couldn't lift the bus, I was terrified you'd gotten injured on top of the hill. You were pale, shaking, and could barely get any words out. I didn't know what happened, but I knew something was wrong. Despite all that, you still tried to save the rest of our classmates. No one blames you for it, Uraraka. I know they're grateful to your actions. Even when you were outnumbered by those 3 guys, you still fought back and unarmed them with martial arts. You risked your life saving Sylvia from being hit by a truck, then calculated out a landing that would absorb the impact of the fall, all while keeping her calm and encouraging the use of her quirk. If anything, I felt like a failure for not doing more. Why would you say that? There wasn't anything more you could do in any of those situations. You threw yourself into the fray without thinking about your own safety, Deku, just like always. Ochako said with his brows raised in disbelief. He had already gone to great lengths to protect people in need, fully immersing himself in the battles without hesitation. Then she gradually came to terms with it. He was accusing himself of failing to stop his peers from getting hurt. He was unable to save everyone in time. He was unable to save her. Because you still got injured. Every time I replay it in my head, all I can think of is how I should have done something different. If I'd reacted faster after you pushed me out of the way, maybe the villain would have missed and just fallen into the woods. Maybe I could have gotten the rest of the class to safety. Maybe I could have fought off the villains who tried to ambush us midair. Maybe I could have prevented you from breaking your leg, being cut or nearly drowning in the bottom of the river. I start to think I'm not strong enough to protect others whenever I look back on it. But I know those mistakes are how I can better myself for the future. Now I know how to better prepare myself for future battles, and how to protect those I care about. That's such a Deku thing for you to say. I am not quite sure I understand what that means. It means you're going to be a great hero one day. Thank you. Ochako laughed, and Deku grinned and did the same. As they had a vulnerable moment together, the tension between them appeared to subside for a while. She looked back out into the snow after wiping the last of the tears from her eyes. She didn't want to disrupt their moment together. Just two buddies discussing their worries and future aspirations. Eventually, it had to be brought up. They would have plenty of time to discuss it after things had calmed down a little. The teenager leapt from the table and wiped her leggings and skirt of any dirt. Class is starting soon, so we should head back. I don't want to miss out on any more lectures or homework. I'm still super buried from last semester. Thanks for listening to me, Deku. It means a lot. I'm thankful to have a great friend like you always supporting me. As he rubbed his neck, Deku trailed off. All right. You're welcome. I'm grateful to have you as my friend too. It's just, Izuku. You're capable of this. Simply state your position and be transparent in your communication. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Uraraka. What happened on Christmas Eve? Ochako halted in position, noticing his wide avoidance look, tense stature, and the heat crawling up his face. As soon as the memories of that day returned, her hands went to her scorching face. It seemed that they were about to discuss it. What about it, Deku? Well, it's just that, I'm not sure the best way to go about it, really. The suspense caused Ochako to feel a little dizzy, and she began to get butterflies in her chest. Would he mention the kiss or her confession first? God forbid that on her first day back, she have to confront the approaching beast head-on. That was the original intention, but that was before they began to discuss her shortcomings in private. Since they had resolved the majority of the unpleasantness, she was just going to leave things as they were, but it seemed like Deku was thinking a lot. Ochako hoped to exploit the fact that class was starting in 15 minutes as an excuse to avoid becoming any further involved with romantics. She felt as though she was flying into orbit due to the blood rushing to her face, which also caused her to feel a little lightheaded. You Uraraka, you're floating away again. Deku eventually exclaimed as he leapt in her direction to serve as the unruly brunette's landing pillow. After blinking a few times, she became aware that she was actually floating in an orbit, gently turning toward the ceiling. Her eyes were clasped over by both hands. Every time she floats away in front of him, it's becoming embarrassing. I'm okay. I lost focus for a second. Ochako curled into a tight ball and muttered. Deku moved around the area to follow her route, reassuring her that, it's dangerous to try and release your quirk in here, so I'll catch you. The brunette said into her cupped hands, you're too good for me, before carefully lowering them to gaze at him. Despite his reassuring demeanor, his virescent eyes watched her every step with concern. Ochako debated for a few seconds before putting her hands together and collapsing into Deku's arms. The green-haired teenager gently helped his pal stand up and asked, are you all right? Ochako smiled broadly and laughed it off, saying, seriously, Deku, you worry too much, thanks for catching me. It's nice to know you'll always be there to help. And the same goes for me, whenever you need help just ask, okay? Deku said, oh of course, and then quickly looked at his watch. The incident over Christmas break could still be discussed. All he needed to do was open his mouth and utter it. He could do this. With her hands clasped behind her back, she waited patiently for him to speak. His tongue curled for a minute as he saw visions of her standing in the snow. Simply blurting it out and getting it done shouldn't be this difficult. Even though he has faced enemies of all kinds, he was unable to speak to her face directly. To return the discourse to its beginning, Deku bit the inside of his cheek. Uraraka, what I wanted to talk about was, you dropped your notebook in the snow, so here. You're a lifesaver, Deku. Ochako carefully grabbed the extended study book and ran a palm over the cover. Oh, you found it? I didn't realize it was missing until the next day when I couldn't find it. I guess in the moment I forgot I dropped it. The buzzing butterflies gave way to a sharp pain that she was unable to fully understand. Disincentives? A letdown? Its long, pointed talons seized her heart in a Viking grasp, yet she was unaware of it. Like a spacecraft out of orbit, the expectations she had were dashed to the ground. The brunette placed her bag carefully so that it would be safe until it was needed, keeping the chaos beneath the surface. Deku gave himself a mental slap as he blurted out a cover as she was being turned away. Why yeah, one of the people watching found it and figured it belonged to one of us. I wanted to make sure you got it back so you could study for the tests you have to make up soon. He did not mean to say that. He had prepared a whole speech on her admissions and his response, which seemed to have flown out of his mind as soon as his mouth opened. As Ochako repositioned the bag on her back, a hand gripped the front of his shirt. No matter how hard he tried, nothing came out of his mouth to correct what had been spoken. He only had to mention it. The window of chance was closing. He closed his jaws and stiffened his jaw as she turned back around. Her normally vivacious countenance had changed to one that was nearly melancholy but was quickly covered by a happy one. Ochako waved at him before squeezing through the deserted science lab and out the door, quietly closing it behind her. I'm going to head out first, Deku. I want to get settled back in before class starts and I know the girls are going to demand answers. I'll see you in class, okay? She said. With his head hanging low and both arms resting on top, Deku braced himself against one of the tables. Oh no, foolish, 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 he was a coward. He fell forward until his head was resting against his palms as his body deflated. Tears pricked his eyes, but he forced them close despite the risk of spilling. What was he doing? Telling Uraraka how he felt should have been simple, so why wasn't it? I thought they were friends. They ought to be able to transcend that and achieve more, don't they? Or was it a fear of venturing into an unfamiliar territory? Did his fear of losing what they had stop him? She was his greatest friend, and they got along well both on and off the field. Before he could appear presentable in front of his peers, he had to spend a few minutes berating himself and maintaining his composure. The teenager brushed the dust off his sleeves without giving it any thought. As he made his way back down to the classroom, his thoughts were still confused through the flimsy facade. Pupils were arriving with their customary shouts of good morning, some enthusiastic, some grunting in recognition. His eyes instantly moved to her seat as soon as he entered the classroom. The brunette was being questioned by the other females about why she had left her phone off during her break, and Uraraka was encircled by them. She looked up, sensing that someone was staring, and their eyes briefly met before he immediately averted his gaze and walked to his seat, head lowered. Although Ochako plunged herself back into the talk with gusto, trying to act as though nothing was wrong, her expression faltered a little. Everything was all okay. Never again would anything be all right. She thought he would bring it up, but he didn't. Perhaps it was just Deku's worries getting the better of him because he was already an anxious person. At this point, though, there was always the chance that her hopes wouldn't be restored anytime soon. But that didn't lessen the agony of loving someone so deeply that it stung her from head to toe. She vowed during the license exam to bury her emotions deep within herself and keep them hidden in order to concentrate on becoming Japan's most popular hero. She made a mistake by deluding herself that being forthright about her feelings would be effective. She would never make the same mistake twice. Ochako, it's for the best. Another shipment confiscated, more of my men captured by pro-heroes, and it's becoming harder to smuggle the paralytic out of the country. Some supply has made it through to other countries, though now it seems the United Nations was getting involved to make sure all shipments are thoroughly searched through upon docking. I must commend those heroes, solely for the fact that they are tenacious in duty. Saving people, stopping crimes, locking away the bad guys, preventing disastrous expressions of frustration from blowing up the city. It takes a certain kind of person with special powers to always throw themselves into dangerous situations. My, all of this drama is unequivocally putting a damper on my day. A shy and trembling voice said, "Yes, sir, if I may," to the shadowed figure facing the large windows that overlooked a metropolis lit by dusk. The valley that led to the constantly busy city was carved out by endless hills that dipped and wove their way down. As they pondered the current situation, a glass of blood-crimson wine flowed slowly and idly in their palm. As it waited for someone to speak, it changed course. I have just received some new information regarding that student from UA who was targeted by some of the paralytic. It seems their quirk has almost returned to normal apart from some occasional side effects. Should we increase the potency during the production phase? I was also able to get my hands on some newspaper articles, though UA has their medical information locked down tightly to maintain privacy. Notes indicate the quirk was paralyzed for roughly a month or so. Ah, our little guinea pig. What other side effects were there apart from the loss of quirk? It would seem the student nearly succumbed to the injuries sustained up in the mountains during the villain attack, at least according to what local news channels have reported alongside a vague statement from UA. There was another incident where a group of rough raiders attempted to kidnap the student, yet a classmate of theirs foiled the plans. The trauma of the attack caused a mental breakdown until the pro eraser head arrived on the scene. He is also a teacher for UA and most likely that student. A third incident was reported recently in another city about the same two students stopping a major car pileup, which resulted in the girl's quirk being activated with little trouble. Seems she nearly lost her life to drowning in order to save a little girl. My informant managed to get a few pictures of the accident and both heroes. The servant tensed with bated breath as the glass of wine abruptly stopped in its orbital pattern, terror taking hold of his heart so strongly that it momentarily changed its rhythm. A minute later, when the sun sank below the skyscrapers, the glass gradually started to spin again. The sensors sensed the preset degree of darkness and soft lights came on to light up the room. As the occupant moved to cross one long leg over the other, a creak from the chair shrieked loudly in the dense air. Just past the chair's arm, a gleaming black dress shoe slowly slid up and down. I see. Do we know the location of the two heroes currently? The voice said in a low, rumbling voice, each syllable tinged with bitter disdain. The UA was infamous for keeping all information about its students under strict lock and key, so getting correct information required miles of contacts below the surface to obtain even a rough draft. He was also able to avoid the lengthy line for a direct source because of his extensive experience in the game. After all, time was a precious resource. They are currently residing within the walls of UA, sir. It seems they were released to their residences over Christmas break and have now resumed their classes at the school. I have some of my men tracking their movements as we speak, though accessing entry onto school grounds is proving impossible with their security systems and the sheer amount of pro heroes scouring the property. I've seen Detective Tsukachi entering and leaving the premises on multiple occasions as well. It seems he's been in close contact with UA in order to track down the paralytic. Leave me those reports and get back out there. I want a close eye kept on those two students 24/7 along with the detective. And this time find some better villains than the scum that resides in the gutters. I'm tired of them all running away or being caught by the pros. One of them may squeal up the chain and then all of this will be for naught. Keep pushing the paralytic out of the country so our plan may continue unhitched. Don't fail me again, Ronaldo, or else you'll lose those closest to you, understand? Ronaldo gently placed the paperwork on his boss's desk, then bowed and hurried out the door, saying, "Oh, of course, sir, if you'll please excuse me now." He reached for the handle, but was halted in his tracks by a piercing tapping sound against the desk. His boss continued to probe. "Was there something else, sir?" "The other student, what was his name?" "Izuku Midoriya, if I'm not mistaken, sir. He is becoming well known to the world as the next possible All Might, potentially even surpassing the former #1 hero with his powerful quirk. He has already taken down large villains such as Overhaul and has continued skirmishes with those under the command of the League of Villains, including their top commanders and Tamura Shigaraki himself." "Interesting. You're dismissed." The servant's door quietly closed behind him, and the guy turned his chair to look at the papers. A little lamp was pulled on by scarred fingers, and a chain clinked softly. He started looking through the stack of documents that were carefully arranged on the mahogany tabletop in a warm glow, almost bored, pausing only to take a sip of his sinewy, smoky Bonarda that he had brought from northern Italy. Without hesitation, he glanced through the reports to see whether there was any pertinent information, but he tossed any papers that were judged useless to the side. When a couple of the photos he was holding fell out of the stack and landed face down on the desk, he abruptly stopped. The man put the papers down and moved the pictures up against the desk, then held them up to look at. The images, which were taken in various places, featured a female with chestnut hair and a boy with emerald hair. Some portrayed the girl walking normally, while others had her on crutches or a cane. It was easy enough to take pictures of them because they were nearly always in public areas, but her facial expressions caught my attention. Normally, people would notice her relaxed demeanor, but when he looked more closely at the photos, he discovered the severe, scarred trauma that was hiding just beneath her eyes. His lips were pulled upward into a menacing smile. Indeed, the experiments had just touched the surface of that little girl's potential as a guinea pig. He had done some research on her, and it had paid off. She was strong enough to hold her own against adversaries with deadly peculiarities. Even at a disadvantage, the girl could easily turn the tide in her favor because her martial arts talents compensated for the flaws her quirk was unable to block. He arranged the images till he got to the last one. Both teenagers were huddled close to one another on the frozen ground, their faces heated and their eyes full of emotion as they shared a kiss. Adolescent love was so lovely and ideal, to tear and shatter a person's soul, of course. His trump card was now finding its way to the table because women usually seemed to fall harder than men. A few more things needed to come together before he could truly get things going again, but he was on the verge of a checkmate. The two future heroes would serve as the initial stepping stones for the Quantum Council's ascent once more. Ochako Uraraka, let's get this party really started, shall we? As all of the knowledge that had just been thrown into her head poured back out of her ears, Ochako slammed her head against the desk. To put it mildly, a month's worth of homework was excessive. Not much of the knowledge stuck, even with her peers' assistance, and it was making her anxiety even worse. She only had to worry about the written section of last semester's finals after finishing the other assignments because the physical element was cancelled. Not to mention attempting to stay up to date with the current curriculum, which was quite different from what was taught the previous semester. She let out a frustrated moan. She had a pounding headache from this. Sue worriedly questioned, "Ochako, do you need a break?" as she moved a hand to rest against the brunette's hunched shoulder. To help their classmates catch up on the missed coursework, Sue, Yaomomo, Mina, Jiro, Toru, Iida, Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Tokiyami gathered around a table with their study notes. A few others had begun the fascinating course, but they quickly went to train or pursue other hobbies. The brunette laughed numbly and rolled her head against the notebook Deku gave her before turning to face her worried amphibian companion. "I think my brain fried," she said. Her brain could only store so much information, and for the moment, it was overloaded. She might simply short-circuit for the remainder of the day if she continues. At one time, she also stated that smoke was coming out of her ear, but it was most likely a hallucination. Tokiyami flashed the screen of his phone and said, "We've been working on it for a few hours now, so maybe it's time for lunch. It's almost noon." He mostly kept quiet until a pointed opinion was required or a more thorough explanation was justified. Despite his tendency to hide in the background, he was not a slacker when it came to his academic work. Maintaining position 6 overall required unwavering commitment. Bakugo angrily shot daggers at his childhood enemy, who simply welcomed the sharp points piercing his brain. "Why the hell am I wasting all this time with you idiots if we're not making any damn progress? Just squish it into your head already, round cheeks," Bakugo yelled. Deku simply received them with a defeated expression because there had already been roughly 12 and a half of those. Tokiyami pointed out frankly, "You willingly joined the group, Bakugo," but was met with a look that was as hot as hell. "Shut it, birdface, never heard that one before." "Why you, enough, all of you," Yaoyorozu said, rising from her seat and raising her hands in a beseeching gesture. "Let's just all take an hour break to de-stress a bit before we get back to it. Ochako has a lot of catching up to do and it'll be hard to get her caught up in the short amount of time we have, but that's why we're here to help her. As classmates, it's our duty to ensure that all students get caught up to the current curriculum." Bakugo screamed, "I can't take this bullshit," before throwing his chair out of the way and rushing away, hands in his pockets. Everyone simply let out a collective sigh. During the study session, he only corrected the brunette forcefully when she missed a step or solved the problem himself and shoved it back at her to demonstrate the correct technique. Deku then intervened to calm the pyromaniac down after he and Todoroki got into a fight over a misinterpretation of a section of the previous chapter. Overall, it was Ochako's least successful study session to date, leaving him even more perplexed. Mina nonchalantly slung an arm over her friend's shoulder and whispered, "We'll come back together in an hour then. Uraraka, why don't you go walk around for a bit?" Her cunning eyes were dancing. "With Midoriya?" To the Pinkette's delight, Ochako said, "Ah ha ha, yeah, walk sounds good, gee, good idea, Mina," as she leapt from her chair and hurriedly left with stiff gestures. Fire like heat swept across her cheeks. The brunette suspected Mina knew something about them based on the way her behavior changed after the break, but she persisted in the agonizing, taunting style. After the break, something had happened, but she wasn't going to share it with anyone else. She had hoped that her feelings would be recognized and even reciprocated up in the old science room, but all that took place was for both sides to share their shortcomings from the previous several months and how they had grown from them. Ochako didn't include it or the fact that Deku caught her after she floated away once more. Since then, however, their relationship had remained tense. Although they discussed school-related topics in class, neither of them had the guts to discuss what had transpired on the first day back from break. They avoided long looks, stood a bit farther apart, and flushed whenever they had to cooperate on fictitious assignments. It has been 3 weeks since then. Ochako had been occupied with trying to divert her attention from everything pertaining to Deku, and thus far, it was successful. Until Mina and the girls began acting strangely, talking about him all the time and how they both get agitated around each other. Ochako turned to find the other members of the study group not far behind. "Let's all go for a walk, it'll do us some good to stretch our legs and get the blood flowing once more," Ida said. After meeting her gaze, Deku turned away quickly, a hand over his mouth, and blushed profusely. Now, whenever their eyes met, that was how he always responded, and the same was true for her. The situation was made even more awkward by the fact that she had floated away several times when they were near each other, forcing him to catch her each time. Toru stood up to stretch and exclaimed, "We should grab the sleds. The snow should be hard enough to ride on. Todoroki can just ice them over if they aren't." Todoroki questioned gravely, "Wouldn't that hurt if someone flew off and landed the wrong way?" "That's the fun of it, yeah, that's a great idea. We never did get to sled before Christmas, so why not do it today?" Izuku enthusiastically agreed. His exhilaration caused Ochako's heart to race, but it quickly subsided into a dull ache. Despite the pain, the emotions had to be tightly suppressed. Bakugo yelled from the other side of the room, "I'll kick your ass, Deku. You won't outsled me." The pyromaniac was already pushing his sled in the direction of the front door. He had apparently been waiting for the chance to go. "I'll kill you if you even try to beat me." "That's a little harsh, Kachan, shut it." Yaomomo put her hands together and nodded in agreement. "If we're going to do that, then we should gather the rest of the class to participate. I can make some more sleds so everyone can join in. This is going to be exciting. I've always wanted to try it." After everyone screamed their agreements, Jiro turned back to the group of girls. "Right, but we'll need to gear up since it's cold outside. Let's all gather back here in 5 minutes to go." "Okay," she said. "Let's all meet at the bench outside. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes to get ready." "Roger. No, Ochako. We'll get your gear so you just stay down here and wait for us." Sue held up a hand to her friend as she wanted to rush back upstairs to bundle up further. Ochako gave her a funny look, but he still nodded. It was odd. This is not how Sue has ever behaved. Perhaps it was hibernation brought on by the cold. Kaminari yelled from the couch, "I'll get your jacket from your closet, Midoriya. No need to rush back upstairs for anything. Just leave it to your friends." Before he leapt to his feet and ran toward the elevators, Mineta pursuing him. Izuku scratched his bewildered head and said, "What's going on here?" He wasn't sure if he should be concerned about the rest of the class or what was going to happen because they were acting strangely all of a sudden. After scoffing, Bakugo went outside and slammed the door. That wasn't different, at least. Mina whispered in the brunette's ear, "Play nice with Midoriya until we get back, Ochako," as she and the other girls bounded off. Before Deku could see it, Ochako's face erupted into flames, and she swiftly looked away. What were those gals up to? The boys must have been aware of it as well since they all left to leave the two of them alone. This was moving in a direction she didn't like. What if she sneaked off then? Uraraka clasped a fist on her chest as Deku casually inquired, "So, Uraraka, how are you doing with the homework? Do you have any questions?" "Not at all." Deku was unavoidable, particularly when it comes to schoolwork. She was grateful for his assistance, but every time they were together, her heart ached. For the time being, it was physically bearable because they were still a few feet apart. "I'm just having a hard time trying to retain everything is all. I did a good amount of work during break, but there are some things I struggle with. Add on to that, Mr. Aizawa has me in remedial classes until I'm caught up, but he thinks only a few more and I should be good." Ochako turned around and responded with a loose grin. She could handle this. It was only light conversation about homework and school. Her personal concerns were somewhat allayed because he had not yet displayed any symptoms of being agitated or anxious. "It's a lot to take in, but I'm sure with everyone's help, we can get you on track. I've noticed you're almost back to normal with your quirk during practice. Have you been having any issues with it intermittently cutting out?" "No, thankfully everything's back to working like it should. I've been making sure to practice daily to get up to speed. Being down for a few weeks made me lose a bit of muscle, so I have to work harder to get it back." The two grinned at each other before things started to get a little awkward. "That's great to hear." While Ochako put her hands behind her back and avoided looking at him, Deku nervously rubbed the back of his neck. She had to find a topic for conversation quickly. She looked back at the table and saw a ribbon protruding from her backpack. She realized why it was there and let out an audible, "Oh." Ochako ran to the bag to retrieve his Christmas present and yelled, "Wait a minute, Deku. I never gave you your Christmas present." Since returning to the dorms, she had kept it in her backpack and hadn't had much time to give it to him. He blinked a few times before asking, "Christmas present?" Receiving a present at this time felt strange because January was already coming to an end. Ochako happily held up the wrapped package to her amazed buddy, saying, "Yeah, I forgot to give it to you before you went back home. So, here. Merry late Christmas, Deku." She looked expectantly as he took it carefully and started to remove the covering. He had been eyeing an All Might statue for some time, but it always seemed to be sold out, so the paper fell away to reveal it. Since it was a limited edition, professional collectors valued it significantly more than fanboys did. While examining the packed figure, Deku's hands were quivering with excitement. "You Uraraka, this model has been out of stock for months. How did you manage to find it? Even hardcore collectors have a hard time finding it," she shouted. The former professional hero was wearing his outfit from his youth and posing with one finger up in this uncommon variant. While All Might was studying in America, David Shield invented that costume, and the scientist went on to create the rest of his costumes. "Well," Ochako said, lightly rubbing her face with her finger. "It turns out that Sylvia's dad owns a pro-hero memorabilia shop not too far from my house and he offered to let me have anything I wanted. I may or may not have asked your mom which one you didn't have yet. It took her a few minutes to tell me which ones you were missing. You have quite the collection of figurines, Deku." With the figure near his face, Izuku blubbered, I can't, Uraraka this. Thank you so much, I'll treasure it forever." Ochako grinned, happy that he liked his present. Even though Inko was more than happy to tell her everything, there was some remorse about going behind his back to find out which one he wanted. She even said that if she ever came close, she was welcome to stay at her house. "You're welcome. I'm just glad you like it. I didn't really know what else to get you that wasn't school-related like a new notebook and pen set. Now you can look at it whenever you're in your room. Maybe All Might consign it for you. I actually have a late Christmas gift for you in my room, that I can't currently access," Deku said, laughing a little unhappily. "I forgot to give it to you too. After sledding I can bring it down if you'd like." Ochako volunteered, but quickly realized that her words meant, "Go together." "Sure. It's never too late for gifts, but I'm finding it a little odd that they won't let us into our rooms. Should we go up there? I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this." Fortunately, he appeared to be unaware of it as he proceeded to securely store the figure hanging from the back of his chair in his rucksack. Shakily, she clasped her hands behind her back and clenched them. It was becoming difficult for her to overlook all of his peculiarities, which only deepened her love for him. Perhaps she should keep her distance. There are more boys than girls, so we get to choose who can go again even if they were out. Okay, kids, here's the deal, girls versus boys in a sled off. If you fall off, you lose the round. No quirks allowed to keep it fair and square unless it's for an emergency like avoiding a collision with another competitor. First team to get 15 points wins. Mina exclaimed loudly as she walked back into the common area, all dressed in winter clothing. Sue and Jiro stood behind the pinkette assuming leadership, holding up Ochako's belongings. Deku's belongings were ready, and Kaminari and Mineta were prepared to impose them. In her class representative voice, Yaomomo announced, "Before we start sledding, we're going to split into our groups to discuss the order to go in. Soiita will lead the guys to a separate location while I'll handle the girls. We'll meet back up when we're ready to start." Everyone agreed. She saw Mina with a sickening sweet smile just before her arm interlocked with hers, Jiro taking up the other side with a matching grin. "Winner gets a special prize, so let's get ready to fight. Ochako, girlie, let's have a quick chat first, Mina said. As Toru assisted her into a pair of boots, they pushed on her gloves, helmet, jacket, and scarf. Ochako screamed, wait, hold on," as the girls eagerly threw her out into the cloudy day while holding her in their arms. She heard the boys not far behind them, and as she turned to look behind them, she saw Deku being carried in the opposite direction like a board, her face frozen in doubt. "No, where are you taking me? Why are they taking Deku, too?" Jiro smiled and wiggled her jacks. "Somewhere private for a bit of chat since you're both holding something very important from us," she said. Ochako took a big swallow. The kid was outgunned and outnumbered because Mina must have told the other girls about it as well. Given that they have split apart the boys, they have been conspiring with them for some time. "Don't worry, we're actually going sledding, but we just needed to get something confirmed real quick." With an apologetic smile, Yayorozu confessed to her captured friend, "Even though I disagree with these methods, I will admit that I have gotten rather invested on the matter. Sue gave a ribbit nod. With her fingers wriggling in the cold air, Mina started her invisible PowerPoint presentation by saying, I saw something very interesting in the news lately, Ochako dearest, so I've gathered the committee for a little meeting of the minds, as though she were pitching a major project to possible business partners. Now, you may confess your sins to me and I shall consider forgiveness, but know beforehand that I have evidence as clear as day residing in my phone. Just answer my questions honestly and we won't have to resort to punishment. Now, where were you December 24th mid to late afternoon? Ochako blinked in disbelief at the casual inquiry. My house? With this, where was she headed? With a contemplative palm to her chin, the pinkette nodded her head in agreement. The brunette's suspicions were growing, and she looked at the other girls. All of them simply grinned and gestured for her to respond to the inquiries. With a neutral expression, Jiro assumed the following inquiry, you were with your parents, correct? While playing with one of her jacks and slowly wriggling the other toward her. As the two girls exchanged a covert glance, the brunette felt panic rising in her chest. Yes. Where are you both getting with this? She asked. Ochako took a bite out of her cheek. Based on the way they looked at the other females, who all shared a similar gaze, she had a strong suspicion of what they would ask next. What were they aware of that she was unaware of? Did I forget something? A birthday? An after-Christmas sale? Presents? Homework? Was the question about her whereabouts and companions on Christmas Eve, when Deku and his mother came around? To the brunette's dismay, Sue also played along, saying, telling you would ruin the interrogation now wouldn't it, Ochako? Even Sue? Who is her best friend? Yaoyorozu began casually, but her joy was evident in her eyes as she said, the information we've gathered here today is not intended to guilt trip or force you into a corner, Ochako, we're just excited for you is all. Heat filled every cell in Ochako's body as realization struck her like that truck did. Oh no, no. After pointing a finger at her, Toru placed her hands on her hips and said, we came across a certain article about how two heroes saving the day just so happened to be in your hometown, Ochako. With a slight tongue flick, Sue said, and the heroes just so happened to be from UA. Any idea how that happened? Jiro smiled and Ochako felt actual steam escaping from beneath her hat. Not only were they from UA, but they also came from our class. I think you can guess where this is going, Ocha, Jiro said. They knew Deku was with her on Christmas Eve, either from the local news story or from the footage that someone uploaded online. Wait, I see can explain, Ochako exclaimed, frantically flailing her hands in front of her as she retreated from the group of girls swarming toward her. With an oof, she tumbled back into a pile of crunching snow after the heel of her boot struck a hidden rock. Go ahead then, tell us why Midoriya just so happened to be with you on the day of the accident. We'd love to know the reasoning for that. It seems you two worked pretty well together for that, at least according to the video released online. Take a look, Mina demanded as she put her cell phone in her victim's cheek. She picked it up shakily and touched the play button with her finger. I watched the video that someone posted of them rushing into action at the site with wide eyes for the following 5 minutes. The majority of it had Deku using his black whip to stop the automobiles, rushing about to see how people were doing, searching for someone, and then taking out his phone. He called to check for her, and Ochako knew it was around that time. A free hand pulled the scarf up to her nose to hide the flush because she could see the females were evaluating her response. The camera panned upward toward the sky after swinging around the scene a little more. The videographer managed to capture her falling into the river while Sylvia was clinging to her. Yaomomo said softly, it's a bit hard to see, but that was you wasn't it, Ochako? And the brunette nodded numbly. As paramedics started to arrive on the scene, the videographer started to approach the river. They were able to capture the location where she struck. She understood all too well that it was a hard impact because the anchored boats were quite well swayed and ruffled by the river. It focused on the location and zoomed in until paramedics could be heard being directed to the river's edge by cops. Sylvia surfaced within 30 seconds of the ambulance parking, coughing and kicking her way to the shore. She was pulled out of the river by police as they slid down the slippery bank and promptly called for EMS. She could hear Sylvia shouting for Deku over the confusion of the crash, though. Deku? Where are you, Deku? It's Uravati, and I need your assistance, she's down there still, please help her, Deku. Ochako blinked her eyes away from the hazy vision. She was unaware of Sylvia's increased panic. She sounded so terrified. The cops and paramedics running about were the main focus of the camera as it panned away from the river. Deku dashed into the scene, followed by two individuals who appeared to be Sylvia's parents. After a brief conversation with the paramedic who was holding Sylvia, he started to run in the direction of the river. Despite protestations from the police and onlookers, Deku jumped into the sea without hesitation. He disregarded their warnings about the moving current and chilly temperatures. People were huddled uncomfortably around the river, and Ochako could practically feel the tension in the air. While it seemed like an eternity to her, it was only 15 seconds or less on tape until she surfaced. She released a held breath into the scarf as soon as they both came to the surface. Deku was desperate to get her to safety, and when he lifted her out of the waters, the audience began to shout. Shortly later, the video ended, preventing her from seeing anything else. Toru jumped up and down in the snow next to her and then sank to her knees to give her pal a hug. Ochako, you were incredible. That was such a dangerous situation that you handled like a pro, Toru said. You two make the perfect team, Jiro said, giving a thumbs up. We never knew this happened until Mina sent us the article. I watched it over and over, yet every time I saw you hit the water, I always held my breath waiting for you to emerge. It's lucky Midoriya was there to save you. The article mentioned you got tangled up in some seaweed when trying to surface. I'm so glad you made it through the situation, Ochako. Yaomomo was crying as she tapped her gaze. With a little ribbit, Sue said, you did a fantastic job, Ochako, we're all proud of you. Ochako sniffled a little and said, you guys, before long, they were all clinging on the brunette for solace. Mina wasn't done with her interrogation, so the consoling embrace didn't stay long. With a cheeky smile, the pinkette leaned back from the embrace, swiped right on the screen, and displayed it to her again. So, is this the thanks Midoriya got for saving you? The moment Ochako Uraraka's eyes met the picture, she froze. It was there in all its splendor, and she had no idea how someone had managed to capture it. Uravati gives Deku a kiss, in the center of the road. They were both drenched. In a cold environment, in the backdrop, people are rushing about. A low humming grew in Auburn's chest as her eyes automatically scanned his face. She saw first that his physique was practically filled with shock. Wide-eyed, hands partially outstretched, arms half extended as though to grasp her. Izuku Midoriya was the epitome of stunned incredulous. When Mina's quirk unintentionally triggered and her phone started drifting upward, both hands clapped over her face. First of all, how on earth did she obtain this photo? Mina snatched her phone back before it shot into space and yelled, "You're such a hound dog, girly, though we've always known that about you, always straightforward and bold." Poor Midoriya looked so surprised. I'm sure he was completely speechless. Did he say anything afterwards? Sue put a finger to her mouth and chirped joyfully, "We were all waiting for the day to come. It's obvious you two really like each other." Ochako concealed her glistening cheeks as the girls eagerly nodded their approval. "I guess you didn't need a push from us after all." Jiro patted the brunette's shoulder with a proud smile, but Ochako was too astonished to even talk, much less breathe. "Mina first spotted the article and sent it to the rest of us, including some of the boys. I'm sure by now they're cornering Midoriya to interrogate him about it as well," Jiro said. As the icy surrounds started to spin, Ochako put a feeble hand on her head because it was all getting a little too much. Her body trembled slightly before her auburn eyes went blind and she fell back into the snow, unconscious, her hammering pulse tightening from the stress. "Ah, I think she fainted. Elevate her legs, quick. She must have gotten too overwhelmed. Should we call a teacher?" "Give her a minute to come to. I'm sure she'll be fine, maybe." "Maybe, Toru. Ochako is out cold." "That's not a matter of maybe. Mr. Aizawa is gonna be pissed." "I hope the guys are doing better than we are. Ribbit." _B_Mineta walked past the very bewildered and a little uneasy Midoriya, his hands clasped behind his back. "Midoriya, as you may know, the boys of Classroom 1A have sworn a pact with one another regarding the matter of the opposite sex. However, somehow you seem to be the only one catching the eye of every female you encounter naturally. Now, normally it isn't a problem seeing as they are smoking hobabes in said situations, but," Mineta said. The abducted teenager was swiftly encircled by all of the lads in the class with no way out after being brought to a bench away from the girls. He attempted to explain that he had no idea what was happening, but Mineta cut him off so he could elaborate. The little hero turned sharply on his heel, facing the bench Izuku was sitting on. "Do you care to explain this? I've never experienced such a level of betrayal before, Midoriya. You've heard how each of us have yearned for the attention of the ladies, yet you go gallivanting around and this happens." Zero stepped in to correct the erroneous assertion, saying, "You're just speaking for yourself, dude." With the exception of Bakugo, who didn't care, Iida, who was tapping his foot restlessly on the snow, and Todoroki, who didn't understand what was happening. The majority of the guys agreed. Kaminari supported his shaky friend with a casual shrug and a laid-back smile. You can't say none of us haven't thought about hanging out with the girls more. Mineta here is just speaking the hidden truth. All men want the attention of a special lady. Especially if they're hot, Kaminari said. You shouldn't be talking about women like that, Kaminari. Both of you need to learn to respect them and take the time to actually get to know them instead of ogling their bodies. Have you no shame? Heroes have a strict duty to protect the people of Japan, not disrespect them by flirting. Izuku confessed, I'm very confused right now, as the purple-haired hero shoved his cell phone into his face, its screen blazing. Mineta lost his composure and the fuzzy image was jerked back to be severely shook before he could even absorb it. How the hell did you end up getting Uraraka to kiss you? The rest of us can't even get a single UA girl to look at us, but suddenly you're Mr. Popular. What the hell, Midoriya? You're supposed to be one of us. Ashido sent Kirishima the link to the article the day it posted. Why were you in her hometown? What were you two doing on Christmas Eve out and about in the romantic snowy weather? When were you going to tell us you two were a thing? Izuku blinked, trying to take in what was happening. Uraraka? Share a kiss? On Christmas Eve? After yanking the phone away from the almost insane Mineta? Kaminari grinned and gave it to the astonished teenager. Damn dude, not sure how you got a cutie like her, but now you've become a true man. Seriously, give us the deets. Did you make the first move or did Uraraka? What was it like? Izuku's brain finally absorbed the image on the phone that was in his shaking hands, and he choked out, Yes, it was a photo of them both squatting in the snow following Sylvia's rescue by Uraraka. He was soaked to the bone, motionless as a statue, when Uraraka suddenly grabbed his face and planted a kiss on him. As his whole existence heated to an intolerable temperature, steam poured out of his hair. How could someone have taken a photo of it? The teenager slouched forward, spitting out rambling justifications while hiding his blazing face with his hands. Kirishima said, that's not even all of it, and everyone gave him a hopeful look. While Midoriya here helped out with a bad wreck, Uraraka managed to save a kid from getting hit by a truck. I've got the video from the article to prove it, too. The accident would have been much worse without those two there, and there's even parts of it that show Uraraka landing in the river to avoid injuring both her and the child. Ashido sent it to me a few hours after it happened. It was insane. You guys were totally manly, especially when you jumped right into the river to save Uraraka. Now that's what being a hero is all about. While I don't approve of cornering a fellow classmate over his private activities, I will commend you on a job well done, Midoriya. Even outside of school you continue to uphold the values of a true hero. You should be proud of yourself. Iida took a break and flashed his pal an enthusiastic grin. And Tokiyami remarked, you've done well, his opinion. I'm not sure he can hear anyone right now, Ojiro said, gesturing down to the hero who was still murmuring. Todoroki noted, maybe he overheated, as he got some ice for his companion, a stuttering, unintelligible jumble. With the exception of Bakugo, who immediately seized the teenager by the collar and threw him into the largest pile of snow he could find a considerable distance away, the guys all laughed and grinned broadly. Quit acting like a damn child and just deal with it like a man. It's pathetic watching you like this. Grow some balls and tell her how you feel already or I'm going to blow you to pieces for practice. Kaminari chuckled, wow, Bakubro actually has some legitimate advice for once, only to be confronted by a furious pyromaniac with glistening palms. Bakugo kept lunging for the enthralled teenager, but Kirishima easily grabbed the angry blonde off their classmate while rolling his eyes. You wanna try that again, Sparkplug? As he took a sugary snack out of his winter coat pocket and offered it to his classmates before taking a large bite, Sato interrupted, saying, calm down, this isn't even something to get that riled up about. Besides, shouldn't we just let Midoriya figure things out for himself with support from us? I'm sure the girls have already talked about this to Uraraka. Why not call them and see how it's going? Anything's better than this scene right now. Kirishima displayed the Pinket's number and then tapped the answer button. Hey, speaking of, Ashido's giving me a call right now, he said. Yo, how's it? Oh, seriously. Well, things are a little rough on this end as well. Iida grabbed the phone to talk to her, but inadvertently hit the speaker button. Is everything alright on that end, Ashido? Is Uraraka safe? Do we need to get the teachers involved? He interrupted. May or may not have fainted for a bit but she's starting to come around. I think she just got a little overwhelmed with the questioning. Yaomomo is making sure she's taken care of, but we should still be able to go sledding. Iida shouted, fear not, Ashido, we're on our way to assist. To the girls' chagrin, their sighs of exasperation resonating over the telephone. Hiroshima immediately got the device back, and the call came to an end. I'll head there now to see how I can help assess the situation. Todoroki crept toward the pile Bakugo had thrown the teenager into, with Ojiro and Sato running forward to help. We should probably go dig Midoriya out of the snow then, Todoroki said. As the rest of the class started to go to the girls' location across campus, Mineta felt his eye quiver severely. In the first place, they had pulled Midoriya outside. Had they forgotten why? Where was the brotherly connection he shared with his classmates? As Mineta strode out in the direction the females had gone, he let out a dissatisfied groan. At least he could spend some time wearing their cold clothes. _B_. After several confirmations that the gravity manipulator was okay, the girls set off for their destination as soon as Ochako came to. After fainting, she actually felt better, almost as if her body had completely reset. Her cheeks were still flushed, but fortunately the girls had moved on from the kissing event for the time being. She had no idea who had taken the photo or how Mina had obtained it, but suddenly the entire class knew that she had kissed Deku. Now that it was out, things between them were only going to get more unpleasant. She was not even interested in the outcome of the boys' inquiry. After catching up with them and ensuring that she was okay, aside from being extremely agitated and ashamed, Iida returned to gather the men and led them to the meeting spot. A large hill outside the beta gym that was steep enough to sprint down was to be reached by sledding past the campus's main door. Even Ochako was thrilled that Yaomomo was prepared to create a few additional sleds for people without them. She was ready to let loose and enjoy herself after the mountainside attack, recuperating from a broken leg and losing her peculiarity, and resolving the usual teenage relationship issues. Although it wasn't a particularly strange sight, the girls noticed a group of people approaching the main entry building with Present Mike and Midnight accompanying them. Lately, they had been congregating outside the gates more frequently, demanding answers. While reporters did their utmost to acquire early replies from the professors, a few cameramen trailed after. Jiro surveyed the group and said, "You think they're here about the paralytic?" She recognized a couple of the reporters, but there were also some fresh faces mixed in with the group. Although the teachers made every effort to keep them apart from the pupils, they had recently become more cunning. Yaoyorozu replied with a grimace. Most likely, Detective Tsukauchi has been working closely with Principal Nezu during the investigation, so it's natural for reporters to show up demanding answers. Before, they'd better find another way. Ignoring the teacher's directions not to tamper with the children, one of the reporters saw the girls and hurried up with a cameraman following her. "Hey, it's that student who saved the little girl. What a scoop, can we ask you a few questions?" she exclaimed. As the camera moved in to capture the finest photo, the female reporter pushed a microphone into Ochako's face, causing her to lurch back a little. "Gravity, right, that was an incredible rescue you did. What are your thoughts on it? How did you feel running in front of that truck to save a child? Did you plan to land in the river due to the winter conditions? What did the child have to say about your heroic efforts?" Ochako attempted to interrupt with a response, but the reporter didn't even give her 5 seconds to do so. And how about that teamwork? Were you working with the hero Deku on an undercover mission? How did you feel about working with a classmate? Are you worried about working with someone who always gets involved with more dangerous villains? Should he be considered a threat to society? Mike groaned and complained, "Come on now, we warned you not to harass the students last time." He had become weary of the vultures attempting to extract answers from the pupils. He tried to step in with his foot, but Midnight stopped him with a raised palm. Without taking her eyes off the situation, Midnight said humbly, "Let's see how this plays out before we start handling their fights for them." In addition to reaffirming her will to become a powerful and compassionate hero, this encounter would be a crucial step for the young hero to defend those who stand by her. She knew how far down the hero's ladder the hero had gone because she had met with Nezu and Aizawa to learn about Uraraka's condition. It was time for the hero to stand up on her own, even if she had received support during her recuperation. Ochako yelled out, "You're wrong," which confused the reporter, who tipped her microphone back in response to the loud comments. "Deku isn't a threat to society, he's always throwing himself into dangerous situations to protect those around him. Yeah, he gets into his fair share of difficult fights, but that doesn't make him a bad person. He's always fighting even with bad injuries, so how can you say that makes him a threat?" I'm confident he'll be the #1 hero someday and I'll support him wholeheartedly on the journey there. Deku is my friend and I'll always be there to help him if he strays. Wow, Ochako, exhaled Sue. The reporter briefly displayed astonishment before gathering herself. It sounds like to me that you may be crushing on this soon-to-be #1. Give us the scoop on that. It'll make a great headline. Two sweetheart UA students forging ahead to be top heroes together. Catchy, right? Present Mike finally intervened and steered the pushy reporter toward the main building, making sure to always block the camera lens with a hand. Okay, listeners, that's all the time we have for today. We appreciate your calls but our privacy lines are all tied up for the time. Make sure to tune in next time for even more rockin' jams. Now let's get you to where you actually need to be. Unauthorized recordings will have to be obtained and destroyed by UA to maintain the privacy of its students. Failure to comply with this rule will result in a pretty nasty airway jam, ya dig? Mina mocked. Damn girly, jumped right on the boat to protect Midoriya there, as the reporter started to argue over her right to speak with a student who was involved in a rescue. With even more heat rushing her cheeks, Ochako moaned wearily, please don't start again, Mina. Until the day she passed away, Mina would continue to bring it up. Excuse me. When Ochako turned to face the voice, he saw the cameraman standing there grinning nervously. It was a little strange that he wanted to talk, but she wasn't concerned about his filming again because the camera was pointed down. Usually, they were trying to get the ideal shot. Oh, hi, can I help you? Yes, actually, I'm honestly a super big fan of yours and I wanted to say your battle skills are impressive to say the least. You risked your life to save that small child, something not many of us quirkless people could do. Is it? Gosh, this is embarrassing, but can I shake your hand, Uravity? The reporter blurted out as he rubbed his neck. Mina nodded her head swiftly when Toru murmured, fanboy. Fanboy. Jiro snarled behind her hand, shish, don't be rude you two. With her hands clasped together, Yaomomo grinned and said, it's good to see people recognizing our efforts. Ochako smiled and held out a hand to the happy man, saying, of course. Thank you for your continued support. They clasped hands for a solid shake, but after a few seconds, as she attempted to break away, he tightened his hold while pretending to hold out for a little longer. She glanced down at their hands, then looked back up to notice that his gaze had suddenly become harder than before. The hero felt a surge of uneasiness, causing the hair on the back of her neck to stand up. Was he? The guy rumbled quietly and tightened his hold until she winced, saying, the Quantum Council looks forward to seeing you very soon, Ochako Uraraka. Shortly after, she felt a stinging ache in the middle of her palm, but before she could tell him to release his grip, his hand was back against his side. In stark contrast to the somber countenance that had just emerged, his expression changed back to that of an enthusiastic fanboy. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me. Please continue your path to becoming a great hero. All right. After reorganizing the reporters into a single group, the professors escorted them to their destination, allowing the females to proceed with their much-anticipated activity. Ochako sat quietly on the sidewalk and gazed at her hand's palm. As time passed, the spot where the acute pain started to burn intensified. She reasoned that he might have had some metal shaving on his palm from carrying the camera, but it didn't seem likely. He didn't specify what kind of quirk he had, although it would make sense. He also mentioned the Quantum Council. Were they a group of villains? With her, what did they want? They will be seeing her soon, he said, but that didn't make sense and it made her feel uneasy. As soon as the boys appeared in sight, Mina said, oh, there they are. Hey, get ready to have your asses kicked. The Pinkett rushed forward to begin the sledding competition. Sue said, someone's a little competitive today, and Ochako hummed along. Before pursuing the yelling Pinkett, Toru took Ochako by the hand and said, we better catch up otherwise she's going to start without us. Come on, girls, let's go kick their butts. The gravity manipulator then reached for her froggy pal. In order to prevent falling behind, Jiro and Yaomomo grabbed onto the train of girls and followed closely behind. When Kirishima ducked and struck Bakugo in the face after Mina snatched a snowball and tossed it at him, Ochako laughed. That infuriated the pyromaniac, who leapt for the closest snow mound, built a huge one, and then threw it at an unwary Deku. Every hero was battling for their lives as their sledding day had devolved into a single, massive snowball brawl. Aizawa stood in the distance, watching his students with a fixed face. The pros worked day and night with UA. As the leads dried up once more, they had begun searching shipping yards and piers for further paralytic containers. The villains they had apprehended had revealed some information, but it was never sufficient to establish a connection to the primary source, and the teacher was becoming agitated. The school had heard rumors that unmarked containers were arriving from foreign nations, with some of the contents already gone when the containers were opened by the authorities. The paralytic appeared to be eluding them despite their best attempts to crack down on everything. All Might gave his fellow teacher a shoulder pat as he approached him from behind with a weary smile. "I know you're frustrated, Aizawa, but we're doing everything we can right now to track down the villains. Let's not worry them anymore until we have to. Besides, they're in the safest possible place right now. We'll let them be teenagers until the time comes when they need to fight again. That time is going to be sooner rather than later, All Might, we both know that. We're no closer to finding the big boss, and now the toxin has made its way to other countries. No matter how many villains we capture, we aren't getting any closer to finding the Quantum Council. They're going to start bringing down every and any quirk holder. Uraraka got lucky her quirk returned while others may not be as fortunate." Aizawa turned to face the former professional and said, "I'll be the first to say it aloud, but I've got a really bad feeling about all of this." The tone of his voice and the shadows behind his eyes nearly perfectly mirrored his own inner conflict. These kids have been through a lot already, but this is on a whole new level for them. My best guess is that young Uraraka was an accidental test of sorts for the Quantum Council, and they're using that information to adjust their formulas to be even stronger. If they wanted a world where everyone was exactly the same, then the toxin needs to be strong enough to permanently block a person's quirk, and what better way than to use it on someone still mastering their ability yet visible to the public eye? All Might gave a firm nod, saying, "You've noticed it too then." Nezu and the teachers were on high alert due to certain dubious incidents that had occurred recently off campus. Numerous reporters persisted in their attempts to enter, but some unidentified individuals appeared to hide in the shadows, avoiding the camera ranges and even spending the night across from the property. Authorities were informed, but each time they conducted a search, they found no signs of a human presence. If they are in fact using Uraraka as a guinea pig, then that means they're watching her every move and waiting for the right time to strike. They're more discreet than the League and Overhaul, using quirk blockers made from Ares blood. We can't rule out the possibility of them working together. Principal Nezu would want to hear about this. No. With a stern look, Aizawa interrupted the man next to him. No. All Might inquired, bewildered, a little uneasy about the stern tone the expert was adopting. The stealth pro was not like this. "What do you mean no?" Shota crossed his arms over his chest and gave Toshinori a stern look. "Until we can fully verify that is their plan, this entire conversation needs to stay under wraps. It would be a good idea to contact Detective Tsukauchi so he can discreetly gather the evidence we need before the school gets further involved. Alerting the school to what we think could happen only puts them further in the spotlight when we need to stay below their radar in order for this to work. If they're indeed watching her every move, who's to say they aren't monitoring the school and who enters or leaves the property as well? As of now, we need to assume that the entire school is under watch from the Quantum Council." "I understand where you're coming from, Shota, I really do, but are you sure about going behind the school's back on this matter? Surely they're going to find out sooner or later, and then we'll have to face the consequences." Toshinori nervously scratched the back of his hand. He had a great deal of empathy for his fellow educator, but he wasn't the type to go behind an employer's back for information. What about Hawks? Isn't he still doing surveillance for Endeavor's agency? Endeavor is becoming too pushy on the matter. If Hawks weren't reporting directly to him in the school, then I would suggest that. But since the #1 hero is suddenly zeroing in on this matter, that means he's going to be under their watchful eye as well. I have no doubt he's doing his own research into the gang of villains. Aizawa let out a sigh as he adjusted on his neck. He only wanted to return to his cozy sleeping bag because it was getting so cold. As his students started sledding down the campus's tallest hill, weary eyes followed them. As Uraraka supported her friends, he saw her grinning and laughing. At least her friends were behind her, and his troubled child was always there to protect her. "You're delving headfirst into this because one of your students was severely injured and almost died because of those villains and had another kidnapped by the League. I understand how much those students mean to you. They mean the exact same to me. It kills me every time I should have saved them but couldn't because of losing my power. I've felt powerless more times than I can count, even when I was in the field. Your reactions are justified." The professional barely glanced over to Might as he inhaled deeply through his nose. "Reach the goal. Look. Whatever you're thinking right now, All Might, I suggest you keep it to yourself. You're in no place to sit there and judge when you've been training Midoriya to handle your passed-down quirk behind the other students. Comparing my personal emotions interfering with my judgment is like a pot calling a kettle black. You've been in the exact same situation before, so you've no right to pass down your judgments. Shota responded forcefully but quickly sighed as he attempted to get his emotions under control. Oh no, the former professional knew better than most that it wasn't his fault. He suffered for weeks after his attempt to win Bakugo back prior to his altercation with All for One failed. Toshinori gave a quick smile before taking out his phone to make a few calls, leaving the teacher to observe his students from a distance. I won't argue that fact. I will argue that you're trying to do this on your own without the help of your allies. I'll make some calls, so don't jump on anything just yet. We'll get to the bottom of this, Shota, I promise you that. As the gang of youths pulled sleds toward them, they surrounded Uraraka and Midoriya, who both looked agitated and flailed their hands furiously. He had always recognized it, but his role as a teacher was not to control their private lives. He would not meddle in his troubled child's romantic life, even if he thought young love was a lovely thing that never appealed to him. However, if he ever approached him for guidance, a scowl appeared on his lips. It's best to let the group of girls who are currently harassing them handle that. He shuddered at the mere concept, and then he turned to go inside. Adolescent romance was unsettling in a number of ways. Paranoias was ecstatic as he saw the villains scuttling around to take the paralyzed to every port on the planet on his numerous screens, and everything was going more smoothly than it had in weeks. Some fictitious cargo containers had been positioned on the far side of Japan to divert the heroes from the primary supply of the toxin for the time being, allowing them to move items out in a covert manner. With the aid of an undercover criminal who possessed a teleportation skill that even made him slightly uneasy when employed, even his small test subject had fallen into his hands so readily. Its design required the user to clearly identify the intended destination while puncturing the intended victim's palm. After that, the wound would experience increasing levels of anguish until the victim's blood completely sealed the palm, signifying that the destination was prepared. It took longer to form the farther it traveled. The fact that it broke down the victim thread by thread, however, was the quirk's worst feature. Literally, the person's skin would start to unravel in unending crimson thread ropes as soon as it was ready, until nothing remained. Due to his lack of pain receptors, it didn't injure him. Instead, it had the long-term traumatizing effect of transforming him into a huge pile of yarn that, after the teleportation was finished, blew into nothingness, most likely the primary factor in his decision to play a villain. He was fortunate to be on the right side of that peculiarity. Yoshizawa Izuruko had been raised in a very harsh environment and had learned early on how to kill time with his own peculiar quirk and its characteristics. It wasn't a very thrilling or potent ability to be born with, but even after all these years, it kept proving its value. The villain's favorite activity was using mind connecting and learned light hypnosis to drive people insane. To him, they were more akin to magic tricks or idle experiments he conducted for fun. It took him years to learn how to combine the two, but once he did, he could effortlessly manipulate people at a great distance by exposing them to a unique orb he carried. He even created a unique camera that would deliver a one-way signal to a designated spot before cutting the connection. The transition to full control only took 10 seconds or so. After rapping strongly on the open door of his meeting room, a servant said, "Paranoias, please excuse the sudden intrusion." The villain simply looked at the monitors and raised his hand in acknowledgement. One of many that the UA faces. He was now directly focused on campus. An instant lockdown would ensue from hacking straight into their system, sending the offending coordinates to the local pro heroes. It would take months to replace the pricey mahogany doors, which would be blasted apart in a matter of seconds, imported, etc. Everything is in line for our plan to go ahead and begin. We're just awaiting your word, sir. Excellent work, Ronaldo, your service has been very commendable lately. Gather the forces for the main attack in the war room, I shall be there shortly. Of course, sir. As Paranoias kept examining the monitors, the door shut behind the obedient servant. All of his efforts over the last 6 months would be in vain if things didn't go as planned. Decoy containers would divert the attention of the pros throughout Japan, and he and the Quantum Council would launch their first offensive abroad. It was preferable for the operation to begin overseas, where it was less expected, because heroes were swarming around like a swarm of irate bees. Endeavor, the top hero, would quickly catch up to him if he made one mistake. Although the Hellfire user chose a more aggressive approach, he wouldn't deny the man possessed a drive and tenacity comparable to All Might. Paranoias was well aware of All Might's might and will, thus it was lucky that the previous number 1 hero succumbed before their plans started. After all, he was among those who assisted in thwarting the council years ago. Yoshizawa narrowed his eyes and jerked his focus to a tiny flicker on one of the monitors. It was a camera that faced UA, notably the one that was pointed toward the dormitories. The simplest way to monitor the hero training school was to hack into the municipal surveillance system, however occasionally the two computer systems loved to fight for dominance before his technology overpowered the cities. He couldn't even try to breach the UA's most advanced security system because it would destroy his gear and make it obvious where he was. The villain leaned forward in his chair, searching the screen for any disruptions, but he only saw a minor shift in the lens's angle. He quickly shifted the camera around to look for any visible interference by flinging his fingers over the keyboard. His lips turned down in a frown. He had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. Nothing to. A red exclamation point appeared on the screen as the computer system monotoned out a warning, error, hexadecimal A00544168. Connection disrupted. Please check cables before attempting to reconnect. Yoshizawa bit on the tip of his thumb and moaned. It could not be mistaken. He was being manipulated by someone who was aware of his use of the camera devices. He tried to override it, but the system was insistent that the camera was detached and would not budge. If the city began looking into the issue, he would have to remove the link entirely. He purged his programming and erased the camera from the city system with a mouse click. Well played. Seems the eyes at UA are starting to see beyond their fortress walls. With a loud scrape, Paranoias grabbed a mask from the desk and got up from his chair. Through enlarged eye holes, it was specifically made to enable him to completely utilize his quirk. His eyes must fully lock onto his victim before ensnaring them. In order to attract the person before connecting to their mind, his quirk makes his eyes flash like a fast-moving strobe light when it's activated. Yoshizawa slid the hypnotic pattern mask down and over his face, and even though it had been laying dusty for the last 15 years, it still fit like a glove. When he was active, the thin line over his lips allowed him to breathe comfortably while also slightly muffled his voice. The villain squared his shoulders and regulated his breathing as he made his way to the war room without turning back to the monitors. Given how far they've gone after years of trial and error, they wouldn't shake him so quickly. Back then, they made mistakes in their research because they were too naive and irresponsible, but now, they were now completely prepared for the planet to collapse for the benefit of humanity as a whole. As they proceeded, Ronaldo followed his boss, his skillful hands securing the cape with a mesmerizing motif to the back of the dapper man's three-piece black suit. And supplied cane with a crystal ball on top was swiftly snatched from the servant's hands and twirled before tapping softly on the tiled floors. As villains from all across the region waited tensely for their leader to disclose the plans, there was a buzz of excitement in the air. Before the doors leading to the balcony with a view of the battle room, Paranoia ceased. Ronaldo, is everything set up and ready to go? I don't want any mistakes during our grand re-entrance into the world of heroes ready to tear our throats out. Yes, sir, the live broadcast is up and awaiting your signal. I've ensured the broadcast will hit all UA students and teachers first before hitting public communications. I must say, sir, you've really outdone yourself with this plan and I am most impressed with your tenacity. Ronaldo extended his gloved hand tightly clasped to his chest. Paranoias pondered under his mask, tenacity. That's interesting that you've chosen that word specifically, Ronaldo, while he wiped a few tiny particles of invisible lint off his arm sleeve. Tenacity is defined as the quality or fact of being very determined but can also be perceived as the quality or fact of continuing to exist. Determination or persistence. What I've worked so hard to create over this past decade and a half is due to neither of those definitions but of one other thing, the only thing that has kept me going so long. Do you know what that is? Ronaldo immediately bowed hard towards the floor, his hands quivering slightly at his sides. I'm not entirely sure on that, sir, forgive me. I should have educated myself more thoroughly during your quest to reignite the Quantum Council. After staring him down for a while, the villain laughed easily. Since he was young, the child would overlook his inconsistencies. This time. Revenge, Ronaldo. Revenge is a stronger force than determination or persistence to survive. It gives you a deep, burning rage that can seemingly never be satiated by conventional methods. No, This fiery emotion will never go away until I succeed in taking down every quirk holder who threatens humanity's chance at peace in a quirkless world. One large obstacle has been fortunately knocked from our path to this glorious goal. All Might no longer rules the streets with an iron fist due to his sudden retirement, though his younglings at UA seem to be rebuilding the bridge that collapsed after his battle with All for One. Oh, of course, sir, forgive me for not thinking of that correctly. No need to worry, dear boy, for this will all be over soon. Now, we have an audience to attend to, don't we? As her classmates stumbled out of the bathtubs, bouncing up and down on the couch cushions, Toru flailed her sweaty arms and exclaimed, "Hey, hey, come look at this. There's some super weird broadcast on the TV. It's some villain or something announcing his plan to eliminate quirks from the entire planet. Do you think the teachers know yet?" With the towel falling from his wet hair to lay over his shoulders, Midoriya jogged with the rest of his class to the back of the couch and asked, "What?" As the broadcast flickered across the television, Mina, Sue, and Ochako stood at the end of the couch, all three of them appearing equally concerned. As the image cleared and she saw a man standing on a balcony with his arms raised in the air, the uneasy sensation in her stomach intensified. Shouts of appreciation and encouragement erupted around the individual. She put her arms tightly around herself in an effort to calm herself since, despite the mask, she could still feel his eyes on her. The stinging, scorching throbs in her palm had been almost excruciating ever since she had met the photographer just inside the main gates. Ochako covered it and applied some pain medication, but over the last 30 minutes, there have been constant throbs that felt like they were going to explode. Todoroki positioned himself behind the couch as well, his eyes concentrated on the villain. "Turn it up louder, Hagakure," he said. "Was this a national or a local broadcast? We shall bring peace and equality amongst those cursed with quirks and those blessed without. No longer shall there be heroes or villains, just simple human beings with no powers. Come, let us bring forth a new era of peace courtesy of the Quantum Council." Mineta snorted. "Quantum Council? Looks more like a ringleader of a circus to me," but Zero, who was standing behind him, silenced him. The image flashed to a busy city in the middle of the day, with people rushing to go about their daily lives carelessly and cars speeding past. After a few tense seconds, a low hissing filled the speakers, and purple toxin quickly poured into the streets from every potential ground opening, manhole, and gutter. Anger surged through Midoriya, who clutched the back of the couch. They were releasing it into crowded cities, initially foreign ones, but it had to be the same paralytic that had poisoned Uraraka months earlier. Pedestrians caught in the crossfire were pounded into by thousands of pounds of steel and flung through the air as cars started colliding with one another as the smoke obscured Driva's vision. Jiro groaned behind her hands, trying to ignore the spine-tingling screams that filled the room. "This is too horrible to watch," she said. With a steely look fixed on the television, Kaminari, who was standing close by, swiftly put his headphones over her head. Knowing full well that it was the same substance her companion had inhaled, Sue trailed off, "As that? This is really bad, Ribbit. We need to let the teachers know right away." With a better look at the villain's face, the camera cut back to the commons, where everyone's guards were raised. "Now that I have your attention, students in Class 1A of UA Academy," the voice said, "I would like to formally introduce myself to you future heroes, and what better way than a personalized broadcast. The name is Paranoias, a pleasure to meet you all. Though rather indirectly I've already met one of you already. Isn't that right, Uravati? Or rather, Ochako Uraraka?" Mineta squawked loudly, glancing between the villain on the TV and his stunned classmate. "You've met this guy already, Uraraka," he said. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the anxious brunette. Deku measured her expression with his own, which was strained. The paralytic attack must have been the work of that scoundrel, Paranoias. Why was he criticizing her directly? Quickly, Ochako countered, I haven't. I don't know anything about this guy. Why else would he have named her personally if he wasn't the one responsible for the paralysis? Even though he didn't look familiar, she felt uneasy around him. Beneath his mask, she could almost see the twisted smile. She curled her palm against her chest, letting out a loud hiss as it throbbed forcefully. "You may be a bit confused right now, dear, but do not worry, for I shall soon ease those frets of yours. You see, if it weren't for your generous help as our guinea pig, then none of the video just shown to you wouldn't be possible. Oh, but do not worry, Ochako, for the paralytic released across the sea as we speak is far stronger than the dosing you received. So I thank you, future hero of Japan, for for your contribution to the Quantum Council. And for you as well, Izuku Midoriya, for placing yourself in the public eye as an up-and-coming powerful hero thought to soon surpass All Might himself. You've both given me ample amount of information that I will surely put to good use. Paranoias raised his head, twirling from one hand to the other, his cane tapped the ground twice before tapping a third time. Everyone covered their eyes as the sphere glowed brightly, but Ochako was unable to take his eyes off the screen. Somehow, like an impenetrable chain fastened to her brain, it was luring her in. After approximately 15 seconds, the brunette felt a thick curtain wash over her, so she put a hand to her head and staggered back a few feet as the shining subsided. She kept hearing the taps in her skull, but all of her thoughts vanished as a monotonous calm replaced them. She was able to think clearly again as soon as someone touched her arm. As her concern grew, Sue turned to face her shocked and perplexed companion. Since sledding, she hadn't been acting like herself. She refused to let anyone see her bandaged right hand, which she claimed was injured from doing so much homework. The gravity manipulator kept clutching it with her other hand and wincing, so it was clear that it hurt a lot. Ochako, is your hand bothering you again? Should we have recovery girl look at it? Even though Ochako knew it was not deceiving either of them, she assured her buddy, I'm fine, Sue, really. Maybe I just need to get some rest since it's been a long day. I think I've just sprained it, so I'll take some painkillers here in a bit. Paranoias put a hand over his chest as the image flickered back to the previous channel. And with that Class 1A, I bid you farewell for the time being. Sweet dreams, Ochako Uraraka, I'll be seeing you soon enough. Toru quickly turned off the TV as the noises of a drama show erupted from the speakers. As the heroes tried to comprehend what had just transpired, the chamber remained silent. He acted like he knew this would happen, Todoroki remarked softly as he leaned back against the couch and pondered with his arms folded securely across his chest. The fact that he specifically addressed, then correctly assumed something like this would happen can't be coincidence. What do we know about the Quantum Council? I don't think I've ever heard of them or that villain. Midoriya bit down hard on the end of his thumb as he struggled to think out what to do next. Paranoias, I've never heard of him before, but I know All Might mentioned something about the Quantum Council attempting something similar about 15 years ago. Did he initially realize how interconnected things were? A clearer image was just starting to emerge as the parts came together. That mountain attack wasn't an accident, despite what everyone first believed. Everything, including the precise dosage, was prearranged. He would hold the Quantum Council accountable for their actions against Uraraka. Not like the bastard has mind control, right? There's no way he could have done that through a broadcast without affecting the rest of us, or in the very least showing off how his quirk works and exposing himself in front of a bunch of heroes. Best bet is he got a hold of Cheeks outside of school grounds at some point. Bakugo made the point and the boys agreed. Jiro raised a notched eyebrow and said, Cheeks. But the other girls just shrugged, their faces still displaying the same bewilderment. It seems that Bakugo had started adopting nicknames. Since he acted familiar with Uraraka, doesn't that mean they've met somewhere then? The only time she's left the school property is during that mall trip and then over break, so did he follow her or something? None of this is making sense anymore, it feels like we're missing something here. Zero was scratching his face in confusion. With little expectation that it would be helpful, Mina filled in. The only people Ochako has dealt with this week were some reporters that were on campus earlier, but the cameraman was just a fanboy wanting a handshake. Nothing out of the ordinary there. We were there along with Present Mike and Midnight, so even if they were a villain wouldn't they have caught on? Jiro responded. Maybe. Midoriya furrowed her brow as she perused the villain's arrest records, saying, Paranoias, it says here in the police archives that he drives people mad with mind control, often causing his target to lose sanity in the process due to the duration and intensity of his quirk after prolonged periods. The man didn't have much on him, but it was better than nothing right now. More information about the villain would be known by the teachers than by publicly available records. Apparently they speculated he used to dabble in magic during his younger villainy days, but it doesn't mention anything about that being a factor in his attacks currently. These records are old, about 15 years outdated, so it's possible he managed to train up his quirk. Bakugo snorted as he shuffled into the kitchen for a drink. So he's a freaking mind-controlling clown. These villains keep getting weaker and weaker, Bakugo said. Someone should alert the teachers unless they've received the same broadcast. I doubt they're going to let us leave the dorms now since it's a targeted attack. Kirishima threw his arms out at the blonde's back and asked, so we just sit around and wait to be attacked. They're releasing the paralytic around the world as we speak, so is the school really going to keep us locked up here? Todoroki shook his slightly damp bangs from his eyes before meeting his classmates' gazes. No, they're going to make us fight. That's almost a guarantee. UA and our entire class has been heavily involved with these villains for months now, so they're probably going to take all of the help they can get. This is our fight now, so we need to stop the villains before they release any more paralytic into the world. What about Uraraka? There's no way they'd let her leave the campus to join the fight. I mean, she's been directly named by that Paranoia's guy, so that makes her an immediate target. If she goes outside, then the villains will be able to snatch her up. Kaminari spoke and the air was quiet. He was correct. Who would guard Uraraka if the class were dispatched to help because of the high number of casualties? With both hands squeezed against her breast, Ochako said, I don't care if I'm being targeted. If there are people out there in danger because of that paralytic, then I'm going to do whatever I can to help. It may have knocked me down, but now I'm stronger and ready to fight. I'm not going to stand back and let paranoias get away with that. With her fist raised high in the air, Hiroshima yelled, she's right. Trying to sit around and protect her won't do any good. If she's been targeted by this villain, then they've already made up their mind to attack UA. So let's give them one hell of a fight. The rest of the class joined in chorus. At the sight, Ochako's heart grew proud. She was incredibly fortunate to have pals who were so kind and understanding. Aizawa, All Might, Nezu, Midnight, Snipe, and Present Mike entered the dormitory after the front doors smashed open. As they ushered everyone back to their seats, their faces were decorated with heavy looks. As the agony started to move up her arm, Ochako moved her hands behind her back. I'm glad to see all of your students here, Aizawa. This makes the conversation a little easier. Aizawa took a nearby chair and sat sideways on it, saying, everyone seems to be accounted for. This is going to be a long conversation, so I suggest you all get comfortable. Nezu groaned from inside Aizawa's scarf. Things certainly have progressed faster than I've anticipated, I will admit, while the principal cocked his head to get a better look at the pupils. That broadcast was meant specifically for Class 1A and teachers only, though I have no doubt Paranoia's plans to show the rest of the world as he continues to release paralytics. Unfortunately, it was a one-way signal that we're unable to track back to the main source. This villain certainly knows how to keep under the radars. Kaminari brushed his blonde hair in exasperation and said, so, what do we do? We can't just sit around like ducks. They've named Uraraka and Midoriya specifically. They were targets from the very beginning, probably since the mountain attack. Paranoias indeed used Uraraka as a testing subject from the very beginning, that much we know of now. But why he's targeting Midoriya we don't know yet. They were using the city's camera systems to keep an eye on the campus without giving their location away, though we caught onto one of the cameras pointed at the dorms, so we destroyed it, which in turn alerted Paranoias and potentially pushed him to release the paralytic across the world faster. He knows we're onto him. Aizawa clarified in his trademark serious manner, yet there was a little bite to every sentence. Right now you need to prepare yourselves, Class 1A, All Might said as he moved forward, drawing everyone's attention. Time passed more quickly than he would have wanted, but it was time to act, not to think back on what they could have done to be better prepared. The world's in danger, and as future heroes it's your job to ensure the safety of the citizens who depend on us to protect them. You all ship out tomorrow morning, so get plenty of rest tonight because this is going to be one hell of a fight. You'll be split up into groups working under pros such as Endeavor, Mirko, Best Jeanist, Gunhead, and a few of the teachers here. Jiro gripped the headphones around her neck nervously and asked, even Mirko? I thought she just did solo work across Japan. Midnight stood next to the couch and crossed her arms under her chest, her chains rattling softly. All pro heroes in Japan and across the world have been called to action regardless of their affiliation to an agency or not, even as teachers have been ordered to jump into the fray. Millions of lives depend on us being there for the citizens, quirks or not. This is part of your training as heroes, so get as much rest as you can tonight because tomorrow you're going to be thrown into the war zone. You'll receive your groupings when you swing by to pick up your gear. Sue worriedly inquired from next to the brunette, what about Uraraka? Is she going to be safe here? As the teenager grabbed her friend's arm, Ochako gave her hand a comforting squeeze. Since Uraraka is the direct target of paranoias, she would normally be kept in a secure location until the villains are brought down. Security measures have been implemented to ensure no one infiltrates the campus after your departure. I personally have made some heavy modifications to the security system using my own private funds to ensure the top safety of my students. Nezu told them all with a raised finger while the other paw gently stroked Aizawa's face. Shoji inquired, "What do you mean normally?" After taking in the new barrage of information, Bakugo eventually said, "He's saying that it's her choice whether or not to stay." Right. Izuku looked from him to Uraraka, who was more distressed than he had been. "We can't force her to stay behind if she's willing and able to fight. If we hid every targeted student behind the walls of UA, they'd never grow into strong heroes. The risk is still there. Don't pretend it isn't, but that's Uraraka's decision to make. If she accepts the risks, then she's free to go. It's no different than Midoriya being targeted by Shigaraki or All Might by All for One. It comes with the job." Aizawa accepted the offer with open arms. Nezu nodded in satisfaction before jumping from Aizawa's scarf to rest on All Might's shoulder, the former pro dipping slightly from the heavy weight. "Now that we've settled that, alarms in these dorms will go off if any of the doors or emergency exits are opened, in which case heavy-duty shutters will slam down as precaution." Nezu added, "A few extra pros will also be patrolling the premises, so there's nothing to fear for the rest of your evening. Aizawa, I entrust you to go over the details of tomorrow's mission with them before you leave, since it's time for my nightly tea now. The rest of you have your orders, so enjoy the rest of your evening, students, and prepare yourself for tomorrow." Aizawa crossed his arms on the chair back and smoothed out the uneven space with his scarf. He could see in their eyes that they were all prepared for battle, but the young heroes ran a serious risk of permanently losing their peculiarities. Others wouldn't be as fortunate as Uraraka, who was fortunate to have hers back. "Listen up, here's how this is gonna go down. _B_. Hours passed while Izuku Midoriya tossed and twisted, unable to stop the seething thoughts. No matter how hard he tried, he was never able to get any sleep when they were preparing to go into battle. He generally felt exhausted after working out, but he didn't want to walk outside in the snow. In any case, it would be impossible to focus on correct form at this time. He turned over and gazed at the digital clock next to his bed. 11:45. The teenager attempted to sleep for almost 3 hours. He pushed himself up as a hand went down his face. A stroll downstairs would be beneficial. He marched to his closet for some warmer clothes, squinting at the brightness of the lights. After deciding that shorts and a sweater would be sufficient for a little stroll, the teenager took his phone, silently shut his door, and went downstairs. Since everyone else was still asleep, he tried his best to remain silent. Midoriya eventually shuffled his way towards the commons after he chose to descend the stairs rather than use the elevator. Some of the lights were still on, but it was deserted, as one might anticipate. He tiredly rubbed his face. Perhaps a sip of water might help him relax a little. He halted as he passed the couches in the common area after noticing a flash of brown. At the abrupt sound, the lady looked up in fear and put a palm to her chest. "Uraraka, what are you still doing up?" she asked. As her companion leaned over the other couch, Ochako exhaled, "Deku. You scared me. I didn't even hear you walking by." The teenager left her room to isolate herself downstairs after everyone else had gone to bed. She was unable to sleep due to the pain, and rolling around in bed didn't appear to be doing anything. She could rely on being by herself because everything was peaceful down here. So far. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Is everything all right? I noticed you were looking a bit distressed early after the broadcast." Ochako tried to reassure him, but she realized it would not help. I was just a little shaken up when he called me out specifically," she said. "There was almost nothing you could keep from him. Now we know who's behind the paralytic, so we just have to find out where he is and take him down. We still don't know how far it's spread, so we'll have to do our best to stop him." "Right," Izuku said emphatically. It was nice to see her feeling better once more. It calmed his troubled thoughts, which had been troubled ever since the mountain attack. "So, what are you doing up? Just couldn't sleep?" Ochako trailed off, something like that, as her palm began to hurt more. It was now traveling down into her chest and up to her neck, pulsing violently like a heartbeat. She tried her hardest to hide her face, but Deku must have seen because he quickly crouched in front of her, his brows furrowed. He waited for her to give him permission before asking, "You injured your hand earlier, right? Can I take a look at it?" After a few seconds of deliberation, she gave in and shakily held out the appendage for him to examine. Izuku used his other hand to lightly rub over the bandages while cupping the underside of her palm for support. "Did you sprain it doing too much homework?" Or was it from sledding? Ochako's cheeks burning, he kept examining her palm while biting her lip. He was very, very near. Fortunately, he didn't look up because he was too focused on attempting to assess her injury. She began to remark something insignificant, but her lips pursed and the words trailed off. Lying only made matters worse. Deku would fully comprehend and would try his utmost to ensure her well-being. She needs to quit making decisions based solely on her emotions. Deku, there's something I need to tell you. I didn't injure my hand in a normal manner. There was a group of reporters here earlier and one of them asked to shake my hand saying he was a big fan. When I tried to pull away, he grabbed on harder and I think something stabbed me. It's been hurting since then and getting worse as time passes. I didn't want to worry anyone with it so I've been trying to treat it on my own. The pain is now traveling into my shoulder and chest. I'm sorry for keeping it from you, Deku. What? It's been hurting that long. Why didn't you say anything, Uraraka? Deku raised his eyebrows almost to his hairline and looked up into her eyes. That's not all. He said the Quantum Council would be seeing me very soon. I think he was working for them. He managed to get through the gates and run into me. I think they're about to make a move, Deku. Ochako was not looking at him. She felt guilty for deceiving everyone for hours, but especially the person she loved the most. After a minute of silence, Deku's face was tentatively cupped by a hand. His cheeks colored pink. The brunette looked up to see him smiling reassuringly at her. Her eyes grew wide as she gazed at him in a confused and agitated state. We'll get through this together, Uraraka. Let's get your hand treated first then we can worry about them, alright? Your health is priority. Sure, he said. Just moved. Face. It was warm, tender, and kind. Ochako simply stared in wonder, her face heating up. He removed the appendage to shield his own burning face and turned away, apologizing for unexpectedly touching her, as if he had realized what he had just done. Determined to make his pal feel better, Izuku led her to the kitchen sink. Ochako softly untied the cloth around her wrist and hand while he ran some cool water. Not long after they had come back from sledding, the brunette changed out of her winter clothes in her room for something cozier and looked at the entrance that was centered on her palm. It had neat edges, showed no bleeding, and was around the size of a sewing pin head. She took a tiny gasp of fear as the final layer came off. The wound had spread out from the middle of her palm into what appeared to be a strange symbol that pulsed in time. The red light streaked past her wrist and under her sweatshirt's pushed-back sleeve. Deku took notice and glanced up at her alarmingly, probably mimicking Ochako's own expression as she gulped hard. They urgently needed an instructor. Deku. Bakugo's irritating voice made both teenagers practically jump out of their skins as he walked into the room holding an empty glass and asked, "What the fuck are you two doing in the kitchen in the middle of the night?" With his hands half up, Izuku stepped back from the sink a few paces, and Ochako spun around without lowering her sleeve. His eyes furrowed as he focused on the scarlet traveling up her arm. "And what the fuck is that on your arm?" Reluctantly, Deku trailed off, "Kei-Kachan, I can explain," before letting out a sigh and shaking his head in surrender. "Actually, I can't explain this one. Uraraka just showed it to me but we don't know what it is. We think this has to do with..." Before he rounded on the uncertain brunette, Bakugo interrupted his childhood pal, saying, "I know what this has to do with, Deku. I'm not a fucking idiot. Where the hell did you get this, cheeks?" As the pyromaniac put his glass down next to the sink, Ochako gave a quick explanation, saying, "From that cameraman I shook hands with earlier. I'm pretty sure he used his quirk on me then but I don't know what it does. It started off as a small wound. After a minute of intense staring, he scoffingly turned away. Izuku exchanged a perplexed glance with her before approaching his departing classmate. It seemed strange that he would simply leave without saying anything. "Where are you going, Kachan?" "To get a damn teacher. It's probably set to self-destruct or something." As he started to pursue his companion, Izuku said, "Self-destruct. Don't say things like that. What if it actually does that? Think about how Uraraka feels. Get the fuck off of me, Deku. Not until you apologize." Ochako clutched the counter for support as a wave of numbness swept over her body. As before, when the transmission was playing, her thoughts began to wander. She tried to resist it by gritting her teeth, but it soon overpowered all of her senses, so she gave in. She staggered to the other counter as weakness overtook her legs. Glass flew at the two struggling heroes as a hand slid across the counter. The glass shattered into a million pieces in the entryway, and both barely avoided it. As Bakugo and Deku slowly turned back to her, one looking shocked and the other angry, silence descended upon the room. With his hands popping menacingly, Bakugo said quietly, "What the fuck do you think you're doing? You got a death wish." When Nero's vermilion eyes saw how gaunt she was, they slightly enlarged. There was a problem. When the glass was thrown, she hadn't even been approaching them. The angle was too exact to be considered a mere accident. She raised her head a little as Deku ran to her aid. A red flag was raised by flashes of whirling white and black. That was it. Izuku worriedly pulled one of Uraraka's arms over his shoulder to support her drooping body while holding her up by the waist with the other arm. "Uraraka, what's wrong? You don't look too good," he said. Her body felt heated against his bare skin, and she was having trouble breathing. Was she sick because of the odd marking? "Kacchan, we need to get away from her, Deku. She's been brainwashed," Bakugo commanded, throwing himself at the pair and separating them with his outstretched hand. Izuku glanced down at Uraraka, who was staring up at him with captivating swirling eyes and a Cheshire grin. Bakugo pinned the brunette to the floor by the shoulder, his arm back and poised to detonate, after a hand forcibly forced him back, effectively separating the two. Izuku yelled, "Kacchan!" As it powered up, he gripped his forearm tightly and began to pull, but was stopped in his tracks by a disturbing laugh. The hair on his neck stood tall as he slowly let go and got back up. Neither of them was coming up with it. The room was empty of other people. A booming voice came from Uraraka's mouth, and both teenagers stood their ground. My, such a brutish hero. Are you sure you aren't on the wrong path in life? You would make a fantastic villain, Katsuki Bakugo." The brunette clapped her hands in applause and smiled up at them. "Well done on the fast reaction time. I'd say you're the fastest one to figure it out in all my years of life. That's a gold star for you." "What the actual fuck?" Bakugo exclaimed incredulously. Then it made sense. The broadcast. Uraraka must have kept his eyes open when everyone else's were covered. In fact, the mind-controlling monster was able to hypnotize someone via television. He'd seen it all now. "You brainwashed her earlier, didn't you? Through that damn broadcast of yours. The flashing lights were a part of that. Smart one you are, Bakugo. At least that saves me the time and effort of explaining how I'm speaking to you right now. Now if you don't mind, I'd rather like to stand and get a glass of water." Deku made a humble threat when Paranoia's turned his host's eyes in his direction, return Uraraka to her body. Now, he had to be cautious and play it safe because waking up the others now may endanger Uraraka if Paranoia's decided to wipe out her mind entirely. Bakugo stayed poised in case the adversary made a humorous move. "You know, young love is such a beautiful thing. Like the tale of Romeo and Juliet, have you ever read it? Beauty and tragedy combined as two families who hated one another finally came together. After both of their children killed themselves for love, but you know, that's just how history plays out sometimes, Izuku Midoriya. And unless you want this to turn into another tragedy for the books, I suggest you not start making demands or else." Paranoia's turned to him and laughed as Midoriya puckered up his lips. "This is a nice place you kids have here. It was difficult enough to keep a good eye on the campus, but this first-person view is really something. UA never ceases to impress me, I must say so. Though the decorum could use an updating, much too bland for my tastes." Bakugo, gazing down at the sloppy villain dominating his student, shouted, "What's your goal right now? Why are you here?" Under his pinning grip, Uraraka shrugged and simply began to whistle as like he didn't give a damn. The pyro stared up at Bakugo as Izuku put a hand on his shoulder. "Let her up, huh? Did you hit your head? Why the hell would I let this bastard up? Because he has the power to completely destroy Uraraka's mind. There's nowhere for him to escape. Just do as he says." Despite his sneer, Bakugo gave in, keeping one hand ready in case he had to blow the villain out of the dorms. As Izuku stayed put, he moved to the opposite side of the kitchen to block off any possible escape. Uraraka stood up slowly, wiped off some dirt, and made her way to the cabinet. She took one out to fill it, and the glasses clinked softly. "You're a smart one, Midoriya, you've done a great job with researching me. Can I call you Izuku? Or has Ochako not called you that yet? Surely you're both a first-name basis by now, seeing as you've been pining over each other for a while now. Answer the question, Paranoia's." Paranoia's began, apparently, right before he took a swig of cool water. You've forgotten about what was mentioned in the broadcast already. I don't blame you, it is nearing the middle of the night after all. Surely you're a bit tired. I've come for my guinea pig. Deku pressed his hand against the counter next to Uraraka, bending down to deliver his message to the villain as OFA powered up. The moment you try to leave this building, it'll go into a lockdown and alert the other students and teachers, meaning you'll be trapped inside the dorms with 20 powerful heroes. You have nowhere to go, so relinquish your hold on Uraraka. The brunette's paranoia compelled her to put down the glass behind her and then stand up to confront him. Vibrantly expressing the menace in his remarks, he leaned back somewhat but did not back down. What a sweet exhibit. In one fluid motion, Paranoia snatched the glass from the counter, crushed it on the edge, and held it menacingly to Uraraka's throat. You wouldn't lay a finger on this body right now, Midoriya, because you care for her too much to risk self-injury. A simple thing like this, he said, should be more than sufficient to get the message across. Ochako Uraraka is coming with me one way or another, though I generally prefer my guinea pigs alive. It's so hard to find good ones and she has yet to be fully broken. You're going to get me out of this building without setting off the security alarms. Deku backed away as his fist slowly lifted, his teeth clenched. When Paranoias threatened to cut Uraraka's throat if he didn't assist him in leaving the building, he wasn't playing around. He couldn't just act rashly in case he activated a self-destruct option because he didn't completely grasp how his quirk operated. Okay, just, please get the glass away from her throat. No one needs to get injured here. You'd seriously threaten to harm your guinea pig despite knowing I can move faster than her. She's no match against my speed. You must be a pretty dumb villain to underestimate me, Bakugo replied with a threatening grin. Uraraka gave him a little amused glance before turning back to face Izuku, the glass slightly piercing her neck. The pyro leaned forward and cracked his knuckles, reacting negatively to being ignored. It wasn't a bluff. Reaching her and disarming her would take less than 2 seconds. However, it was obvious that Paranoias could cut her throat before they even blinked. Bakugo clenched his teeth. This criminal had the upper hand at the moment and knew how to act dirty. After observing the two teenagers for a while, Paranoias placed the glass fragment back on the counter, and Uraraka's frown was replaced by a casual smile. Was that so hard? Now, the matter of getting this body out of here. I do believe the door is that way. I've told you. Paranoias laughed and stepped back, hands raised in mock submission, saying, at this point you've got 2 options. Surrender and relinquish your hold on Uraraka, or I'll beat you out of there. I've got enough sweat built up right now to blow you halfway across the ocean. He would have to reconsider his plan because there was no getting away from these two. Uraraka looked at the pads on his fingers, and a thought came to him. He was able to use elements of the teen's quirk and any fighting abilities she possessed because he had gained access to her mind. She seemed to have overcome the problem before, thus it should be easy for her to do it again. Uraraka bowed and tapped her hands together out of sight, using the gesture to hide the pink glowing of her fingers, and then stood straight to face the teenagers. Very well, a gentleman knows when he's outnumbered and outgunned. You win. I'll return Uraraka's body to you as a gesture of good faith. But let it be known now that there is no escaping this path life has chosen for her. Allow me to show you a magic trick before I leave first, as an apology. It'll surely blow your minds. Bakugo moved forward to tackle the brunette, while Deku used a black whip to detain her from a distance. No more games, ya freaking clown! Bakugo exclaimed. After waiting for the blonde to get close enough, Paranoias swerved to avoid the outstretched arm and spun weightlessly in the direction of the wall after grazing his skin with his fingers. Uraraka ran low toward Deku, who avoided and sped up, prepared to use force to stop her if necessary. Paranoias gave him a wink and blew him a kiss, allowing him to focus long enough to carry out his scheme. The elderly scoundrel still had a few tricks in his sleeve, but the child in front of him was undoubtedly quick and could easily stop him. Seeing the hero pick up the cue seconds before Uraraka entered his range and leap higher while releasing the quirk with a foot slightly stretched outward for a kick, he had her legs coil up as though to jump. Deku was prepared for the kick, but the brunette decided to propel herself towards the kitchen windows after reactivating zero gravity and feinting left to kick off from the cabinets. Were the windows similarly sealed up if they were opened, as all the doors were? The school might have believed that far in the future, but it didn't seem to matter. The quirk that was slowly taking over her body was almost finished. It only took a few more minutes of diversion. Bakugo screamed as he blasted his body like a rocket at her, arm outstretched with a smirk of rage. Think you're smart for going for the windows, huh? Too bad they've alarmed those two. Uraraka and Bakugo were only inches away from colliding in midair when a quick sleight of hand shot an explosion in the direction of the glass panels. A blaring alarm went off less than a second after the explosive force smashed the glass outward in a huge boom. Shutters started crashing down one after another, cutting off the building from the outside world, and loud metal screaming filled the dorms. Uraraka spun around, only to have black, writhing cords pin him in place. Over the sound of the alarms, Deku yelled, "It's over, paranoias," his eyes burning with rage as he grasped the black whip firmly. The alarms have sounded, so the pros will be here soon and every other student will be rushing down. You've lost. Paranoias shifted his head in that direction after sensing someone pulling on his body, making Uraraka follow suit. The brunette let out a faint sigh as the two teenagers tensed up, waiting for anything to happen. Pushy people, always intervening and demanding attention. Seriously, you'd think they'd see me in the middle of something and learn to leave me alone. Oh well, trivial matters I suppose. I'll commend you both for dealing with my little distraction long enough for the quirk to take full effect. I must say, I didn't realize it hurt this much. How's the best way to describe this? Almost like catching on fire, having every bone broken, then. Izuku screamed, "What the hell are you talking about?" And Paranoias laughed at his outburst. He seemed to be picking up tips from Katsuki Bakugo. "You're talking about the thing on her hand. Tell us what it does," asked Bakugo. A hand sprang out, snatching the restrained teenager by the collar and drawing her toward his contorted face. "Easy, Kachan, that's still Uraraka's body. Might as well tell you since she's coming with me regardless. A type of teleportation quirk that shreds the person's body apart and turns it into a thread. Once the entire body has been woven into a rope, it explodes and dissolves into nothingness and rebuilds in a set location. I've experienced it once before and it was quite the experience. Though feeling the pain dear Ochako does right now, I'm sure she'd be screaming in agony if it weren't for me. Should be thanking me, really." Izuku made a low-key warning, "You're not going to get away with this," Paranoias, which made Bakugo and Uraraka turn to face him. His body erupted in rage, and he gazed directly into the mesmerizing patterned eyes, which were once a loving and soft auburn, filled with luminous hatred. His furious emotions drove one for all to step it up even further, and he gritted his teeth. "Even if I have to hunt you to the ends of the earth, I'll find you and make you pay for what you've done. All of the pain and suffering Uraraka had to endure because of your sick experiment. I'll personally make sure you never see the light of day again, locked in a cell for the remainder of your life." Deku's heart fell into his stomach as blood started to trickle onto the floor in a rapidly expanding puddle, and Uraraka's face went blank. When the injured hand raised, he noticed a blazing sign engraved on the palm, a thread wriggling out of the hole he had previously seen. With a smile on his face, Paranoias grabbed the thread with his other hand and slowly pulled. Bakugo lowered his hand, unsure of what to do next, as Izuku swiftly released the black whip and stepped back. Her body started to unwind quickly after a forceful yank, and the thread started to accumulate on top of the bloody puddle. With her entire arm already gone as it tore through her shoulder and down her side, Deku watched in horror as Uraraka practically vanished before his own eyes. Staring into wide virescent eyes with streaks of auburn leaking back into the irises, flashing hallucinogenic eyes seemed blissfully indifferent. "I told you I'd show a magic trick, didn't I? You think you've won, Izuku Midoriya, but Ochako Uraraka will be in my possession soon enough. Even when you thought you had me cornered and trapped within these walls, I've already been 3 steps ahead of you heroes. And with this, the Sipario finale is complete." "Uraraka," Bakugo exclaimed, "what the actual hell," as the gravity manipulator started to fade away in front of him. What on earth was he meant to do in response to this? She was halfway to who knows where, even if he tried to stop it. He turned to look at Deku. The nerd was merely staring in horror with tears in his eyes, without even moving. Paranoias was never going to be stopped. Checkmate was the villain's move. Damn it. As their classmate vanished into a heap of red string on the floor, the other members of Class 1A hurried into the kitchen to observe. Midoriya opened and closed his mouth mutely as he gazed at them, helpless, tears in his eyes. Since half of her body had already been removed, leaving only the left side of her body and the majority of her face to dissolve, there was nothing anyone could do. With both arms locked around the girl, Kirishima stopped Mina as she flung them all aside and lunged for her. She started to scream at him, but when he shook his head, she stopped, her eyes never leaving Uraraka as the tears began to well up. Knowing it was too late to save her now, the Pinkett shivered as she glanced between him and the vanishing Uraraka before sobbing and falling into him. As Uraraka's neck, the last tangible part of her body left, started to dissolve, Izuku collapsed to his knees in defeat. Her eyes had shifted down to stare at him, but they were still auburn, albeit with tears of dread and agony. As the thread unwound more quickly and approached its inevitable conclusion, she made a movement with her trembling lips. Who? Before dropping into the already enormous pile, the last thread completed its twist. When it started to dissolve into thin air, Izuku scampered shakily in its direction, fingers catching a tiny pile up and holding it tenderly. The thread vanished inch by inch until it came to rest in his hands. Only Uraraka's blood, which discolored his skin, remained after the red particles rose into the air. His fists clenched as sorrow overcame him. With a soft hand on his shoulder, Todoroki knelt beside his vanquished friend and whispered, "Midoriya, are you all right? What happened? That damn villain had a minion plant a teleportation symbol on her hand earlier. There wasn't anything we could do about it," Bakugo said sadly. Todoroki gave him a startled expression as she looked up. He might even suggest that the pyro appeared shocked by the recent events. It was all a guessing game because the other students didn't get there in time to fully understand the issue. Where did she go? As his emotions triggered OFA, Deku slammed his fists into the floor, smashing a good-sized crater into the tiles. To wherever Paranoias and the Quantum Council are hiding. "I'm so stupid," he said. "Uraraka told me earlier about what happened, how she got the mark, yet I couldn't do anything. There was no stopping it. There's no tracking it. I could have done something, I should have done something. Paranoias wasn't done using her, said he was going to break her even more and continue testing on her. Damn it, I should have seen this coming. God damn it." With a serious look on his face, Bakugo grabbed Midoriya by the front of the shirt and pulled him close after he snapped his head around after being slapped upside the head by a harsh hand. With the dread and wrath evident in his eyes, he could see that his friend was attempting to hide his own troubled feelings by putting on an aggressive front. "Crying won't get you anywhere, Deku, so shut the fuck up already with the woe is me bullshit so we can figure out what to do now. We need to figure out where their base is so we can get her back and kick that clown's ass. They brought the fight to us, so now it's our turn to return the favor. Uraraka won't go down without a fight, we both know that, so just put your damn faith in her for once." He's right, we can't wait any longer knowing that the villains now have her in their possession. "We need to grab our gear and head out immediately," Kirishima said, calming Mina's sobbing with a touch on her back, but it just made her cry more. Before Jiro reached out for Mina and gently escorted her back to the group, the other girls stood gathered in the kitchen's entryway, all of them crying. Iida flashed his phone before moving aside to call their teacher and explain the situation. "I'm sure the teachers and pros are on their way already, but I'm going to call Mr. Aizawa as a precaution in case he hasn't been alerted yet. They'll need to be the ones to shut the alarms off." To a thunderous war cry, Kaminari threw his fist into the air and exclaimed, "So, we'll get Uraraka back and take down the Quantum Council. Now let's go get our classmate back." Deku quickly wiped his face and used his arms to brush away the tears. They had to find the Quantum Council and return Uraraka securely first, there would be time to weep afterward. Never again would he allow them to get away with it.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.